Am I the asshole for disappearing after my wife demanded half of everything in divorce after cheating with her ex? I had felt that the day couldn't get any worse, but I was mistaken. The entire week at work had been terrible, and to top it all off, my employer, the company president, summoned me to his office to chastise me for a mistake done by someone else. When I arrived home, I noticed that my sister-in-law's car had blocked my driveway, preventing me from parking in front of my house. The neighbor's adolescent son and his pals had clogged the street with parked automobiles, forcing me to park 3 doors away. As I entered the house, I wondered why I was even bothering. My connection with my wife's sister, Susan, has been difficult since we first met. I couldn't understand why, but she seemed to have an instinctive hate for me. Furthermore, I had little hope for an intimate evening with my wife Janice, because we hadn't been intimate in nearly a month, despite my best attempts. When I arrived at my driveway, I noticed an empty garbage can by the curb and hauled it around the side of the house through the side gate to place it near to the back door. As I entered the kitchen, I could hear music and the chatter of my wife and her sister in the living room. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and took a sip before stepping into the living room. However, a sentence I overheard at the entrance stopped me in my tracks. God, he fucked me 3 times today. It was not from my sister-in-law, but from my dear wife. Ever since Brandon came back last month, I just can't get enough of him, I told my wife. I recognized Brandon as my wife's ex-boyfriend, who had abandoned her and moved away. Curious, my wife's sister inquired. So what are you going to do now? Janice responded, Brandon wants me to move in with him, so I will hire a lawyer and file for divorce. This is a communal property state, thus I will get half of everything. I'd heard more than enough. Numbly, I walked to the rear door and retraced my steps to my car. Opening the door, I slumped into the driver's seat, comprehending why I'd been denied intimacy. My wife was sharing it with someone else, but now she wants half of everything. The worst aspect was that the state was likely to give it to her. Janice and I got married 3 years ago. She had left her job immediately after our vows, and when she was at home, she never moved. I hired a maid 3 times a week to clean the house and do the laundry, and she also cooked dinner. The rest of the time, I cooked or she got takeout. I know what you're thinking, but love puts blinders on me. She kept me satisfied by offering good sex till about a month ago. My mother died when I was 13, a heartbreaking loss for both my father and me. Dad did his utmost to raise me properly, and we grew quite close. Losing Dad to a drunk driver when I was 23 was a devastating blow, especially since I had just met Janice the previous year. Inheriting over $2.5 million from Dad, I properly invested the money under the supervision of a competent broker. Despite Janice's attempts to squander every penny I made, I had an additional $100,000 in savings. I had never touched the bequest, allowing it to grow despite the current economic climate. I had enough to live comfortably and did not need to waste it. My love for Janice prompted us to overlook a prenuptial agreement, which is a common error made by couples who believe their marriage will endure forever. This error meant she could possibly collect about $1.5 million from me for the privilege of spreading her legs. The state was all too eager to encourage this sanctioned kind of exploitation. She had discussed hiring a lawyer, indicating that she was not yet ready to serve me. I knew I had time to act. I sat in my car, devising a strategy, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror until I noticed my sister-in-law's car pull out and drive away. I started the car, did a U-turn, and walked back to my driveway. When I entered the house, Janice was nowhere to be found, so I went to the kitchen for another drink. After popping the lid and taking a long sip, I considered my next steps. "Oh, there you are, honey," Janice said as she entered the kitchen. "I didn't hear you come in." "Hello, sweetie, I have just gotten in." "Been a long day," I said with a warm smile, determined to play the part as convincingly as she did. "I didn't have time to order anything for dinner," she admitted with a small pout. Although I wanted to respond, "That's because you spent the day with your boyfriend, discussing all the details with your sister," I said, "That's fine, dear. I'll just reheat some leftovers from last night." She gave me a nice grin, kissed my cheek and said she was going to take a hot bath. I smiled and nodded, thinking, yeah, gotta wash all that away. When she went, I grabbed a plate of fried rice and ate it cold while drinking another 2 beers. After tossing the empty container, I returned to the den and sat on the chair, channel surfing. I decided on an old movie. Janice arrived about a half hour later and sat on the couch until the film concluded. Standing up, she stated she was sleepy and was going to bed. Yeah, tired of being unfaithful, I thought to myself. I informed her that I would watch the news and join her later. I hadn't paid much attention to the film. My mind was preoccupied with planning my next move. Knowing I couldn't do anything until Monday, I got through the following 3 days, working in the yard on Saturday and playing golf with friends on Sunday. On Monday, I contacted the broker who was handling my inheritance portfolio and requested that everything be liquidated. Being in senior management enabled me to take out my 401k quickly, penalty be darned. By Thursday, I was prepared to make my move. Returning home to my apparently loving wife, I informed her of an emergency crisis, explaining that I would be away for a week on corporate business. I packed only 2 suitcases. When we moved into this house, I kept everything significant to me. None of it suited her taste, therefore there was nothing else I wanted. The furnishings were her pick and I honestly couldn't care less about them. The bright lining in this situation was that we were renting the house, so I had no financial stake in it. After selling my condo, we were looking for the ideal house to buy. When I say right, I refer to her standards. So far, none of the houses we've looked at appeared to suit her criteria. On Friday morning, I kissed my wife on the cheek one final time before carrying my baggage out. I loaded them into my Lexus and drove away without looking back. My first trip was at an old friend's house, Jake, whom I trusted entirely. He was surprised when I suggested switching titles for his older but rebuilt 4-wheel drive vehicle. An hour after confiding in him about my condition, I was on my way west. I doubted anyone would associate me with this vehicle, and Jake promised to keep the automobile I traded him hidden in the garage for a while. For the next 4 days, I paid for everything with cash. I canceled all of our credit cards to avoid leaving a paper trail. My broker had ensured that the majority of my money was safely deposited in an offshore account. I have a system in place with him to handle fund transfers as needed. I had enough money hidden in the SUV to last a while. The nights alone in motels were the most difficult. For the preceding week, I had been too preoccupied with carrying out my plan to think about what had occurred to me personally. I had adored Janice. I would not have married her otherwise. I ran through several what-if situations in my head, but I eventually realized that there wasn't much I could have done differently. Even if I knew her ex-boyfriend had returned, I doubt I could have kept them away. I came to 2 conclusions. She had probably never truly loved me, and it was my own responsibility for marrying her. On my 5th day away from home, I found myself seated in a mom-and-pop cafe in a small Montana town. I wondered what my purportedly devoted wife was up to, as she must have found that all of her credit cards had been canceled and our bank account was empty. My thoughts were interrupted by an elderly couple at the adjacent table, whose hushed chat I couldn't help but listen. The man, who appeared to be in his late 50s, was telling his red-haired wife about his desire for additional help on their farm. Unfortunately, they could not afford to hire anyone until their present calves were market-ready. Even still, finding someone ready to work for a price they could afford was difficult. After finishing the final mouthful of my dinner, I rose up and approached their table, apologizing for eavesdropping but offering to help them. The elder man examined me, sizing me up. "I don't understand how you could do it. If you heard what we were discussing, you'd know I can't pay you anything. What if I just need a place to stay in exchange for my labor?" I proposed. His eyes narrowed. "Colleen, excuse us for a moment while I speak with this young man outside," he told his wife. He stood up and waited for me to follow him. He turned to face me once we were at the parking lot, where our chat would be private. I guessed him to be around my height, 6 feet, with broad shoulders and no fat. His once dark hair was mostly gray, and his face bore the rough lines of years spent laboring outside. "Who in the hell are you? Are you a part of that Wilson ranch?" he inquired, his tone hinting of mistrust. I lifted my hands defensively saying, "Hold on, mister. I know nothing about any Wilson. I moved here from Texas 4 days ago and arrived this morning. I figured maybe we could help each other out." He said, "If what you claim is true, why would you want to help us? I cannot afford to pay you. What is in it for you? We don't need any difficulty if you're fleeing the police." I responded, "I'm probably on the run as you put it, but not like you may think." I went on to tell my story about my unfaithful wife wanting to take me to the cleaners and how I needed a place to stay for a time. I have not robbed or killed anyone. I'm simply attempting to keep what is rightfully mine. If you have a location where I can remain, I will compensate you with my efforts. I'll pay my own way, and if you don't think I'm much assistance, let me know, and I'll be on my way with no hard feelings. He scrutinized my face and replied, "If what you're saying to me is true, I think I'd be a fool not to give you a chance. However, I must inform you that the Wilsons are attempting to convince me to sell them my land. They haven't done anything illegal yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. You might be taking on more than you can handle. I told him that was a risk I was willing to accept. He then asked about my ranching experience, and I was honest, stating that I had spent a few summers on my uncle's ranch in Texas, but I was not a cowboy. He extended his hand and we shook hands to confirm our agreement. He advised me to call him by his first name, Bill, and identify myself. We returned to the diner, where Colleen waited. He yelled out to her, "Colleen, this is Carson. He'll be working for us if he can handle it." She stood and extended her hand. I shook it and she greeted me cordially. "It's very nice to meet you, Carson." Her voice was clear, with possibly a tinge of Irish accent. She was as trim and fit as her husband. "It's nice to meet you too, ma'am," I commented. She said, "My last name is Buckman, but you can just call me Colleen. Formality isn't particularly useful in this section of the country." I was quickly drawn to this charming lady. Bill suggested we go back to the ranch. Before leaving town, he stopped up to a general store, where we both got out of our cars. He suggested I get some ranch-appropriate clothing. When he entered the store, the proprietor greeted him warmly, clearly recognizing him as a regular customer. I purchased a coat and a set of Western-style riding boots. It sufficed for a week. It took around 20 minutes to drive from the general store to the main gate, which was arched with the words Rocking Bee Ranch. Bill's brand name was Rocking Bee. Another mile of private road led to the main home, which was set on a rise. Their two-story house was well kept and newly painted. Behind it, a barn and several outbuildings became visible. The pickup they drove was partially laden with grocery sacks, indicating a weekly trip into town for supplies. I pulled up behind them, loaded my arms with bags and followed the Buckmans inside the kitchen. In 2 trips, we emptied the vehicle. Bill directed me to drive around the back, where he showed me a little cabin for my stay. As I drove around, I noticed him standing in front of the cabin. When I got out, he pointed to the cabin and indicated that Sam used a similar one a few yards away, adding that Sam was out doing the rounds and I'd see him later. After unpacking my baggage, he waited while I settled into my cabin. It had a single spacious room with a bed against one wall, a table and 2 seats, a potbelly wood burner in one corner, and a bathroom with a single stone shower. It wasn't extravagant, but it was clean and provided me with a good place to remain for the time being, allowing me to hopefully escape being discovered by Janice. When I returned outside, he was sitting in his pickup, telling me to get in. He gave me a tour of the ranch, which included over 6,000 acres of grazing with a few hundred acres dedicated aside for planting winter feed. The ranch's back half, which was mountainous and covered in forest, led to mountains and a stream that ran through the property and was only accessible by horseback. He explained that he used to have 3 full-time employees, but Sam was the only one who remained during difficult times. Sam had been working at the ranch for about 30 years. They employed additional personnel during roundups to pick cattle for the market. He dropped me off at the small cabin. "By the way, I noticed you have a laptop. I have a satellite connection with a router, so you can use the internet wirelessly. Supper is in the main house, and we usually eat at 6, he explained before driving away. I was settled in less than 30 minutes, giving me enough time to load up my computer. As he had said, I was able to establish a Wi-Fi connection and rapidly check my emails. Jake sent one message claiming that Janice had reported me missing to the police, who were investigating my absence. It gave me something to think about. Jake was the only person I had told about leaving, and even he had no idea where I was heading. I mailed my resignation to my old company but did not inform them in person of my departure. Just before 6 p.m., I approached the main home and knocked on the door. Bill motioned for me to enter, and as I did, I noticed Colleen preparing lunch as Bill stood to the side, speaking to a man I believed was Sam. Bill motioned me over. "Hi Sam. This is Carson, the new hand I mentioned for today. We'll see how he feels about it tomorrow after a day's work," Bill added, smiling broadly. "Carson, meet Sam." Sam smiled warmly at me and offered his hand. A huge man, at least 6'3", who, like Bill, appeared to have worked hard his entire life and appeared to be about Bill's age. One important detail. He was African American. I shook his hand and felt the power in his grip. "Well, young fellow, we hope you enjoy it here." "I could use some help," he remarked. At 28, I was roughly half his age, so he considered me youthful. I responded, "I intend to give it my best shot." Colleen called us to sit down since supper was ready. Bill and his wife sat at opposite ends of the table, leaving Sam and myself sitting between them, across from each other. On the table was a large platter of pork chops, a large dish of mashed potatoes, another with fresh green beans, and a plate piled high with clearly baked biscuits. "We don't eat fancy here, Carson, but there's plenty, and it's filling," Colleen told him. "It looks great," I said. As we ate, I asked Bill if he had been here his entire life, and he said, "Yes, my grandpa started this ranch and passed it down to my father. It now belongs to both me and Colleen. However, when I was younger, I wasn't sure she'd be a part of it. I had to fight off every man to get her." He looked at his wife, and I could see the intensity of his feelings for her in his eyes. She replied, "Now Bill, you know you're the only man I've ever had feelings for. I just needed to make sure you wanted me enough." Bill subsequently stated, "My wife has been responsible for the 3 happiest days of my life. The day she agreed to marry me, the day she did marry me, and the day she gave birth to our daughter Caitlin. I hadn't seen any signs of a daughter, and Colleen must have seen my curiosity. Our daughter is away right now. She is completing her PhD degree in veterinary sciences at South Dakota State University. She has only been able to return home for the holidays, and we are eagerly awaiting her graduation," Colleen explained. "She's supposed to be home in a couple of months," Bill told me. "It'll be nice to have a vet in the family, should cut down on some of the expenses." After supper, I tried to help clean the dishes, but Colleen maintained it was her responsibility and shooed me away. Bill indicated that breakfast was at 5:30 and work would start at 6 o'clock. As Sam and I were leaving, I saw a copy of today's New York Times on the counter, which had most likely been picked up by Bill while in town. I asked to borrow the front page, and he agreed. Once outdoors, I asked Bill to enter my cabin for a bit. Inside, I brought out my digital camera and demonstrated how to operate it. I asked him to snap a close-up of me holding the front page of the newspaper. I could see he was inquisitive, but he did not inquire. He asked about an alarm clock and I told him I had one. He said he'd see me in the morning and then went. I downloaded the image to my computer and composed an email, along with a note to the police in my previous hometown. The message indicated that I was alive and healthy and had left town on my own volition. Choosing a national newspaper over a local one left my whereabouts uncertain. I forwarded the email to Jake and told him to utilize one of the local coffee shops with free internet access. I gave him my password so he could send the original email and image to the police without leaving any trace. This manner, I intended to avoid being added to any FBI or national missing person databases. Assuming the police would not devote significant resources to the search for a wayward husband, I slept soundly that night. The next morning, I got up at 5 o'clock, showered, and dressed in time to walk Sam to the main house. After lunch, Bill told Sam to put me to work fixing fence posts in the hilly portion. Following Sam to the barn, he pointed out a horse and saddle that I would need. He appeared pleased with how I saddled the huge brown horse, drawing on my experience at my uncle's ranch. We then loaded 2 mules with saddle packs, fence posts and a post hole digger. Bill arrived at the barn with a Winchester Model 94 and a saddle scabbard, stating that it was mostly for the rare occasion when we would need to put down a sick cow. Sam and I mounted up and led a mule each, heading up the creek toward the hills. As Sam and I rode, we talked and got to know each other. I told him how I wound up in Montana, confident that he would not violate my trust. In reply, he shared his own experiences. He had married shortly after high school, only to find his ex-wife in bed with another man. In a moment of wrath, he nearly killed the guy, earning a 5-year prison sentence. When he was released, Bill was the only one ready to give him a chance, and that was how he had spent the previous 30 years. Sam praised Bill and Colleen, calling them the salt of the earth. We arrived at the fence that marked the property borders about half an hour later. Sam pointed out that not all of the posts needed to be replaced, but simply those that had decayed or were close to it, which was about every third one. He stayed with me as I replaced the first 2 to verify I was doing everything correctly. He proposed working until around 4 o'clock, giving me enough time to go home, care for the horse and mules and get to dinner at 6 o'clock. His parting advice was to follow the stream back down, so I wouldn't get lost. He went back, leaving me alone with my task. I continued along the line, replacing old posts with new ones. At noon, I took a break and collected the pork chop sandwiches Colleen had given me earlier from my saddlebag. I finished my sandwiches and went back to work. My watch's alarm went off at 4 p.m., and I realized I had set all but a few of the posts that the mules had carried up. Leading the mules, I went back down the fence line until I reached the stream and started descending, right before leaving the trees. I found a natural pool where the water ran in and out. I paused to take in the view, recognizing it as the most beautiful and quiet area on the ranch. Back at the barn, I was able to unsaddle the animals and get them fed on time. While I was looking at the horses, Sam came into bed. We rushed to shower and change before dinner, where we ate steaks. That night, weary, I made little contributions to the discourse and excused myself quickly after supper to go to bed. Sleep arrived fast, and I slept deeply. I woke up hurting all over. My hands ached from using the post-hole digger, and my arms, shoulders and legs throbbed. Despite my frequent workouts, there was a significant difference between a 2-hour gym session and a full day of fence post installation. Bill and Sam chuckled as I staggered into the kitchen and winced while sitting down. Even Colleen couldn't keep her grin hidden. Despite the stiffness, I was hungry and gladly consumed my breakfast. "Ready for another day of fencing?" Bill inquired as we rose from the table. I moaned and said, "Yes, sir," trying to sound more positive than I felt. Bill laughed. "I guess you can take it easy today. I would prefer you to ride the rounds with Sam." I nodded gratefully. The first step was to clean the stalls and restock the hay. After putting the horses and mules in the pasture and filling their feeders, we loaded into the pickup and began our ranch inspection. Our major goal was to keep no calves down or removed from their mothers. Sam's knowledge of the ranch appeared instinctive, as he effortlessly predicted where the cattle would be and roughly calculated their numbers. After 30 years, everything appeared to come effortlessly for him. As we approached the far end of the ranch, Sam paused the truck and looked around. Something on one of the hills piqued his interest, so he handed me his binoculars and pointed to a certain location. After a minute, I noticed 2 calves, presumably alone. I asked, "Where are their mothers?" He motioned to 2 cows along the tree line. "That's them over there. Their calves must have strayed into the trees, got lost and continued on. We'll need to pull them down." I inquired, "Are we hiking up there?" "No, it's too far. We'll go back and load up a few horses." The trucks had 2-way radios, so Sam called Bill and told him what we'd observed and that we were on our way to rescue the horses. When we returned to the stable, Bill had already saddled 2 horses and loaded them onto a trailer. All we needed to do was stock up and go. Sam guided us close to the forest line below where the calves were, and we unloaded the horses before riding up into the hills. Sam's 30 years on the ranch became clear once more, as he knew the land like the back of his hand. Half an hour later, we eased up behind the calves and gradually began pushing them back down the slopes. I couldn't help but grin when we cleared the trees and the mischievous kids spotted their mothers. They went wailing to their mothers and instantly found a teat to suckle on. The larger cows stood peacefully, letting their calves to eat. I was struck by how different it was from my childhood. That night's dinner was fried chicken, corn on the cob, and mashed potatoes. With renewed zest, I spoke more than the night before and learned more about Colleen. Her parents moved to the United States from Ireland when she was 5 years old. Her father, captivated by tales of the Old West, had brought the family to Montana, which explains the Irish accent in her speech. Growing up in America, she nevertheless felt the influence of her parents. The next day, feeling much better, I returned after breakfast to replace fence posts. Sam helped me load the mules, but this time I went out on my own. Following the stream took me directly to my objective. This day was easier than the first because I had learnt certain techniques to make the labor less stressful. Just before 4 o'clock, I finished the last post and returned to the barn. With some free time, I worked some of the stalls before cleaning up for dinner. On my 4th day, I assisted Sam in repairing some of the buildings, and the next day, I installed more fence posts. The next 2 months went by, and now it was my turn to ride the ranch and check on the cattle. I was in the best physical form of my life. We worked out a timetable in which Sam took Saturdays off, Bill took Sundays off, and I took Mondays off. I spent my day doing laundry and running into town when needed. I'd become fond of everyone on the property. Sam was kind and easygoing, and we frequently sat and talked after dinner. I had a lot of regard for Bill, who was honest and diligent. We got along well. Colleen was lovely to Sam and me, but I could tell she had some fire in her. She and Bill made a wonderful couple. Colleen and Bill were getting thrilled. Colleen informed me over breakfast on Friday that her daughter would be going home in 1 week. It was my job that day to ride a horse around the wooded area, looking for livestock that had wandered into the hills. A little after 4 o'clock, I made my way to the creek, turned to follow it down, and arrived at the pool below the waterfall. I came to a stop, dismounted, removed my shirt, and knelt beside the stream. I dipped my bandana into the cool water and began washing the perspiration and dust off my face and neck. A whinny from downstream drew my attention, and I turned to my right to see a horse and rider coming. At first, I assumed it was Colleen, but then realized it was a younger version of her. This stunning woman could only be Caitlin, who has the same crystal blue eyes and red hair as her mother. She rode up and came to a stop a few feet away from me. As I rose up to confront her, she replied in a chilly tone. "Who are you and what are you doing on this property?" I said, "The name's Carson, and I work here." She responded, "I do not believe you. My father said he couldn't afford to pay another hand." Despite her beauty, I was growing annoyed by her unpleasant demeanor, so I answered, "Yeah, I heard that too. I guess that's why I chuckle all the way to the bank on payday." She looked at me, reined her horse around and kicked it in the flanks. I chuckled to myself, pulled my shirt back on, remounted my horse and rode towards the barn. Later I discovered there had been a misunderstanding between Caitlin and her parents. They expected her to return the following week, but she arrived just a few hours after I left. She had spent the morning and early afternoon with her parents before expressing her desire to go for a ride, which she had not had time for at school but enjoyed doing. So she saddled up and headed to her favorite location, the waterfall and pool of water. I suppose after 2 months I was old news, and Bill and Colleen had forgotten about me. Just as I returned to the barn, I noticed the redhead's back vanish inside. I dismounted and left my horse inside. Caitlin must have been looking for her father and eventually located him in the barn. I could hear her loud voice as she inquired, "Who is that man that was up at the waterfall?" Bill paused for a moment and said, "That must have been Carson." She went on, "He said he works here, but last time I was here, you told me you couldn't afford to pay another hand." Bill responded, "Well, he's correct, he works here. I don't think it's your business how much he's paid. I'm still running this ranch, young woman." She grumbled, "But he said you pay him so much that he laughs all the way to the bank." By that time, I'd entered the barn. She had her back to me and did not notice me, whereas Bill did. He smiled and continued, "Is that true, Carson? If you believe you are overpaying, I can correct that." She turned around and locked eyes with me. I took off my cap with one hand. I removed my hat with one hand and scratched the back of my head with the other, adding, "Well, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you, Bill. How much are you planning to lower my wages?" At that, Bill and I both burst out laughing. Caitlin, on the other hand, continued to stare at both of us, unable to see the humor. "Sweetheart, just so you get that bee out of your bonnet, Carson gets to stay in the cabin next to Sam's," Bill told her. She answered, "And what else?" Bill replied, "That, and he gets to eat your mother's fine cooking." Caitlin persisted, "So you're claiming you're not paying him? Why should he work for nothing?" Bill said, "He has his reasons, and it's not my place to tell you." I continued, "Working to have a chance to taste your mother's cooking is worth a lot, and I don't think she would like to hear you say that it's nothing." She gave me one last sneer before storming out of the barn. Bill shook his head and commented, "She reminds me so much of her mother when she was younger. I never thought I would be able to tame Colleen." Caitlin joined us for supper that night. She sat next to Sam on the opposite side of the table as me. When I entered the kitchen, she shot me another piercing glare. Before speaking, I waited until everyone's plates were full. I remarked in a nice manner, "Your mother informed me that you have completed your doctorate in veterinary medicine." "Yeah," was her one-word response, delivered without looking up. I added, "Sam claims there's only one other vet in the area, and he's well than 30 miles distant. I'm sure you'll be a valuable asset to the people in this area." She looked up at my compliment and I think I noticed her eyes soften slightly. "Yes, that's Dr. Harrison. He has more business than he can handle and is frequently required to be in multiple locations at once." Colleen then said, "I agree with you, Carson. Our Caitlin will be able to deliver excellent service." Caitlin spent the rest of the lunch talking with her parents and Sam, who had been on the ranch since before she was born. She did not address me directly, and I mostly kept quiet. This was her homecoming, and I knew her parents and Sam wanted to know what had happened in her life while she was gone. When I finished eating, I excused myself and went to bed. I returned to my cabin and checked my email, which showed that I had received one from Jake. He said that he had spoken with a friend on the police force and casually inquired whether they still regarded me as a missing person. His companion stated that everything was dropped once they received the email containing the image I had provided them. Brandon had supposedly dumped Janice as soon as he discovered I had vanished with all of the money, and it didn't look like Janice was going to get any of it. Of course, She couldn't afford the rent in the house where we were staying and was now working as a waitress in a city apartment. She did not have enough money to employ a lawyer to pursue me. I found it ironic. She had clearly married me for my money, and her boyfriend had desired her for the same reason. My money. I was still working on repairing the fence posts. I now only do it every third or fourth day. I had gotten off the hill and was able to drive my pickup to work. It was really easier to load the posts in the rear of the truck than on the mules. The morning after Caitlin got home, I filled the pickup with posts and returned to where I had left off. When it was time for lunch, I wandered to the vehicle and remembered I hadn't brought my food. If any of us were going to be working away from the main home all day, Colleen would make sure we had lunch, and I think I forgot to pick mine up. I could have driven back to the house, but I figured missing one supper wouldn't kill me. A half hour later, I had just put a pole and was attaching the wire when I heard a car approach. I looked back and noticed it was one of the ranch pickups. The truck came to a stop just as I completed writing that post. I turned around and was astonished to see Caitlin exit. She was holding a tiny sack, similar to the ones Colleen used for our lunches. "Mama said you forgot your lunch," she remarked, pushing the bag at me. I leaned out to take it from her. "Thank you, Caitlin." "That was very nice of you," I said. I looked in the bag and saw 2 sandwiches, as usual. I took one out and gave her the other, but she declined. I shrugged my shoulders, sat on the truck's tailgate and began eating. She strolled up to where I was, about 5 feet to the side, and simply stared. I ate silently, keeping my eyes focused in front of me. "Why are you here?" she inquired last. I turned to look at her and decided to tease her. "Don't tell anyone, but I robbed a bank and hid the money. I'm hiding out here till the heat goes off and I can get the money." Her eyes widened briefly before glaring at me. "You're a real clown," she muttered before turning to leave. I waited until she was halfway to her truck before calling her. She paused and slowly turned around, and I continued. "I married a lady who never loved me and simply wanted what I could provide for her. I came here because I wanted to be away from all I knew for a bit." She glanced at me again, and I believe she realized I was telling the truth this time. She nodded and departed without saying anything else. As she drove away, I remembered what her father had said about her mother being like her when she was that age. He claimed to have tamed her, but I suspected the real secret was their love for each other. It had been less than 24 hours since I first met Caitlin, and I couldn't fathom a guy taming that fiery redhead. That night's supper was almost identical to the previous nights. Caitlin had chats with both her parents and Sam. I didn't feel slighted because she didn't know me and we didn't have anything in common. We were just finishing dinner when there was a knock on the door, which Bill went to answer. He entered the kitchen, followed by a man of my age. He was what ladies would describe as tall, dark, and gorgeous. Caitlin eagerly screamed out his name, leaped out of her seat and hugged him. It was clear they knew each other. They were talking about how long it had been since they had seen one another. A few minutes later, there was another tap on the door, and Bill went to answer it, returning with another man, this time fair-haired but also attractive. Caitlin greeted him with similar warmth. I remembered Bill telling me that he had to fend off every male surrounding him in order to win his wife. Caitlin was every bit as attractive as her mother. I excused myself from the table and went back to my cabin, mentally wishing the 2 guys luck. Nonetheless, I envied them. If Caitlin turned out to be the lady her mother was, whoever gained her heart would be a fortunate guy. The next day, I drove the pickup around the ranch. By the time I finished my rounds, something didn't seem to add together. It was early enough that I returned to get Sam, and we had a quick tour of the property. There were a lot of cattle scattered over the ranch, but he agreed that something didn't seem right. It just seemed like we were missing a few herds. We decided to saddle up the following day and tackle the hilly parts. We discussed it with Bill at supper that night and he agreed with our approach. It poured that night, making finding traces more difficult. The next morning we placed our horses into a trailer and Bill drove us to one end of the property. I rode approximately a third of the way up the tree line, while Sam rode another third higher. We then traveled across the ranch, across the hills, and through the trees. It took a significant portion of the day to reach the far side. We counted 5 wandering herds. Bill greeted us as we emerged from the hills, and we loaded the horses into the trailer and proceeded back. We reviewed the situation and concluded that the only thing we could do was become more vigilant. Caitlin received a call from another suitor during dinner that night. I overheard her mother say something about it being the 3rd one that day. Guys were coming out of the woodwork to get her attention as word spread that she had returned home. We spent the next 4 days observing the herd. Everything appeared to be fine, with the exception of the alleged original loss. Caitlin's suitors made repeated visits. She'd been home for a week and hadn't spoken to me since the day she delivered my lunch. On the 5th day following the cattle's apparent disappearance, I told Bill I wanted to ride the property line across the hills. We had already covered the fence lines throughout the grazing regions and found no evidence that the missing cattle had passed through them. Sam dropped me off on the west side of the ranch. This was where Bill's ranch met the Wilson ranch. About halfway to the southwest corner, I noticed 3 new sets of horse footprints. They crossed from Wilson's side of the fence to Bill's. The fact that the fence wire was still up seemed strange. I dismounted and examined the fence posts, discovering that the staples had loosened on 5 posts and were barely holding the wire up. Remove the staples and lower the wire so you may cross over. After reinstalling the wire and staples, everything appeared normal. I remounted and followed the traces. When I approached the stream, I noticed 3 horses tied to a tree a short distance above the waterfall. I was still approximately 30 yards distant. I hurriedly got down, hitched my horse to a tree and took the gun out of its sheath. When I neared the horses, I noticed boot prints leading downstream. I crept up to the waterfall's brink, peered down, and gasped. Caitlin was naked in the water, as if she had just been born. I was captivated by the scene. She was swimming across the water, her naked body clearly visible in the pure water. Damn. She had an adorable ass. A movement in the trees to her right brought me back to consciousness. I rapidly examined the area, noticing 1 guy on the right and 2 more near the pond on the left. I raised my firearm and fired. The bullet struck the guy on the right at his feet. 1 more fast pull on the trigger and the earth burst near the 2 people on the left. Caitlin let out a blood-curdling scream that resonated throughout the trees. I stood up where everyone could see me and said, "On your bellies immediately, I'm not going to miss the next shot. Caitlin, stay just where you are." She didn't notice the 3 men. All she saw was me standing over her, holding a rifle, and she scrambled to conceal herself. One of the men on the left flinched as if he was about to flee, but the bark on the tree next to him erupted as I pressed the trigger again. He was persuaded and dropped flat. Caitlin noticed the 2 men around the location of my shot. She screamed again. I began counting down, and before I could say 1, the other 2 dropped down. I instantly commanded them to place their hands behind their heads, which they did. I hurriedly begged Caitlin to go and get dressed. She tried to resist, but I hissed at her to do as I said. She was plainly terrified, and I could see her shivering from where I was, but she followed orders and walked out of the pool like Venus emerging from the sea. Even though she had her back to me, I couldn't take my gaze away from her. I'd never forget her alabaster skin and wonderfully rounded buttocks. She slipped on her jeans and blouse, swung up upon her horse and disappeared through the trees with a single kick. When she left, I told the men to get up, lie down, and put their hands behind their heads. Only when all 3 laid before me did I let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was time to bluff. "So, what will I do with you 3? I suppose I could just shoot you in the legs and watch you bleed to death." The 3 men began begging me to spare them. I continued. "Even if I spare you, Caitlin's father will assure justice when I inform him of your horrible plans for his daughter. Unless, of course, you have a more compelling confession for the sheriff, such as cattle rustling. It may result in jail time, but it will at least give you a chance at life." The tiniest of them cracked. "Yes, we accomplished it." Wilson claimed that breaking Buckman would safeguard his land. His colleague hushed him to silence up, but he shouted, "I ain't dying for no damn cows." I chose to purchase more time because I expected Caitlin to return soon and her father to conduct an investigation. As expected, 45 minutes later, Bill and Sam galloped into view. I signaled them down, and they dashed up to join me atop the rise. "What in the hell is happening?" Bill required. "It looks like some of Wilson's hands paid us an unexpected visit." I trailed them from the barrier to here. Caitlin was swimming when these 3 tried to creep up on her. I looked over and pushed the barrel of my rifle to the smaller man's neck. "I believe this one has something he wants to confess to you." When I prodded him again, he whimpered. "We did it. We took some of your cattle, but Wilson forced us." Bill tipped his cap back, smirking at Sam, and added, "You know, when my grandfather ran this ranch they used to hang horse thieves and cattle rustlers. Sometimes justice appears simpler back then. Unfortunately, we have to be civilized these days." While Sam stood guard, Bill and I decided to lead the rustlers back down. With rifles in hand, we followed them, Sam tying their horses together and bringing up the rear. When we arrived at the buildings, we escorted the rustlers into the barn, separating them into stalls with open doors so we could keep an eye on them without seeing one other. Bill went into the home to summon the sheriff, while Sam and I stood guard. In less than 30 minutes, the sheriff rushed up the mile-long driveway. Bill met him and briefed him on the current occurrences. I suggested bringing out the lesser offender first for the sheriff to question, and he agreed. I instantly took my prisoner outside. Initially apprehensive, the small rustler appeared to reconsider his quiet and began speaking. The sheriff glanced at Bill and stated, "It appears we have a straightforward case of trespassing here. Honestly, it's a waste of my time, but I suppose I could leave them in your capable hands. Forget I saw them, and I'll let you handle the situation." The terrified rustler's eyes widened and he abruptly opened up. The sheriff soon discovered the truth and called for assistance. Soon, a convoy of sheriff cars rolled into Wilson's huge ranch. Despite its vast size, the sheriff pinpointed the spot provided by the rustler and discovered nearly 100 stolen cattle with the rocking bee mark. Wilson and his cohorts were jailed before the end of the day. We didn't get together for meals until after 9 p.m., despite the chaos. Caitlin, despite sitting at the table, kept her gaze fixated on her plate. "What were you doing out there?" Bill queried, addressing her, as he hadn't had much time to speak with her. "I was just swimming." "I didn't think anyone would come and spy on me," she said accusingly. I interjected, "First of all, Caitlin, I was not spying on you. I followed their horse trails to the water. Second, contemplate what would have happened if I had not been present. I doubt the three were planning a picnic when they spotted you swimming shirtless." Colleen said, "Thank goodness you arrived when you did, Carson. I shudder to think about what may have happened." The discussion changed, and we rapidly completed our lunch, cognizant of the early start the next day. Caitlin cried out to me as she exited the kitchen and headed toward my cabin. I came to a halt and waited as she rudely asked, "So did you enjoy the view today?" Expecting thanks proved too idealistic, so I said, "Let's just say I'd be dishonest if I claimed it wasn't breathtaking." She huffed and turned on her heels, heading towards the house. I stood there, shaking my head, admitting that there was something about me that always drew her in. The next day, Bill had to travel into town to submit formal charges against Wilson. Returning the stolen animals to their appropriate place would take many days because the prosecutor needed to fully document the case first. Sam and I spent the day renewing the paint on a few of the barns. We had lunch in the kitchen, but Caitlin elected not to join us, which suited me perfectly. Bill arrived in the early afternoon, but waited until dinner to discuss the developments. He stated that because this was not a capital case, Wilson and his accomplices will be released on bond. While he did not foresee any further trouble, he advised us to be cautious. He looked at his daughter, grinned mischievously and added, "If you're planning another naked swim anytime soon, maybe you should bring Carson along for protection." Her face flushed pink again, and she sputtered as she stood and dashed into the room. Bill and Sam burst out laughing, and Colleen couldn't help but giggle. I laughed along with them. After the laughter died down, we resumed our lunch. Bill continued his light-hearted mocking. "I sincerely want to thank you, Carson. Wilson might have gravely damaged the ranch's finances. You are worth every penny." We all had another round of laughter. 3 days later, Bill received word that he could retrieve his livestock. We loaded 3 horses into a trailer and traveled to Wilson's Flying Doll Ranch, with a sheriff's escort. Colleen came along to drive the truck and trailer back after we unloaded the horses. Bill, Sam and I began pushing the cows back to his ranch. As we approached the Rocking Bee Ranch, I rode ahead and loosened a portion of the fence line, allowing the cattle to cross. After verifying that all of the cattle were back where they belonged, we secured the fencing and rode back to the main house, pleased with our day's labor. During this period, Caitlin applied for her veterinarian license. Because the licensing process generally took around 45 days, she could only care for the animals on her father's property for the time being. I'd see her throughout the property and, of course, around dinner. Despite her continued silence, if I managed to catch her eye, I'd give her a huge grin and wiggle my brows, which would always make her blush. 2 weeks after the waterfall event, we found ourselves in the barn together and I inquired, "Have you been swimming lately?" She approached just inches away and glared at me. "Why are you such an hole?" I shrugged, grinned and asked, "Why are you such a b*****"? Her right hand aimed for my face, but I moved quickly, seizing her wrist before she could strike. Undeterred, she attempted with her left, but I caught it as well. I pushed both hands behind her back, trapping them and pressing her body against mine. I slowly dropped my face toward hers. She stared at me, making no attempt to break away. I continued. If you were mine, I'd put you over my knee and spank your butt. She attempted to back away, saying, "You wouldn't dare." I loosened my grip and she went backward, resting on her buttocks. I'm not saying I wouldn't dare, I just got rid of one woman who doesn't care about me, and I'm not going to waste my time with another one. Normally she was the one to storm out, but this time, it was my turn. I left the barn and left her sitting on the ground. I didn't see her again till supper. She didn't say anything to me, as expected, but the look she gave me was incomprehensible. Not that I ever claimed to understand women. My marriage to Janice showed this. The next day, I was in the barn caring for the stalls when Bill entered. Knowing it was his day off on Sunday, I assumed he wanted to talk. I wondered whether Caitlin had told him about the previous day's episode, and if he had come to urge me to leave. I paused my work as he approached. He continued. I heard you and Caitlin had a little showdown yesterday. That addressed my query about whether Caitlin confided in her father, but I observed a twinkle in his eyes. Well, I suppose you could say that. Probably my fault, I said. He went on to say, maybe not. I believe her problem is that she doesn't know what to make of you. She believed you were here for something, but you ended up being the hero who saved her and the property. What she can't understand is why you aren't pursuing her like the other local young men. Caitlin, like her mother at her age, is used to having boys wrapped around her little finger. She's had several boyfriends, but none of them lasted. I don't believe she truly respected them. I hope you don't let her chase you away. In my opinion, you are welcome to stay here for as long as you wish. I said, thank you, Bill. That means a lot to me. As for Caitlin, I'll stop taunting her, and perhaps we can live and let live. He exited the barn, and I resumed my job. I had the rest of the day to think over Bill's statements. If Caitlin wanted to understand me, she should act civilly and engage in conversation rather than her current approach. Pursuing her like the others was simply not an option. She did not join us for supper that night, a topic no one brought up, and I did not investigate. The next day, I stuck to my schedule, waking up at 5 a.m., despite the fact that it was my day off. After breakfast, Sam and Bill left for work, and I went to get my laundry. Bill had invested in a large commercial washer and dryer, which allowed me to wash all of my clothes in one load. The laundry room was next to the kitchen, so I ate and talked with Colleen at the kitchen table while my clothes were being washed. Caitlin entered, which was unusual for breakfast as she generally ate later. Colleen inquired about my plans for the day and I informed her that I was thinking of traveling into town. I then inquired if she wanted me to pick up anything for her. She suggested that if I didn't mind, I could get a few things for her. I assured her that I didn't mind at all. Just then Caitlin said, "Cool, I'll bike into town with you." I had planned to go to the general store for a few items and it seems like a waste of petrol for both of us to go separately. I looked up in surprise and replied, "Sure, I'd be happy to give you a lift." After yesterday, I didn't expect her to talk to me, let alone want to go somewhere with. I responded, "I'll be leaving in about an hour and a half after my laundry is done and put away." She told me she'd be prepared. She finished preparing something to eat and sat at the table, sitting quiet as Colleen and I talked. As I stepped out of my cabin, she appeared from the back door, dressed in a turquoise sundress that complemented her red hair. It was clear she wanted me to notice her. I held the passenger side door open for her and watched as she slid into the car. We set out and for the first half of the journey, she sat peacefully, admiring the scenery. Suddenly she said, "I thought you were going to kiss me yesterday." I looked at her, but she appeared to be staring out the side window, so I couldn't see her face. I responded, "Well, while that may not have been unpleasant, I do have a rule about not forcing unwanted affections upon unreceptive females." I noticed her head swivel around in the corner of my eye and knew she was looking at me. She sat silently, but I saw her occasional peek in my direction. We parked into the general shop and stepped inside. I needed to get a couple of new pairs of jeans and shirts, and she had a list of what her mother wanted. An hour later, we had everything loaded. I had one more stop at the hardware shop to get a few items for Bill, but it was midday and I was hungry. I suggested we stop for a bite to eat and she agreed. We parked into the same cafe where I'd originally met Bill and Colleen. We chose a table across from one other and ordered our meals. As we sat in silence, I began to wonder if I should have simply gone to the hardware shop and returned to the ranch. Just suddenly the door slid open and 3 men entered. I recognized 2 of them as the guys who had come to see Caitlin. They rushed to our table, with 2 taking seats on either side of her and a third standing behind me. They ignored me and began talking to her. I rose up and motioned for the third person to have a seat as I proceeded to the next table. When the waitress brought our meals, I motioned for her to place my dish in front of me. I ate quickly and paid no attention to the talk at Caitlin's table. I stood up after tossing some money on the table to cover our lunch. Caitlin had barely touched her lunch, yet her plate was still full. "I'm going to rush to the hardware shop. I can come back by later and see if you're ready to go," I added, interrupting their chat. She pushed her plate back, stood up and said, "It was nice seeing you guys again, but we have to go." The guys at the table attempted to protest, with one even offering her a lift home. She declined and accompanied me outside to my SUV. As we drove to the hardware shop, she remained in the car, looking to fume. The hushed tension remained as we drove back to the property. She turned off the highway onto the mile-long road and questioned, "Why did you do that?" "What?" I replied, unsure of what she was pointing out. "Moving to the other table," she said. "Oh, that. Well, I assumed you'd rather spend time with your buddies. Besides, I didn't want to be in the center of their battle for your attention." "You really are in a *** hole," she exclaimed. I wisely chose to keep my mouth shut. I had no desire to avoid her slaps while driving. As we approached the main home, she grabbed whatever she could carry as soon as I opened the SUV's back door. I collected several more bags and followed her inside the house. As I walked in the back door, she put everything on the kitchen table without saying anything to her mother before storming out of the room. Colleen glanced at me quizzically. I shrugged and said, "I guess I'm in a *** hole." Colleen laughed and stepped closer, placing her hand on my arm. "I have never seen anyone have the effect on Caitlin that you seem to have." "I guess I was born to just piss her off," I told her. "I'm not so sure about that," she said, confusing me. I returned to my cabin and stored my new clothes. I decided not to stay indoors and went to the barn to saddle a horse. Setting out, I ended up at the top of the waterfall. With the weather beautiful, I tied the horse to a tree and sat on the edge of the falls, staring down at the tranquil pool. Caitlin rode up underneath me after about a half hour, if not more. I got off her horse, not wanting to be accused of spying in case she went skinny dipping again, and flung a stone into the water, making a splash. She looked around for the source of the noise and found me. Anticipating her departure, she mounted her horse and rode up to where I was sitting. She hitched her horse next to mine and approached me. I rose up, moving a few steps away from the edge in case she intended to shove me off. "You're in a *** hole," she exclaimed, stopping inches from me. "And you're still a B****, I replied. This time, I wasn't waiting for her slap. I grabbed her waist and kissed her. I quickly released her and attempted to proceed towards my horse, but she grabbed my arm and turned me back around. I was surprised when she reached behind my neck and drew me in for another kiss. We found ourselves in a passionate kiss again. As the passion mounted, our garments went, and we had a great time. Our breathing gradually returned to normal, and we lingered silently in each other's arms. We got dressed, mounted our horses and went back down. After stabling our mounts, she turned and headed to the main house without saying anything. In a fog, I returned to my cabin and slipped into the shower. One thing became clear. I had much deeper affections for this attractive woman than I had previously admitted to myself. I hardly had time to dress for dinner. When I entered the kitchen, Bill, Colleen and Sam were already there, but Caitlin was nowhere to be found. As we took our seats, she stepped in and chose the chair near mine rather than her customary spot next to Sam. Bill and Colleen exchanged glances, and Caitlin simply smiled charmingly in response. She talked animatedly during dinner. Despite their interest, her parents did not inquire as to why their daughter was in such a good mood. After supper, Jane helped her mother clean the kitchen as Sam and I returned to our cabins. Just as I was getting comfortable between the sheets, a quiet knock on my door rang out. I opened the door, wearing only my boxers, and Caitlin crept inside, finding her way into my arms. We exchanged a sweet kiss and she led me back to my bed, joining me after taking off her clothing. Again, we made love before falling asleep in one another's arms. The sudden arrival of 5 a.m. forced me to groggily reach over and deactivate the alarm. With much reluctance, I got out of bed. I illuminated the bathroom and dressed for the day, kissing her on the head before leaving the cabin. During breakfast, I couldn't avoid Bill and Colleen's scrutinizing eyes. I wondered if they were aware of their daughter's nighttime activities. Following the dinner, I loaded the pickup for another day of fence post installation. Working alone on a ranch provided plenty of time for thought. My mind strayed to my recent past, shocked that it had only been 3 months since I left my wife. It seemed like an eternity. I reflected on the relevance of Bill, Colleen and Sam in my life. Then my thoughts turned to the lovely Caitlin and the shared experiences from the previous day. I considered the idea of discovering the love her parents embodied. At lunch, I discovered I hadn't brought my dinner. As the thought crossed my head, I heard a pickup approaching quickly. Caitlin jumped out, racing toward me with a suitcase in her hand. She threw herself at me, commencing a passionate kiss before handing me the bag. I ignored the dinner and drew her in for another passionate kiss. Although I did not lay as many fence posts that day, I did place my post in her a few times. In between our passionate times, we found time to converse. I revealed information about my prior life, including how my ex-wife had betrayed me. "I'll only leave if you tell me to," I promised her. She ultimately returned home, and I finished the day's work. She was in the kitchen when I arrived, having just showered and changed, and she had chosen the seat next to mine once more. A knock on the front door interrupted our dinner. Bill answered it and returned with the same person who had first called Caitlin. Caitlin gazed at him with an unreadable face as soon as he sat down. "I was wondering if you'd like to go for a drive," he proposed. In this region of the country, where options were limited, taking a drive was effectively a euphemism for going on a date. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't think my boyfriend would like it," Caitlin said. She leaned down and kissed my cheek. Mr. Tall, dark and handsome reddened and stammered before hurrying out. With that exchange, our relationship was officially out in the open. I noticed Bill and Colleen smiling with satisfaction. One had a huge grin. We had officially formed a pair. In the days that followed, Caitlin received no further visits from local men. She made it obvious that she was unavailable. I found a way to help her with her ambitions. She was looking for a bank loan to buy equipment for her veterinarian practice. The bank was hesitant to make an unsecured loan, so the only option was for her father to pledge the ranch as security. She hesitated to question him. I advised waiting a few days. I could have a solution. I phoned my offshore bank and opened an account in the name of a bogus loan company. Caitlin completed a loan application on my computer, which I had set up to send to my email. After a few days, I notified her that her loan was accepted and that a wire transfer will be made to her account. She was overjoyed with the news, but she wondered why the loan had only a 2% yearly interest rate. I mentioned that they were a non-profit philanthropic organization that made loans to persons they believed would benefit the community. I might have just offered her the money, but I knew she was too proud to accept it. After obtaining her degree through hard effort, she was determined to achieve on her own terms. By the time her license was accepted, she had purchased a new van that had been converted into a mobile veterinarian office, equipped with all essential medical equipment. As word spread about her licensed position, local ranchers began requesting her services. Caitlin and I spent several nights together in my cabin. Although Bill and Colleen were aware, they appeared to have no objections. At 27, she was grown enough to make her own choices. It took 3 months for Wilson and his crew to stand trial. The case was rather easy. The tiniest man cooperated with the prosecution and was sentenced to 2 years probation with no prison time. Wilson's other 5 employees were sentenced to 5 years in jail each. Wilson, the mastermind behind the rustle, received the maximum 10-year sentence and a $50,000 fine. When he was transported to prison, I began an inquiry into him and his ranch, discovering that he was unmarried and had no family in the region. With all of his hands incarcerated, no one was left to administer the property. This prompted me to devise a fresh idea. However, before I could get started, I had some unfinished business to attend to. I needed to formalize my divorce. I couldn't accept Janice taking half of my money. To accomplish this, I went to my friend Jake for assistance once more. Instead of sending an email, I called and requested him to speak with Janice. I wanted him to know that I had sought out and offered a settlement in exchange for a divorce. The offer was straightforward, $50,000. If she declined, she would never hear from me again or receive any money. Initially acting innocent, she demanded to know why I had left and why I would not return. Jake disclosed that I was aware of her affair with Brandon and she intended to divorce me, bringing the charade to an end. With her game revealed, Janice, who was still working as a waitress and struggling financially, agreed to my offer. To proceed, I needed to return to Texas and hire a lawyer to prepare the divorce paperwork. Caitlin was not pleased when I informed her of my departure. I stated that I needed to end this chapter in my life and told her that I would return. She persisted in taking me and waiting for me when I returned. despite my initial plan to leave my vehicle in long-term parking at the airport. Leaving behind my SUV and most of my stuff, with the exception of what fit in one suitcase, appeared to alleviate her anxieties. I left on a Sunday, and when I arrived, Jake met me at the airport. I called Caitlin every night while I was staying with him and his family. By Friday, all of the paperwork was completed. Jake accompanied Janice to my lawyer and explained that she would receive a $10,000 check right away, with the rest $40,000 due 60 days after the divorce was finalized. She signed the paperwork, and my lawyer handed her the $10,000 payment. I never had to confront Janice. Then I realized I had personal goods in storage, including souvenirs and antiques from my parents, yearbooks and other sentimental belongings. I didn't want to return for them later, so I rented a moving van and loaded it up. Caitlin was surprised when I told her I wasn't flying back, but once I explained that I was bringing back everything significant to me, her joy rose. It took me 3 days of unrelenting driving to complete the distance. On Tuesday evening, as I arrived at the Rocking Bee Ranch, everyone greeted me enthusiastically. That night, Caitlin extended her warm greeting until early in the morning, when we finally fell asleep, fatigued. With the first part of my strategy completed, I was ready to put the rest into action. This required multiple journeys to the prison where Wilson was imprisoned. My goal was to persuade him to sell me the property. I persisted in presenting my point, despite my initial resistance. I explained that he would be imprisoned for at least 7 years, and that even if he behaved well, he would not be eligible for parole. With no one to care for his ranch, his house and buildings would surely decay, and his animals would perish without proper care in the winter. I also questioned if he would be welcome back following his conviction. Faced with the danger of ruin, he eventually accepted my offer, which gave him something to start over with upon release. The next stage was to secure money. I transferred my funds back into the nation, sure that Janice would not imperil her $40,000 by taking reckless steps. I negotiated a price of $5 million with Wilson, which was lower than the property's true value, making financing reasonably easy to obtain. I placed a $500,000 down payment and financed the remainder. Taking a month to perfect things, I kept my activities hidden from everyone except Caitlin and Bill. I mentioned to them that I had personal business with my possessions that required consideration. Although it only took 1 or 2 days out of my week, I formed a corporation and registered the land in its name. With summer finishing and fall approaching, I hired someone to harvest the hay on the property. Furthermore, I hired 4 people to reside on site and operate the ranch in the meantime. The most experienced worker was designated as interim foreman. I stressed that, despite my close proximity, I would be an absentee owner for some time. I assured him that he could always reach me via phone, and that I intended to visit the ranch frequently. My final concept included remodeling the main house, which was a 2-story 5-bedroom structure that needed to be modernized. Despite Caitlin's unhappiness with my opacity regarding my activities, our relationship thrived. Every day my feelings for her became stronger, and I sensed that she felt the same way about me. Meanwhile, her veterinary practice grew, requiring her to travel frequently, but she remained pleased and happy. I almost told her what I was doing. When she returned after checking on the remodeling, she surrounded me with questions. "What the hell's going on, Carson? Are you seeing anyone else?" I said, "God, no. I swear there's no one else. I only have a few things to get done. Please believe me. I promise to tell you everything soon. I'm asking you to trust me." She examined my face, looking for the truth, and said, "Okay, Carson. I do trust you, but you better tell me what's going on soon, or I'm going to kick your ass." I grabbed her and kissed her with all my affection. As spring arrived and the calving season began, the main house renovation was finished. It was time to carry out the final component of my strategy. One afternoon, when I had Caitlin alone, I asked her to go for a drive. "I've been thinking it's time for me to leave the Rocking Bee Ranch," I told the girl. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she replied, "But I promised I wouldn't leave." I had scheduled it so that we would arrive at the former Flying Doll Ranch entrance. I turned in and began driving down the quiet road. "I wasn't really planning on going far," I informed him. She looked about, bewildered. I was not sure if she had heard what I said. Then she said, "What are we doing on Wilson's land?" I waited until we were at the main home before responding. I invited her to come on, as I wanted to show her something. I got out of the truck and walked around to open her door. Taking her hand, I took her to the front door and opened it. She inquired again, "What the heck are you doing? We could be in danger for this." I encouraged her to relax, that Wilson no longer owned the ranch and that we should take a look around. I wanted to know what she thought about the house. I brought her upstairs, then we walked through the bedrooms and back down. There was a huge living room, a finely paneled den, 2 rooms used as home offices, and finally the kitchen. Her expression indicated that she adored the new kitchen. There was only one room with furnishings, which I wanted to use as my office. The rest of the house awaited her judgment on how to furnish it. I asked her what she thought of the house, and she responded it was really good. When I asked if she believed she could live there, she said, "What the hell?" I could see she was puzzled and upset. I fell on one knee and reached into my jacket pocket. I stated to her, "Wilson no longer owns the ranch, I do, and I'm asking if you could live there as my wife." She asked in a startled tone if I owned the house, and I nodded enthusiastically. She cried, "Yes!" I then removed the engagement ring from my pocket, held it up and proposed to her. Her face screwed up and her eyes welled with tears. I believed I had made a mistake until she tackled me to my back and kissed my face. She then offered me her finger so that I could place the ring on her. She surveyed the place with fresh eyes, running from room to room and inspecting everything. I waited anxiously for her to come running back into my arms. "The house is gorgeous. I love it," she exclaimed eagerly. I escorted her across the room to 2 doors that went into a hallway. "There are 2 offices, one for you to run your business from and one for me," I explained, earning me another long kiss. I walked her into the office with the desk and took out a large sheet of paper. It depicted a property gate and said, "Double C Ranch." She took a look at it and wondered what the double C indicated. I informed her that it stands for Carson and Caitlin Ranch. She cried and began tugging at my clothes, and I joined in stripping her naked. I set her on top of the desk and dedicated the workplace to her love. In fact, in the days ahead, we made love in every room of our new home. After we had recovered and dressed, I informed her it was time to inform her parents. She was so delighted I believe she floated out to the truck. We returned a few minutes after 6 and Bill, Colleen and Sam were already in the kitchen preparing supper. When we stepped in, Caitlin lifted out her left hand and squealed, "We're getting married!" Colleen sprang up and raced over to hug her kid, while Bill and Sam approached and pumped my hand and stroked my back. My future mother-in-law then grabbed me tightly, while Caitlin hugged her father and Sam. When everything settled down, we all sat down to eat. Caitlin waited until everyone had eaten. "Of course, this means we will be moving," she stated as casually as possible. "What?" shouted Bill, Colleen and Sam together. She stared at me and urged me to tell them, so I responded, "Well, Bill, you remember how Wilson wanted to combine his ranch with yours? I was thinking it may be a good idea." Bill got up, enraged, and exclaimed, "There's no way in hell the flying doll is going to get his ranch." I smiled and told him to relax. It was no longer the flying doll, but the Double C Ranch, and the new owners were sitting at his table right now. In confusion, he inquired, "What are you talking about?" I informed him I had bought out Wilson and that the ranch now belonged to Caitlin and me, Double C, Carson, and Caitlin. Colleen claimed she received it immediately away. I answered, "Bill, I thought we could run the 2 ranches together. We'd split the profits 50-50ths. He continued, "But the Double C Ranch is over twice the size of my ranch, and it brings in a lot more profit." I said, "You've done this your entire life, I need your assistance. I'd like us to be equal partners. You'd be in command of the operations and anything you say goes. Besides, it's also part of Caitlin's property. It will be keeping everything inside the family." He sat down and gazed at Colleen. She nodded her head. He shook hands with me across the table. "Damn it, Carson, this is going to take some getting used to, but I accept your offer." I explained, "This means we'll have additional hands to oversee and Sam will be the head foreman. And now I get to remove all of those fence posts I worked so hard to install on that side of the property." Everybody laughed at me. That night's supper was a noisy celebration. Caitlin spent the night in my cabin and exhausted me. We arrived late for breakfast the next morning, but no one had left the kitchen. They were waiting for us to eat so that we could all go over to the Double C Ranch, where Caitlin could show off our new home. Everyone was impressed, and I noticed Colleen looking enviously at the restored kitchen. Caitlin and her mother spent a month furnishing the house. It was ready to move in on our wedding night. We were married at the Double C Ranch. Bill and his family were respected and well-liked, and ranchers and their families from all over came to celebrate the occasion. As Caitlin's spouse, Bill's son-in-law, and the new owner of Double C Ranch, I was welcomed into their community. We finally made it to bed later that night and stayed there for the majority of the next day, making love. We would still be there, but on the third day of our marriage, I brought my bride to Fiji for a tropical honeymoon. Our first roundup that year was a success, as we sold a large number of cattle for a profit. A substantial amount went into repaying the debt, but with Caitlin's business, we were able to make a good living. We even bought Sam a wonderful new house, and he now has a girlfriend around his age who lives in town. We may have another wedding soon. Another year has passed and my lovely wife has just told me the most wonderful news. She is pregnant. We are going to have a baby. One last word before I leave. I know some may argue that I should have learned my lesson the first time and had Caitlin sign a prenuptial agreement. If that's the case, you really haven't met my Caitlin. She is not Janice. She works hard at her profession and cares for our home. She is her mother's daughter, and she expresses her affection to me every day. With only me. Every day I look into her blue Irish eyes and see that love. My wife of 8 years had an affair and shattered me. Now I'm left picking up the pieces, trying to heal and be the best dad I can to our son. I, 31 am still rather devastated over all of this even now after divorce. Having turned in the final divorce decree, I am seated outside the courthouse. Last Wednesday, my cheating lousy wife, 30F, dropped by my office so I could have her sign the final papers. My brother and I manage a store, so we were busy, but I had her come to sign the last paperwork at the back. As I was working on some chores, she read it over. Then I saw she was at the last page staring at it, then at me. Not only peering, she seemed to be begging and had a tiny welling of tears. It was quite frustrating. I advised her not to engage in this garbage and to either sign or not. She opened her lips then closed them once again. Not to pull bullshit like this when she's dating and hooking with other people, I became enraged and instructed her to speak what she had to say. She has not expressed any want to mend our friendship. She signed the forms and left head down. We ended up talking in her car for a second after I had to hunt her down to ask about our stimulus money. She inquired about our son. He's not biologically mine, but I have been there for him since he was 4. Though I try to interact with him every morning, I informed her he doesn't really talk to me anymore. She only nodded and looked dejected. I gently informed her that I was allowing her one chance to speak her truth. She simply stared at me. Furious, I told her she never loved me first of all. She stated it wasn't true, tears running down her face. She wouldn't have considered cheating, I informed her, if she loved me really. Even when other ladies approached me, I had always been loyal. I always turned away as I knew my wife wouldn't enjoy it. I advised her to get in touch with me when she had my money. I wish I had known she didn't love me from the beginning. It would have saved time, effort, and suffering. It is killing me. The hearing scheduled to finish it all is tomorrow. I'm recuperating, rediscovering delight in things I used to enjoy, and loving exercise more. Though I can't seem to find it in me to truly talk to them or try for a date, I'm looking better, getting attention from women, and that's wonderful. Still, my heart longs for her. My heart still loves her. I wish I could take it out and bury it permanently. Though I know I have to go through these emotions and welcome this new life, I'm having trouble. The end of this procedure is surely bringing all these emotions to the forefront. Comments. You did what you were supposed to. You will need time to put this behind you. Her crocodile tears sent her on losing a home base to Monkey Branch. The greatest disrespect is cheating, and it never comes from a place of love. You're better off, time will help you move on. Thank you for your help, I am working on moving on. I have many I just wish ideas to shove aside and let go. OP. You adored someone she used to be. Today she is not that person. Though it is difficult, disconnecting takes time. If anything, I will use this time to heal and appreciate what I do today. It will make me a better person generally. You cannot simply switch off and on your emotions. Never give your morals or standards any concessions. Don't force yourself to start looking for another companion. Be selective and date when you're ready. Let alone offer my body to another woman. I am not looking to enter yet another relationship. The most I'm hurrying is trying to not feel anything for her. As you pointed out, it's a process. Sometimes, oh man, I do want to sacrifice my morals. I want to tell each parent of my son's soccer squad everything about the person she is and email blast all of them. I want to print flyers to plaster her preferred locations and publish it all over Instagram. But none of that is me. I know that person is not who I am. I'm just still hurting and really trying to mend. I greatly appreciate your nice comments and support. They really mean a lot. I understand that it seems so unjust and as if justice does not exist on our planet. Don't jump in the mud with the pigs. You'll get dirty too and be mistaken for a pig. My grandma often advised me. Never treat yourself less than that. While some individuals reject karma, indeed it is quite gradual but also meticulous. She will be revealed one day, or something will transpire to grant her the justice she so deserves. You only have to be loyal to yourself. Your children will also see it. They will know you as the one who did not devalue themselves. Just treat yourself politely. Update 1. Yesterday was that. Here I am today, single and most certainly in shock. Other than having this massive pit in my gut, I'm not sure how I should feel. She understood the timing of the hearing, but I find a Zoom call to the court to be just so impersonal. Of course, I realize, safety comes first. Still, it doesn't particularly feel real. It really hasn't really sunk me. I mean, I can acquire a copy of the signed document and declare myself to be divorced. A couple of my buddies want to know whether I want to go celebrate. They want to be there for me, they are lovely about it. They are not being nasty or resentful. And that feels great. I simply have not known how to approach this. I should be feeling free, yet maybe I should be crying once more. Oddly enough, I simply want to hear my wife's voice. Unfortunately, I no longer have a wife. Some stranger that sounds like her and wears her face. Though it's only a resigned kind of sensation, I can sense tears gathering. Here I am, simply me. Furthermore, my dog. I have very few friends, but they are the finest. I have a great and fantastic family. Thus, support is discussed. I merely feel empty, exhausted and drained. What should my next action be is unknown. Tell my son that it has happened over the phone. Say F it all, and go to Italy to begin exploring sites. Go back to Vegas with my old buddies for a desert recharging trip. I truly want to be laying here in silence, staring at the ceiling. Naturally though, life has to go on and so should I. I appreciate all of your support and ideas, especially book recommendations. I'm eager to at least start since I'm picking those up today. I never imagined myself in this place. Notes: Italy's timing is horrible, but whenever it becomes sensible, that has my enthusiastic vote. Vegas is a temporary prospect with friend events instead of the still skeletal and dreary casino resort life. Mountains and the weather are just beautiful. I left McCarran yesterday straight out. My friend, I find myself in the same boat. This afternoon at 3 o'clock I am signing paperwork. She departed and deserted our family on our 22nd wedding anniversary almost 2 years ago. I say every word you are using exactly. Simply said, I feel hollow and worn out by the struggle. Hang in there, friend, better things are just waiting for us. One breath at a time, one stride in front of the other, we simply have to be patient and gentle to ourselves. Recall this, we deserve better. Damn, I sense your words suffering. Regards, apologies. Update 2. The last post I produced was seen above the last time I blogged. Right now it's really upsetting me as I'm still kind of disoriented inside. Like me, my ex-wife, crazy to type it out, was off to work. At the same junction, we both stopped. She was turning right to ride on the freeway I had just left off, while I was going to turn left under the overpass. Like metal butterflies ripping up my insides, my heart and stomach sprang with the same familiar, exhilarating and lately terrible sensations. We made eye contact until the light changed, then each drove our separate directions. Both literally and metaphorically, I could not think of a more appropriate comparison for the state of affairs. Still feeling longing, grief, rage, disappointment, nausea, and a rainbow of other depression-inducing emotions, here I am typing out my pain. I wish I could be indifferent for the love of God. I wish I could rip out, root and all this deep-seated affection. Her and her stupidity justifies nothing. Though it's exactly what I want not to feel, is still in love with her. Her scent, her warmth, the sensation of her hair brushing against my face and mixing with my beard, the feel of her soft skin against my bare chest, the rhythm of her heart against my arms when I held her in the dark, these are the sweetest dreams I have of her. Recently they have been most vivid. She left such an effect on me when it was so darn simple for her to demolish everything we had created together. Yes, I understand it is past. Indeed, I understand the sensation might never go away. Indeed, I understand that processing trauma will take time. I am tired of processing though, of feeling the hurt, of sobbing, of reminding myself that it is okay to not be okay. I miss experiencing even-keeled. Every day seems like I'm standing on a platform precariously atop a damned barrel. Some days it's all good. I got this, balance can be kept. I've been doing it for 8 months, therefore I should be used to this. Other days though, I feel as though the agony of betrayal never lets me find even a tiny respite. I trip off the platform since right now equilibrium is useless. We can rather clearly tell the kind of day this one is. Usually, it becomes worse before it improves. I despise platitudes. F******ing. Update 3, made the 3-week mark, the final post above. I watched our son's middle school soccer game yesterday and was so happy to see him. How much he has changed and how big he is. He's so darn tall, his voice is cracking, and it's weird not to have personally seen it. Feeling like I was being watched from the bleachers, I didn't see my ex-wife until practically half hour. I turned and our gazes met squarely. Her parents were seated with her. They lost the game, sadly, but the team rocked it still. I waited for the squad to pass over the bleachers as people filed off them. I nodded, using their first names, but her parents passed past if I hadn't uttered a word. I laughed and let the throng pass. Not over the phone or via text, it was great to hug my kid and chat with him personally when I waited for him at the team exit. The thrill of seeing each other once more permeated every moment. At last, my ex came up to tell our son loving words. Since I depend on her for those specifics, I asked her when the next game is scheduled. Our chat was clinical. We know we're not decent and most certainly aren't buddies. After instructing her not to sit next to me at the last game, I made that plain. "Let's go," she tells our son, and he gives me a long embrace. "I love him," I tell him. Though difficult, I do let go. I turn and go in the other way from my car, not looking at her or bidding farewell. The one I listened to and loved for almost a decade wants to run over and grab her, kiss those lips, hug her body in my arms, and feel her warmth and heartbeat, the one I feel slightly betrayed by my heart because of. I have to aggressively control it. Not until I come home and sit in silence to reflect on everything will there be tears. Even then though, they are few. I'm still figuring out these emotions. I still experienced additional wonderful dreams of hers till this morning. Once more, I feel as if I am fighting my own body and my own thoughts. I'm doing everything I can. I work out practically every day and eat clean with perhaps 1 or 2 cheat meals a week. I have poured myself into the business of my brother and find it to be flourishing. To be very honest, we never had this many staff members. It's fantastic. I am studying about stocks and investing, reading more, and certifying myself for IT jobs. Most of all, Jack, my corgi, is my other little kid and always wants to play. Filling the emptiness is odd. It certainly seems like a vast gaping void inside me. Being a father and a husband was great fun. As Hurricane Harvey approached Texas, we nearly decided to have another kid. In our house we were safe, dry, and not at all impacted. Though by November we knew she was pregnant, there were plenty of fun, crazy, and somewhat exotic events. Money, space, and our present circumstances finally led us both to agree that we should stop the pregnancy and not have another kid. I wonder if things would be different, whether we would be at this place now, and if she would have **** at another person. This has started me thinking back. Yes, I know the what if game is never a nice place to be, never a good thing to linger on, but lately it's just been emerging more and more in my mind, let alone the dreams, like I had last night of my beautiful wife and what could have been our little girl or our second little boy. It makes me miss my son even more, and it irritates me that she would not let me adopt him. She said that I could only after all this garbage had transpired. I apologize for the protracted post. I simply find myself repeating and ranting last night in my head. It hasn't even been a year since she broke off our relationship. I know it's still early and quite fresh following the divorce. I suppose all I can say is that today I'm not feeling it. It's almost 10 a.m. I haven't gotten out of bed. That she still affects me and how I feel every time I see her bothers me. Update 4. Hey everyone. At last I have developed an apathetic attitude. Other than that I'm feeling happier more consistently, I'm not really sure what to say. Right now I'm working out on a schedule. Cooking more, and experimenting. I have been picking up writing once more and presently work on a short story. To see the Phoenix Suns defeat the Nuggets I flew to Denver. I'm about to head to Oregon to visit a cousin, do some hiking, and try tubing in a new place. Though, my bond with my son is different. I got in touch, he seems really busy. Though man, this is what it feels like to have a full-on teenage son. I'm doing my best to be understanding. Lunch and meals here and there, I suppose I will grab what I can. Simply said, I miss being with him consistently. I now go on dates with someone. She manages her own companies, is just fantastic, independent, intelligent, strong, mature, runs slow here. She is aware of my circumstances and both of us are cautious not to leap in too quickly. Still, it's amazing. Our interests are somewhat similar, we have easy communication and our goals are rather apparent. Even now, When we are simply lounging about, it is just calm. I am attempting to keep myself from developing any negative habits or tendencies. Simply said, it is fantastic to feel good once more. She asked yesterday, what will happen if, and when another man gets involved with my son? To be honest, I'm not sure. If he doesn't reach out, then it's just me having to sit back and hope for the best for him. I will be there for him is all I dare think or say. In this I have no legal clout or rights. Fortunately, I have seen her face to her face and I truly don't feel anything for my ex. Though I'm trying to take it day by day and hope I keep recovering and finding happiness more and more, whatever that means, that my son and I can have a better relationship and that I not muck this up with this amazing woman. I appreciate your support, counsel, book recommendations and encouragement all around. That was therefore fleeting, tragically. The incredible woman was disturbed by my April divorce and feels that I'm not over her since I call our son asterisk our son asterisk. I just mention him in reference to co-parenting and the fact that I have to go through her for anything pertaining to him. I have a son. She's also saying she still has to recuperate from a breakup she went through 3 months ago with a guy she loved. I could see the healing, but I couldn't picture involving someone new with my son at this age. November is his 14th birthday, and it's *****ing strange when others tell me what I feel and get wrong. She also objects to being a stepmother. I never even brought up her young 4-year-old daughter. Once more, I am living that part of my life apart from this present one. Why is this troubling to me? Though in my past relationship I did nothing illegal, I feel like I'm marked. It's held against me after being honest with each other and such, just because I'm divorced and have a much older son who would most certainly never be part of the relationship. Feels quite unjust. If I tell people straight up about my circumstances, I'm accused of not being over my ex. I'm not being real about things if I hold that back and say nothing. Update 5. Some have wondered how this all started and how I got up where I am today, hence I attempted publishing this earlier as an explanation of what went down when things initially started. Though recent, this began in July of last year. Far from all this, I am appreciative of all the guidance, encouragement and kicks in the *** from those who have gone through it and are helping. Alright, so far as things stand, July 2020 started as if everything was going downward. June turned out fantastic. Together with our son and his friend, we had taken a brief trip. We had fun together and the intimacy was amazing. They hung out. July arrived and we were having problems, spats over dumb small things. She showed no desire in closeness. Her day would be of interest to me, but she exhibited no curiosity about me. Long bathroom stays and baths all the damn time, yet she wanted to gripe about not spending time with us. July passed like this. August started to get more tense. She even tried to present me with lingerie and stated it would be for my birthday, like if everything was normal. My birthday arrives, she gets me several LPs but nothing particularly noteworthy. I had a tough day at work. She did too apparently, and we ended up cooking and hanging around together. I reasoned, it's a work day and it's whatever. She seems not truly present but delivers intimacy. We had several major arguments in September at last, one of which she begged to have some alone time. Though this was suspicious, I became insane as I felt our marriage was falling apart. As correct as me. Taking the dogs, I headed to spend the evening with my brother and his family. I returned home early in the afternoon the following day. I never stopped her from hanging out with her friends. She had mentioned she wanted to go before I arrived. I arrived home at about 12 o'clock. At 6 or 7 she arrived home. Happy to see her, I told her when I saw her. She said the month was awful and that week was especially so. She was unpleasant, snarky, straightforward nasty, not kissing me. I kept urging her to tell me what was going on. I wanted us to be fine. I sensed things were off. Now a quite good friend, an acquaintance, expressed concern after seeing me at work. I told him I loved my wife very much. We had been married for 1.5 at this point and had been together for 8.5 years, yet I had no idea what to do. He advised marriage therapy and advised reading ***The 5 Love Languages** and another book I cannot remember right now. After reading the book right away I knew I had been giving work too much top priority. Our company is owned by my brother and me. Since COVID, we have been overrun as business has been flourishing. I never stopped trying to love her or be close, both physically and in talks, though even then. She had vanished though. I got home that same day and she was unwell. I looked after hers. As she was getting dressed the next morning, I gently and affectionately requested whether we might talk before she left. Having read the book all night before, I told her everything I had discovered. Although I said I had been lazy, I loved her and advised us to visit marriage counseling to try to mend things because we had our son and loved one another. She broke down crying and kept repeating I was going to hate her, hence anything I said must have set off her. She finally acknowledged that she had cheated on me last weekend when she was with her friends after being urged to be straight up with me. Though I was stunned and totally blown away, I loved my son, marriage and wife. Like a fool, I assured her everything was good, I could forgive her, but she had to come clean on everything. She then clammed up. No names, no information. Basically, she had been having an emotional affair until that day in September and had been chatting to the other man since July. How could I find her credible? I did not. I told her she had parodied our marriage and our vows. It was Thursday. She rejected and offered very little justification when I tried to have a conversation with her that evening. She said she had told the other guy she had confessed to me, but she never consented to discuss things. Friday comes around the same way. I'm dry heaving, haven't slept, feel eerie, furious, and damaged within. When Saturday finally arrived, my brother advised me to go home and go out what was happening after seeing the damage I was causing. She got up, started working out, and I stayed a mess all the while. I phoned my father, who had been the cheater in his marriage, but my mother and he sorted things out. Their marriage has been wonderful for 38 years now. I asked him for his opinion. He said, she understood exactly what she was doing. It's not a mistake. She has to decide. If she doesn't, that tells you all you need to know. Though a wreck, I got myself together. I made sure our son was looked after and tidied the house. I then descended to our apartment gym and instructed her to come see me after she finished. She showed up half an hour later, and I gently reminded her that she had to decide between our family and marriage or the other guy. All I got was, I don't know, and she requested for some time. I agreed on the stipulation that she not see or contact him. She agreed and headed for a 2-hour run. On an app, I could see her whereabouts. She returned, at last saw I had cleaned the place and started to cry. What she had decided, I asked her. Once more it was a profusion of I don't know. She muttered, it's over, at last as I pushed her. Okay, I answered. I grabbed a duffel bag, stuffed some clothes inside, and she started crying since I was truly leaving. I was crying too. My son is distracted with computer games, so he's good when I kiss him and tell him I'm going to spend a short time at his uncle's. I bail, I tell her I'll be back in the morning for my stuff. When I arrive at about 6 a.m. the next morning, I take trash bags right away and head straight into our bedroom, bathroom and closet to begin packing everything I own into them. Tears flowing, she sits up in bed staring at me. She probes me about what I'm doing and I tell her she made her choice. She begins to wail. Though it breaks my heart, my wife is also wanted once more. Like a fool, I lie in bed with her, embrace her and kiss her for half an hour. She has to come clean. I assure her it doesn't have to be this way. Silence. Furious, I yelled at her that all of this was useless. I pack and inform her my father and brother are at a cafe 5 minutes away, waiting for my call to assist with the heavy stuff. It is 11 a.m. by now, and I have bagged everything. She wants us to tell our son what? We go wake him and give him a farce of an explanation for poor communication. She says she would rather not see my family. She is embarrassed, hence I do not blame her. She brings our son shopping, and I can tell he's a little disoriented and bewildered. My dad and brother answer when I call. We took my 3 TVs and all the gadgets I had acquired to make our house smart. Naturally, I left my son all his great stuff. I love him and none of this is his fault. She texts me not to go and to wait for her and our son before I head off. I'm waiting. She finds the place looking as though it had been looted. She advises me not to go and notes that our son, enraged, knocked over a display and expressed desire we could still be a family. I give her a look that says nothing nice, and then I tell her naturally he does. I want to, but what the devil is she looking for? Once more with the I have no idea. I say remaining is pointless for me. She should notify her parents as, should they discover it from our kid, they would be enraged. The first week of October arrives next week. I attempt to keep our son on a routine. Some mornings I have to be at work early, so I show up for him, drive him to school, and make breakfast. On other mornings I take him to see his grandparents. I load everything on her parents when they inquire about what's going on. She is sticking to her foolishness even though I tell them we should mend things. I'm not clear. Having learned to love and respect one another, her dad is angry and depressed for me. She is texting me about how she hates herself and finds it hard to believe she accomplished all this. She is still chatting to the other man all through. She even inquires as to if we may get back together. I tell her she knows what she has to do if she wants me back. During the week, I pick up my son after practice and head home. I love him, thus I consent when he wants to show me something. We spent 1 hour in his room. She's a wreck when I walk out to the living room. She approaches me closely and wants me to sit down with her, encircling me with arms. I almost give in, but I get up and tell her I'm not doing this if she's still chatting to or involved with this man. She claims she cut it off, hence I sit down and hug her. We even gently kiss and I touch her. The phone then rings, a new ringtone, and I know she is panicking inside. From her end he has been phoning all day. I ask her to show me she stopped it and stare her in the eyes. She starts to cry and objects. She understands what she has to do if she wants me, I remind her once more. I'm still returning throughout the week to pick up my son from school and even cooking meals to store in the refrigerator. She is not doing laundry. I have to push myself not to do it for her. But I find my son smells from not washing and his blankets are dirty. Her neglect of him calls for me to chastise her. Her friends wanted to take her to the Renaissance fair that weekend, and I find it amazing how she is acting as if everything is good. She asks whether I might spend a few hours watching our son. I want time with him, therefore I say yes, but even I know I'm not really ready for that. I agree otherwise as well. 4 additional lads walk out and get in my car when I show up after work to fetch him up from his friend's house, probably a sleepover. Not at him, but at her, I am enraged. She understands from my call that I would be leaving should she not return. She is behaving all piffy about it and it takes 3 hours to return. She has the arrogance to argue that spending her birthday with pals shouldn't cause her guilt. She took advantage, and this is never going to happen again. She should feel horrible given all that is going on. Weeping, she asks, "What, am I only supposed to be a mother?" I don't say anything about that either, but god damn it, yes, you picked this before I even entered the scene. We chat a little longer, and she even invites me to stay, to sleep in the same bed and be close. I turn it down and head off. My son strikes me as depressed. Even though it's taxing both financially and emotionally, I keep seeing him since now I'm just 45 minutes away. Her parents just know what I have told them since she is avoiding them too. This is October 25th, the birthday of my ex. Things have been strange. I am shamefully performing the pick-me dance. Monday here, and I'm sending nice video greetings, but she seems apathetic about it. I start with a little present, working my way up, then I go in the morning to look after our son, drive him to school, and then I do what I always do on her birthday week. I cleaned off a picture of the 3 of us at a pumpkin patch when we first got acquainted. It's a lovely image. I developed this itching inside me just before leaving. Though I had no idea what set off me, I started looking about. Opening a fresh shoebox, I discovered a new vibrator, a new dildo, and new butt plugs within. When I left, I had tossed every toy we owned. She preserved the container as well, and the postmarks date the day I left. Even a gift note including the man's name. Then I found a note tucked within the shoebox. It came from a woman, but her last name matched that of the AP's other gift note. Opening it, I came upon a picture of a family. 2 small boys, a baby, a dog, a guy and a lady. Along with it was a letter informing my ex that she might retain AP but had wrecked her marriage. The woman clarified that she had learned about him from the toys he had sent. I snapped pictures and went right to her parents to show what I had discovered. Get a lawyer, get all my ducks in a row, and then file, her dad advised me, same counsel many of you had given me. That same day I did that. When it arrived a few days later, I handed her the paperwork. We sat on it for months. We attended soccer matches, had a few private evenings, but I wouldn't dare sleep with her even though the chance presented itself. At one soccer game, she eventually observed that I wasn't really at my best. I prodded till she said she was seeing someone. That following week, I turned in every file. We seem caught up right now. Update 6. I returned to the same vacation location I visited last summer in order to snowboard. Just me out here, this was my first true adventure. All wholly mine. I never made the trip to serve as a kind of diversion or anything else. I visited the slopes 10 years ago and performed rather well. I can't describe how emotionally satisfying it is to be without the drag of my ex-wife, who hated everything outdoors, let alone snow or cold. Snowboarding has always made me happy. I was thumbing my ring finger trying to spin the long-gone ring as I strolled throughout the city. Though we had been separated almost 2 years ago, seeing couples engage in Valentine's Day activities somewhat weighs on my heart. It's strange. I suppose I miss having the ring there, especially what the ring ought to have symbolized. Ultimately, though with my ex, it was only a lump of metal and a false promise. I guess I'm simply reflecting, but I can't describe how quite dreamy this has been. After hurting so terribly, the happiness, Enthusiasm, laughing and foolishness that have permeated my life seem amazing. Hell, I'm sore and in pain beyond what I can recall from the last time I went snowboarding, but this ache is one I have totally missed. For those of you who are struggling, however, cliched as it seems, it does indeed get better with time. Spend some time grieving and hurting, then go forward. Improve yourself for yourself. I appreciate everyone being there and listening. Update 7. The divorce occurred 2 years ago. This is the month the divorce was finalized. As the title suggests, the dreams are resurfacing. Strange seems to be the situation. Dreaming, we find ourselves at a house I have never seen before. She begs me to accompany her upstairs. We both are nude. We arrive upstairs to what looks to be our room, and she looks me up and down, giving me that smile I remember and liked, then says, "Hi." I have nowhere to start. She walks up, puts her hands in mine, and all I can say back is, "Hi." She presses her body into mine and I encircle her in my arms. Her beautiful skin and warmth really speak to me. She smells her shampoo even now. Actually, I'm pleased my dog woke me up seconds later. This is my second dream for this month. Not since last November, not seen my ex in months. Emotion such things is strange. More of a what the heck kind of emotion. One reason all of this is happening could be my recent house building on my own. I guess I'm just sort of airing out my mind. Today feels odd. My warmest wishes go out to those of you hurting. Update 8. I met with my son yesterday in great anticipation. Since his last birthday, I had not heard anything significant from him. It has been killing me. Again though, I understand how teenagers behave and I'm sure he has a lot on his plate with his middle school to high school change. His mother's obnoxious boyfriend is also a factor. To be honest, when he at last picked up the phone, I got rather happy. Our chat was nice. It took a moment of me telling him what I'd been up to, building a house, our corgi getting older, and as always, our love of video games, to pull him out of his shell. High ranking in Rocket League, he has been invited to a competition including pros scheduled for Twitch broadcast. I really am thrilled for him. We should keep chatting. He promises to email me the link. From his now totally different voice, I take it as a little triumph that he still thinks of me as dad. I am flattered and happy. My heart started feeling it once more a few hours after our afterglow conversation. It was more of a dull ache, just aching deep down within me. It hurt and bothered me enough to cause me to hardly sleep last night. Seeing my attitude, my father asked what was bothering me. I first found it difficult to actually put it into words, but the second time he asked, it came naturally. The weight and suffering still exist even if I'm completely happy when I have my son and can still be a part of his life in any manner he chooses. It's enough to keep my head spinning over why. At this point, I realize the cause has no bearing on anything or would provide comfort. Everything is done and accomplished, however even 2 years down the road it is still fresh and painful. My pride in being my son's dad and my emotions of love and admiration for him are so entwined with the love I had for my ex, which now simply acts as a painful reminder every time I see him. Though I can't say I know what you're feeling, coming from this side of your situation, you may need to ask yourself if the pain and suffering are worth it for your mental health and general well-being. My father, a cheater in his own time but someone who makes amends and keeps on doing so, told me. Though you love him with all your being and the time you spend brings enormous delight, it follows days of rehabilitation for you. I am not advising you to give up on him as, if it were me trying to be there for you, I would never stop. Perhaps you should nonetheless, let go of everything. You gave all you have. I haven't seen you this joyful in a long time. Still, I can see the toll it takes on you. Your emotions divided between your love for your son and the anguish you obviously still have from how you were deceived. I understand he's acting as a father, seeing obvious suffering on my face while his son battles. He would never want it lastingly. Given the lengths of his military training, which trained him to detach himself and view events from several angles, I take it as his attempt to provide wise guidance. He does not intend to just vanish from my son's life, I'm sure. Maybe he only wants me to keep outside of it all. Perhaps he only wants to spare me the suffering still afflicting my heart. Just letting my ideas float about. My best wishes extend to everyone suffering right now. Particularly to those in healing, remain strong and keep cheerful. Comments. OP, your first response and attitude to him calling were exactly perfect. For a teen especially, this is all quite challenging ground to walk. Talk not of his mother, her partner, or their domestic situation. Create an oasis out of yourself and your relationship with your son. Be in his life a non-judging lighthouse. Should the matter come up, avoid pledging yourself to a position. Still keep your distance and objectivity. Find out his short-term bucket list. Perhaps you two might handle a few of those jointly. Luck. I agree absolutely and thank you. Out of our conversations, I make sure to keep any reference to his home situation or anything about his mother away. I concentrate on talking about just him and me and avoid passing opinions. Though it feels like negotiating in the dark, I am trying to assist him with a list. That's the intensity of my affection. I won't give up on him. Thank you for the guidance. I will keep making sure that what we publish is a refuge. My fiancée changed right after I proposed, and now her friends call me toxic. Am I the asshole for wanting to end the engagement? I am 32, just recently proposed to my girlfriend of 2 years Sharon, F30, like a month and a half ago, and it feels like the second the ring got on her finger, her attitude and behavior took a total 180. The entire time we were dating, we seemed exceptionally compatible, and at least it seemed we shared common beliefs and morals. 7 weeks ago, I proposed and she said yes and I felt like it was the happiest moment for the two of us. But not even a week later, it's like her attitude totally flipped. I thought I knew all her friends, but one day I came home and there were 6 women I've never seen before, and Sharon introduced me to them. I was curious as to why I was just now meeting them, when I already met Sharon's 2 best friends, Michelle and Octavia, both not present, over a year and a half ago. Sharon said she wanted to make sure we were a sure thing before I met her inner circle. I found this strange, not to mention it was a weeknight and they were quickly draining my wine rack of wine. Sharon still had her own place, but she stayed with me so often she practically lives there. Still, I found it incredibly rude when they left, with 4 empty bottles of rosé in their wake. I tried to talk to Sharon about having uninvited guests on weeknights and she dismissed my grievance very flippantly. More than that, she brushed me off. The following weeks she went out with the girls several times, and when she brought the girls to my place, twice without notice, once with notice to appease me, her words, they all treated me like a butler, shaking their empty wine glasses at me for refills. After the 4th time, I made it clear that I will get a locked wine rack. Sharon just called me no fun after that. It gets worse. Sharon decided me and the girls got off on the wrong foot, and said we should have dinner together at a nice restaurant. Well, I went and it was not great. The 6 kept prodding me about my life, my house, my career, but deflected every question I asked. It got especially bad at night when they started talking about modern relationships and jealousy, and one of them brought up some key points about relationships that I thought Sharon and I were on the same page about, specifically what-ifs regarding polyamory and being friends with exes. To my shock, Sharon said we shouldn't be too hasty on such decisions, which was a total 180 to how she expressed herself on these things only a month prior, where she was vehemently against keeping ex-intimate partners in friend circles and was staunchly monogamous. The worst part was when the bill arrived, Sharon announced it should be together and slid me the check. I told her she can't be serious, and we got into a bit of an argument. I ended it by putting my amount down in cash and walked out, leaving them to figure out the rest of the bill. The next few days after that, Sharon kept calling me toxic and fragile, but every time I even pushed it, she would give an apology and promise she was just stressed at work. It's nuts, we haven't even planned the wedding yet. The worst part was this Monday, when at work, I got a Nest doorbell alert, checked and saw Sharon and one of her 6 new friends arriving at my place, going in and exiting with my golf clubs. This set was a gift from my father, and it cost a pretty penny too, so Sharon lending it out without my permission got me pissed. I immediately called Sharon and told her and her friend to return the clubs. Sharon tried to gaslight me with, "But you promised to lend the clubs to her boyfriend, remember?" I told her the clubs cost would move it into a serious crime, and her friend had an hour to return them or the cops would be called. Sharon kept insisted she got my permission and I told her to cut the crap. Well, not 45 minutes later I got another notification of Sharon and her friend coming back with the clubs and going inside, leaving them, Sharon's friend flipping off the Nest doorbell on the way out. I got home and saw Sharon's friend literally just threw the clubs and back on the living room floor. Sharon tried to talk to me about my toxicity again, and I told her again to cut the crap. I said if I knew this was how she was, I would have never proposed. That seemed to freak her out and she again insisted that she was stressed from work, but I wasn't buying it anymore. I told her to return the ring and her key and we would talk about our relationship this weekend. She cried and begged me not to cancel the engagement and insisted that it was just stress. I told her again we will talk about it this weekend. She finally relented. I had my house rekeyed anyway after she left, just to be safe. Sharon has been texting me constant messages of love and apologies for getting swept up, and insisted she was only wanting to show me off to her close friends. I don't know, I'm just not buying it. The same close friends have been sending me texts daily, calling me toxic and fragile again. saying they knew I wasn't man enough for Sharon or secure enough to share her with friends. A few of my friends that knew Sharon the entire 2 years we were dating were surprised and can't believe she turned hide this quick, and that there must be something missing, or that I'm leaving something out. They say I must have said something to trigger her friends to act like this, and I had to have been the somewhere along the process. I don't know, it's a lot to take from all directions right now. Relevant comments. Comment 1. 2 years and she didn't introduce you to these friends. She knows how terrible they are and how terrible she is with them. She put on quite a show to get the ring, and now that she thought she had you locked down, she can show her true colors. Unless you are leaving out something, you're definitely NTA. You are not toxic or fragile. You have standards. What she did at the restaurant and with the clubs is toxic. It seems like she wants to show them she has you wrapped around her finger and that you will allow her, and them, to do whatever they want. I wouldn't give her another chance to use you for what you can do or give to her. No one that loves you would treat you like this, friends or no friends present. Comment 2. Agreed. No one hides away an important part of their lives for 2 whole years. I'm wondering if she's had people dump her before because of these friends. Either way, OP's lucky they've seen it all now and can move on from this crazy lady. Though I'd be very tempted to get in touch with her best friends he knew about and see what info they have about the situation. Just because I really am a nosy fucker. Comment 3. OP, if you're stupid enough to even ponder resuming this relationship, just tell her that, given actions to date, you'll be getting a prenup, with a full financial separation, to even consider marrying her. I promise the reaction will be enlightening. Pesa, quit while you're behind, and thank whatever deity you may or may not believe in. She let the mask slip before the wedding. Comment 4. NTA, you said you had met 2 of her friends, Michelle and Octavia, previously. Have they had anything to say about this flipped behavior or the 6 strangers that materialized? Reply, I messaged Michelle on Facebook last night. I asked her about the 6 and she told me that her, Octavia, and Sharon are cousins and grew up together. Michelle said that she didn't really care for the 6, but didn't say much else. Oh fuck no dude, you need to end this relationship. She has been putting on a false front the whole time. She knows how toxic they are. She figured now that you had proposed, you couldn't leave. This is who she really is. The person you dated for 2 years? That's a false front to get the proposal. It's like abusers who never hit their spouse until after they are married. They know they need to hide it, because they know it will drive the partner away. They wait till the commitment is deep enough. She showed her hand too fast and too early. Kick her ass to the curb immediately. Call her out on every gaslight. Every time she cries and says she's stressed or whatever, ask her why she lies 100% of the time in front of her friends then. If she's telling the truth, they can come over, and in front of her friends, she will for a whole evening, disagree with them on polygamy, open relationships, your role, they need to be open, etc. etc. Tell her if she's just stressed, she must be willing now to call them and openly admit all of what she was saying with them was untrue. Or, this is who she is. She gave you pleasant fiction when you were alone and it was easy to hide. Now you see who she chooses to be. Who she wants to be. Dump her. Move on. Date Michelle. An update: 1 year later, I'm rethinking having kids with my wife after what I discovered about her father. Am I the asshole? Original post. My wife Jessica, 32F, and I, 30M, have been married for 2 years and are trying for a baby. Jessica has an older sister, Mary, that she isn't close to. She told me that they had a huge falling out over some family drama and just don't speak anymore. I asked a few times about the entire situation, but she would say she doesn't like talking about it and doesn't think it's important. It was Jessica's brother's birthday yesterday and we were all over at his house to celebrate. Mary made an appearance and there was a lot of drama. Long story short, she called Jessica and her brothers out for still associating with their dad when they know that he is a child molester. No one was paying her any mind and I was really confused on what the hell was going on. When Mary left and Jessica and I went home, I asked Jessica what the hell happened. She said that when they were kids, Mary used to claim that their dad used to molest her. I asked if it's true and Jessica was stuttering a lot. She said she knows her dad used to do bad things but that Mary cut them all off when she turned 18 and moved out. I asked if she is admitting that she knows her dad was a child molester and did things to his own daughter. She said he doesn't do it anymore and he was just in a really bad place in his life and he apologized to Mary, so there's nothing else anyone can do for Mary. I was honestly appalled. I also feel so terrible for Mary. Jessica made it seem like Mary did something wrong and deserved to be basically exiled from the family. I could have never imagined that this is what happened. I asked if she expects me to now be willing to have that man around our future children and she started shouting at me, saying I'm judging him off something that happened 2 decades ago, and whether I like it or not, he is going to be our child's grandpa and he will be in their lives. I said if she insists on it, I think we need to hold off on having kids and have serious conversations about it. She's extremely angry at me, but I don't know how I could better react, to be honest. This feels like a huge deal that she is minimizing. AITA, relevant comments. Commenter, NTA and run. Please talk to someone from RAIN. They are an organization for victims of sexual assault. This is not something minor like occasionally being crabby with your kids on the mornings you have a migraine. This is a crime. I know a victim of child sexual abuse, and many years later and thousands of dollars in therapy, this woman is still hurting. You need to get out now. OP. I wish I could accurately describe how Mary looked and sounded when she was going off on her siblings that day. It actually sent shivers down my spine. She looked so angry but so defeated at the same time. All while they were all looking at her like she was crazy. I still can't wrap my head around it. I want to reach out to her and check if she's alright, but I don't know how appropriate that will be. Commenter, NTA, someone who has glossed over child molestation. Would she want to leave a future child of yours with grandpa for the night? That's chilling. And once you have kids, even if you divorced her for this later, you couldn't get full custody over this, if grandpa never went to prison for it and isn't a convicted sex offender. It's awful all the way around. I can't believe you've been married 2 years before you even hear this story. OP, that's exactly what I was thinking. He never went to prison. Never been reported to the police at all, and there's no proof of what he did, so I would have no case and no power to keep him away from our children. I don't want to feel helpless in what happens to my children. I don't want to fail them like that. I don't think I should even have them with her at any point now that this has all come to light. Commenter, and I bet she did everything she could to hide this from him their whole relationship. OP, I think this is a huge part of why I'm so angry at her. She had so many opportunities to tell me. There are instances where she had to have actively gone out of her way to keep this entire thing from me. And if Mary hadn't shown up to their brother's birthday party, I would have still been in the dark. Top comment, NTA pedophiles rarely retire. There is no consensus bot on AITA, but top comments were NTA. This is still one of the most popular posts of all time on the AITA sub-update post. It's been nearly a year since my initial post, so I thought I would give an update. A few days after my original post, I sat Jessica down and told her how I was feeling. I told her I'm not okay with what she and her family had done to Mary. They knew what their dad had done to her but still chose to take his side and make Mary look crazy. I told her I'm also not okay with brushing her father's crimes under the rug. She was quiet and didn't say anything. She didn't try to defend herself or her family. She was just staring at me in a very chilling way. Almost like she was indifferent to whatever I had to say and just wanted it to be over. I told her I needed time to myself and I would leave and think about what I wanted to do. Suddenly she was paying attention. She seemed shocked and panicked. She started begging me not to leave, saying I'll get over it in a few days when we get back to how we usually are and things settle down. She said all families have skeletons in their closet and that this can't define our marriage. I said no and I left the house for a few days. I ignored all her calls and those of her family. I reached out to Mary on Facebook. I wrote her a lengthy message about how I had no idea all she had been through and that I'm so sorry for how her family treated her. I told her to reach out to me if she ever needs anything. She got back to me and asked if we could meet for coffee. We met up the day after. At first it was small talk, then she asked if I would be okay if she told me her version of events. I said of course I would, and she spoke to me about it. Everything her dad did and how her family treated her after she told them. I felt physically sick. She even told me stories about how Jessica told her friends that Mary has a mental condition that causes hallucinations, and that just in case Mary starts rumors about their family, that's why. A lot of people still believe Mary has a mental condition because of Jessica. I knew after that talk that I had to end things with Jessica. I went over to our house and told her I want a divorce. I told her I cannot stand the thought of being her husband and a part of their disgusting family. All she did was cry and ask all this for her. I knew then that she hadn't changed. She was still the same person that did all of those things to Mary, and she was still doing them. We're still not officially divorced, but we haven't been together since, and we are going through the process. It's just taking longer than I thought to get it finalized. Mary and I became friends. I invited her to a birthday dinner my family were hosting for me, and she hit it off with my cousin. He's crazy about her, and she seems really happy with him too. He keeps asking me if it would be too early to propose, and I have to tell him to not scare her away, lol. But they have a really wholesome relationship and I'm really happy for them. As for me, I'm just surviving. Divorces are tough, but but I know I made the right choice. Thank you to everyone that responded and gave me advice, I really appreciate it. Relevant comments. Comment 1. WTF, did I read now? Do all families have skeletons? This is not a skeleton, this is a whole cemetery. Reply. Family skeletons are usually benign, trivial, even banal, at least in my family they are. This is a full-on family conspiracy to make Mary look like she's lost her mind while shielding a pedophile. Fuck yeah. OOP made the right call to walk away from this mess. Mine aren't benign, but they're either just weird or alcoholism, drug abuse, untreated mental illness, etc. Like, the normal amount of fucked up. Or, maybe a little more but like, not defending a pedophile. More just, sympathy for addicts. Comment 2. All she did was cry and ask, all this for her. The fact she has an issue with Mary but not her father being a pedophile just shows that this lady is a piece of trash. She can seriously fuck off. Comment 3. Either that, or be all shocked about it. Like, who could have predicted such an unexpected outcome? How could she have possibly known this would happen? Comment 4. I'm disgusted to be in the same asylum as her. Sign my petition to have Jessica reclassified as a segmented worm. My fiance's quirky food choices are ruining our meals. Now she's disappeared after a fight. Am I the asshole for reaching my limit? Original post. Maybe I'm making too much out of this. Maybe it is a big problem and why I'm posting here. This has been going on since we've dated in college. I'll use last night as an example. I'm always a safe order guy, meaning I get chicken tenders, steak, a burger, orange chicken, etc. It's not that I dislike other food, it's that if I'm doing something crazy I want to buy it, prepare it, cook and serve it, be in control of the whole process. She always orders the special, the catch of the day, the taster's menu, etc. And she invariably says, I don't really like this, I should have just ordered what you got, let's switch. And she grabs my plate. Sometimes I'm able to eat her food, sometimes it really is bad and then I go hungry. I've brought this up with her and she has upfront told me she thinks it makes her quirky and fun, and I've known this since dating her. Last night we went to a sports bar after our league beach volleyball game and we're starving. I just wanted food so I ordered chicken tenders and fries. This dingy sports bar was having a snow crab special, which of course she wanted. I begged her to please just order something they couldn't mess up and she accused me of being so boring. Food came, her crab legs looked, smelled and tasted like they were rotting wax and of course she didn't want it and wanted my tenders. I finally stood up for myself and said no, she could send them back and order her own food. Cue massive fight. She accused me of wasting food, of not cooperating with her and not reading the room, whatever they meant. I told her that no, I was not doing it this time. She started crying and demanded to go home. I said no, I was so hungry I was eating my food. I think she got an Uber to a friend's house and I have not seen her since. I'm fed up. Is this breakup worthy and what should I do about this? Edit. We are engaged and live together. We also share credit cards and bank accounts. Top comments. Comment 1. She sounds insanely entitled and the mentality and temper of a 4-year-old. Why would anyone want to date someone like that? Comment 2. Because she's quirky and fun per as seriously though, she needs to act like an adult. Comment 3. I'm very Joey doesn't share food and if someone pulled this shit with me and expected me to let it slide because they thought it made them quirky and fun, I'd be gone. She sounds annoying AF, extremely entitled and also very slightly psychotic for expecting OP to go hungry. All because she's playing the part of a quirky, fun and adventurous foodie. I expect this has more to do with her testing his limits than just food as evidenced by her blowing up when he suggested, quite logically, she order something else. It's like she wants him to suffer to prove how endearing he finds her. OOP. To be fair to her I don't think she expects me to go hungry. In fact I'll bet she's never noticed if I finish her meal or not. Comment 4. That's telling if she doesn't even notice. Makes you wonder what else she isn't noticing about you in the relationship. OOP. I don't want to sound like a crybaby because I have made a choice with her but yes I do more of the labor in the relationship. Comment 5. It's only quirky and fun if she eats what she fucking orders. I realize you already know this, but why in the hell should you have to give up your food because of her bad gamble? At the core of it, it sure seems like a, let's see how much of my bullshit he will indulge test. I would say no more would be the correct answer. You haven't seen her since. I suspect she'll be back in touch, and you can give her an opportunity to apologize, but that shit is unacceptable. She owes you an apology, and I sort of doubt you're going to get one. OOP. Your second paragraph was what I've felt for a long time put into words. Thank you. Comment 6. If she's the one labeling it quirky and fun, it isn't. I want to try something, but she needs to order her own food. Who pays the tab? OOP. I mean technically we both do since we have shared credit cards and bank accounts. Update. Reddit. I don't remember the exact timeline of how things went down on Sunday as far me posting, but original was locked when she texted me at 6 p.m. telling me that I owed her a huge apology for the way I behaved at the sports bar and the volleyball game. I still don't know what that is about. I asked her where she was. She said she would tell me when I apologized. I said I was not going to apologize. She said she needed some time to think whether this relationship was right for her. I told her that I was just exhausted by so much of what she does that I couldn't do it anymore. She hung up and I haven't heard from her since. She hasn't even been by to pick up a change of clothes, so I don't know where she is. I canceled all my credit cards we shared and opened a new bank account and took half out of our share, but she hasn't taken any money out or used her debit card, so I guess I'm a little concerned since for all effect purposes she's disappeared. I'm not too worried now, but if I haven't heard anything by Friday I'll call her parents. I kind of think she's doing this disappearing act for attention. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Wait. So to sum this up, she ignored your reasonable request to order food she knows she'll like, publicly threw a fit when you wouldn't give up your own meal despite being warned that's what would happen, yelled, stormed out, and has been MIA for days. Over a meal? That she could have easily sent back herself. Holy drama, bruh. Like, wow. Bullet dodged, huh? Can you imagine a whole lifetime of ridiculous public tantrums over easily resolvable stuff? Yikes. OP. Well, the meal and whatever it is I did to make her mad at the volleyball game. Comment 2, text her to pick up her things by X date or you will have it sent to her parents. I think she is doing this for attention and all the more reason you were right to dump her. Tell her parents you broke up and she has not been in contact. Tell them that she did not tell you where she was, but could they check on her? Don't wait on that. The sooner you do this, the sooner you can get her out of your life. OP, okay, I can do this. Probably a good idea. OOP made a final edit. Edit. I called her parents, they haven't heard from her either, and me calling them now has them worried because they thought she was with me. I'm going to drive her important things over to their house and wash my hands of her. Whatever happens to her is of her own making at this point. My wife's creepy hobby turned into a full-blown conspiracy. She even planted evidence to ruin our neighbor's marriage. Original post. Okay, this sounds insane, but I swear my wife is totally normal otherwise. Which makes this so strange to me. For context, we're both in our later 30s and live in a pretty typical suburban neighborhood where we all know each other. My wife has always loved trashy movies and shows about infidelity, and she eats up true crime about spouses killing their cheating partners too. She just says something about it that makes her morbidly fascinated in her words. Well, a couple months back we had a scandal in our neighborhood where a married couple in the neighborhood divorced because the husband cheated. No, there wasn't a murder or anything like that, but she became obsessed with learning every detail from every neighbor. No matter the occasion, be it a baby shower or cookout, she would bring it up hoping there would be any new information. A month later is when I stumbled on the board in her home office. I was doing some cleaning and I found a massive bulletin board facing away leaned up against the wall. Curiosity got the better of me and I turned it around to find a literal fucking conspiracy board of all our neighbors' pictures with lines of yarn connecting each other like the fucking Pepe Sylvia meme. I was totally confused and asked where this was, and she told me it was a hobby she had started recently where she would track rumors or likely candidates for cheating on the board. The yarn represented who was possibly cheating with whom. She had clearly gotten all the images on Facebook or some social media and printed them out and even had a few sticky notes with details. I told her this was creepy and insane, and she said maybe if I was doing it as a man, but she is just having harmless fun as a hobby and she wouldn't be crazy and try to oust anyone based on rumors. She just likes feeling like a detective. She told me to view it like a creative art piece. I was still super weirded out but let it go, or tried. I thought about it a lot. Well, every now and then I admit to checking the board when cleaning, but just a couple days ago I looked to see that now I was on the board with a yarn attached to a neighbor's wife I am casual friends with. I asked her why she would add me if she thought I was cheating, and she said that was a different yarn color for potential matches for cheating. She said if it makes me feel better, she was planning on adding herself to the board soon. Well, I got pissed and kinda lost my temper about it. I told her to get rid of the board or our marriage will be in trouble. Things have been super rocky since. Sorry for the long post, I am starting to feel bad and it hit me more than usual this morning. Should I apologize to her? And before you ask, no, I don't suspect her of cheating. Honestly, I wish she was because it would at least make more sense than this. AITA? Update. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Firstly, appreciate all of the concerns and NTAs. It gave me the courage to approach her and tell her that while I may have overreacted by threatening our marriage, I think it is a creepy thing to do. She apologized and said she would get rid of the board. I thought we were good. Literally 2 days later. 2 days later. It hits the fan. Our happily married next-door neighbor finds a woman's bra under the bed that does not belong to her. It doesn't take long for the whole neighborhood to find out. Well, my wife is giddy, like jumping up and down for joy. She showed me the board, which she still didn't trash like she promised, and of course the husband was marked with yarn, meaning he was likely to cheat. She told me the board was accurate after all and maybe she should keep her hobby around. I was definitely suspicious, so I looked at the board again later. It looked different from the last time I saw it before the latest scandal. Instead of the yarn connecting to another neighbor, the cheating husband's yarn connected to a post-it with a question mark. Firstly, it was the only question mark there and I swore it wasn't there last time I saw the board. So either she changed it after the cheating to prove a point or slightly before it happened, which made me even more suspicious either way. Now I felt like I was the detective and I was going crazy. I went over to the cheating husband to ask a few questions. The wife was staying with her parents, so it was just the two of us. I asked him if he actually did it and he said no, he would never. Then I asked if my wife had been over recently. He said one day while you were at work his wife asked her to water a plant they had while they were both away and told her where the key was, so yes. I immediately raised an eyebrow. I asked if he still had the bra and he was getting nervous and told me not to get the wrong idea. I said don't worry. He still had the bra and I looked at it. It was my wife's, but one I knew she almost never wore because it was from a lingerie set I bought her one Christmas she said was uncomfortable. I told my neighbor I needed to talk to my wife and ran out, but I told him not to worry. I approached her with the bra and asked her what was going on. She played stupid but I told her to cut the BS. I asked if she had either cheated on me with him or planted it there, either way she was in trouble. She confessed to planting the bra and said it was to make me admit her hobby was valid, or something. I flipped on her. I said this was worse than her cheating on me because instead of ruining just our marriage she ruined our neighbors and ours. I demanded she call the wife and admit to everything. Even sending pictures of the board. I even showed the Reddit post which actually helped convince her my wife had planted it rather than cheated with her husband. Well, they made up, but now I have no idea what to do. I am barely speaking to my wife and it is only a matter of time before the entire neighborhood figures this out. I seriously need advice. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I honestly refuse to believe this is real. Your wife is actually nuts. This is insane behavior to have. Comment 2. I was thinking just the opposite. This one is so original it's got to be real. No AI is going to come up with this insanity. That's left to humans. Comment 3. There's I am too interested in the neighborhood gossip. And then there's I planted a bra to ruin my neighbor's marriage and kept a detective board of cheaters. I could forgive the detective board and the gossip interest even if it's not my thing. But planting evidence for an affair is just cruel. Incredibly cruel. Who even thinks like that? My best friend made a move on my husband while I was away with my family. He pushed her away, but now I don't know what to do next. Original post. I think this is the right sub, but if not, I'm sorry. I can't think straight right now. We, 37F39M, have been together for 15 years, married for 12 and we have 4 kids. We've always had a wonderful loving relationship and have both been amazing partners to each other. My mom is not doing well health-wise and I flew out to her with our youngest on Friday morning and we will be flying back tomorrow night. A few hours ago my best friend called me crying and said that she got into a major fight with her husband after she found he cheated and asked if she could come over. She had forgotten that I wasn't in town and I talked to her for a little while and tried to calm her down. I also called my husband explaining the situation and asked if it was okay for my best friend to spend the night in our guest room and he was fine with it. I took our iPad with me to keep our youngest entertained while at my parents' place. It is logged into my husband's Apple ID email so his messages and calls show up on it. When I went to put it on charge I saw tens of messages from my best friend to my husband. I found it strange since they were supposed to be under the same roof and I knew it was wrong to snoop, but I ended up reading the messages anyway. Long story short, something happened between them. My husband kicked her out and my best friend wants to keep whatever it is a secret, but my husband says that I deserve to know. I don't know what to do or think now and I have no one I can talk to about this. What am I supposed to do now? Relevant comments. Comment 1, at least he wants to tell you about it. You should call him and ask him what it is that you deserve to know. It might just be that she made a move on him and he got mad and kicked her out, but contact him now. Comment 2, same. She's just been cheated on and she likely wanted revenge. But in her distress, she picked the nearest man to her, just made more of a mess of her life. Completely valid reason to cut her out. Also, if OP values the friendship, she has room to be understanding without looking foolish since her husband is loyal. She 100% owes him a huge high five. I would personally understand and forgive, but keep her at arm's length for years, if not forever. Just because I understand doesn't mean I'm going to give you access to my personal life again. About the husband, yes, loyalty is expected and mandatory. No, that doesn't mean that most people wouldn't take low-hanging fruit if offered. He isn't like most. That itself deserves acknowledgement since you saw it in practice before your eyes. Having verifiable proof your partner won't play you even if they reasonably could get away with it is worthy of celebration. Not necessarily because he deserves a treat, but because you now know you are truly safe with your back turned. If he kissed her or SMD'd then he can go get fucked though. Update. You guys were right. I wanted to have the conversation face to face and waited till I got back a few hours ago. We talked after we had dinner and all the kids went to bed. After my now former friend showered and freshened up, my husband gave her leftovers from dinner and they talked about her husband and the situation with her husband, and out of nowhere she tried to sit in his lap and tried kissing him, and my husband pushed her off and she tried again and told her that she had to leave. My husband admitted that he was tempted to call me late last night but didn't want to add more to my plate while I was with my mom and wanted to physically be there when he told me. I have talked to her since and she is back at her place and her husband is not there. She has been very apologetic and is saying that she wasn't in the right headspace and made a mistake trying something with my husband and is begging me to not break apart our friendship. To be honest, I feel bad for her, but she knows how much I love my husband and my family and she was willing to ruin everything, and I can't forgive that or rationalize it. My wife cheated with her gym trainer and demanded half of everything during our divorce, but my father secretly controlled our house and savings. Though here I am, I never imagined I would be publishing. Currently 35 years old. I have worked for a local company for about 10 years. I suppose I'm able to remain cool through all of this as I've always been a somewhat pragmatic man, level-headed and all that. Still, I wed Kathy, a 33-year-old. Although we have been married for 2, we have been together for almost 5. No children. Looking back today, this is most likely a benefit. Kathy has not worked since we were married. Originally in marketing, she wanted to take a break and concentrate on us once we tied the knot. I figured it was temporary and didn't mind. I made plenty for both of us. Our dwelling is modest yet enough to be comfortable. Our savings account is respectable. Nothing ostensive. Kathy had stayed at home most of her life, but suddenly things started to change. Though I can't say exactly when I first observed Kathy being aloof. When she went to the gym or with friends, she would stay out longer. She would get defensive when I inquired what was going on and stopped being loving. I first attributed it to stress or a normal marital slump, but as the weeks passed I couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. And so, lad, was I right. One evening Kathy was in the bathroom when her phone buzzed with a message. I looked over at it out of pure instinct. From a guy called Derek. It was. At first I didn't give it much thought, but something about the phrasing of the message felt strange. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow, babe," it said. Opening it let me discover what confirmed my greatest worries. For months, she had been seeing Derek, her gym teacher. The books were unambiguous, full of future plans that obviously did not call for me. Frozen, I sat there fixed on the phone. It surprised me. The woman I married and the person I trusted was cheating on me. Still, I felt numb rather than angry or depressed. I knew I had to face her without losing my calm, maybe the shock or maybe my pragmatic nature kicking in. I gently handed her the phone when she emerged from the toilet and asked her to explain. She first tried to reject it, claiming it was only a joke and nothing. She understood, though, that lying had no purpose when I read some of the books back to her. She murmured, "I want a divorce." Not even guilt, an apology, or regret. Nothing. Simply a chilly, distant remark. She said she had been seeing Derek for some time and that she was unhappy in our marriage now. She was leaving me for him. She paid no attention to sugarcoating it. Her next action, though, truly set off something. She began discussing splitting assets without pausing. She claimed she wanted half of everything. The house, the funds, everything we had created together. She even said she earned it as she gave her career to help me. The nerve astonished me. Still, I kept cool. Perhaps it's because I had already emotionally checked out at that point, or perhaps because deep down I knew something she didn't. I agreed then. I assured her I wouldn't fight her for a divorce if she wanted one. She could have half what she believed I possessed. She was shocked, most likely anticipating an emotional collapse or argument. I was not about to provide her with that gratification, though. Almost all of our assets were in my dad's name, something Kathy did not know. And something I felt not necessary to share with her. You know, my father is really astute. He advised me to name all of my key assets in his name years ago when I first began earning good income. Whether it be debt, lawsuits, or, as it turns out, a cheating partner, he said it would provide a safety net should something ever go wrong in the future. I didn't give it much thought at the time. It appeared only like wise financial planning. So I knew Kathy wouldn't be receiving what she expected when she insisted on half of everything. On paper, I had little, just a modest bank account, a car in my name, and a few miscellaneous oddities and ends. The house. In technical terms, it belonged to my dad. Most of my savings are here. Also is under my dad's supervision in accounting. I advised us to handle things through mediation instead than engaging in a messy legal fight. For both of us, I reasoned it would be simpler and less expensive. She accepted, obviously intending to leave with a substantial portion of my assets. She had no idea, though, that this arrangement with my dad had been in place for years and that, to be honest, I had ignored it until the divorce discussion started. Though I can't deny that I'm appreciative of my father's foresight, it wasn't quite what I had hoped for. Most of the funds and investments Kathy was looking at were officially owned by him, as was our property. Living modestly enough that nobody, including Kathy, really questioned it, I had always maintained a low financial profile in my own name. I told my dad right when the divorce process began. Though he was not happy about the circumstances, what father would be, he realized the need of keeping things quiet. We asked a lawyer simply to be sure everything was legally sound and perfect. As it happened, everything was in perfect order. Though Kathy could demand whatever she wanted, there wasn't much in my name for her to take. Kathy moved quickly. She never wasted time. She engaged an aggressive divorce lawyer, one of those sharks that guarantees to grab whatever they can. I also engaged a low-key but reputable attorney who specialized in instances similar to mine where complex financial variables were at work. Though I didn't want to create a major scene out of this, I also wasn't going to allow Kathy and her attorney to harass me. Asset disclosure, the first phase of the divorce procedure, did not go as Kathy had hoped. I set everything out exactly as mandated by law. Her lawyer's assured smile wavered though, as she realized how little my name really registered. Though I could tell they were both perplexed, perhaps even suspicious, there was not much they could do about it. I gave honest information. There were no hidden assets. She then began berating me right there, calling me names and accusing me of lying. Like I stated though, I offered everything I had. Saying we would talk about everything once she had cooled down, I departed following many accusations and shouted shouts. Here I am now, looking at Reddit since I'm not sure if I handled things the correct manner. So Reddit, am I the *bleep* for consenting to give her half of what's mine knowing she's not really getting anywhere near what she expects? Update 1. So, things are beginning to heat up. Kathy was totally incredulous following the first asset revelation. Her attorney was not much better, and she obviously felt I was hiding something. When they saw the meager statistics on paper, he had a wonderful expression. They soon began asking for a more extensive probe. Kathy persisted in questioning where all the money was, the property, the investments, the presumed savings we had. It astounded her that, following years of marriage, there was less to divide. Thinking I had stowed money in secret accounts, her lawyer hired a forensic accountant right once to probe further. I was first a bit anxious, not because I had anything to hide but more because I knew this would simply slow down the entire process. After reviewing everything once more and consulting my attorney though, I discovered there was nothing legally they could uncover. Every item I had said was exactly factual and no trace would lead them to the assets under my dad's name. Kathy's face started to show irritation as the probe dragged on. She was used to getting her wants, but this time there was nothing for her to grab. She seemed unable to understand the reality that she was leaving with next to nothing. Kathy's next action was to try to defend her major contribution to our way of life and my job. She said that by keeping home and running the house, she had helped me to concentrate on my profession and forward my career. Although I'll say that occasionally having her handle things at home was beneficial, it wasn't as if I were operating a Fortune 500 firm. Being a mid-level accountant, my employment has been somewhat steady for years now. She could not point to any dramatic increase in my income that she could declare, *I helped him get there*. She still made an effort though. Though the truth is she hadn't worked long before deciding she wanted to remain home, she pushed the notion that she had sacrificed her own career in marketing to support me. Not anything I ever requested of her. She made this decision even then. Her attorney brought this up often, trying to present me as someone who had profited from her sacrifice, but once more, there was not much evidence to back that assertion. They even tried once to include my parents in the process. Kathy intended to show that I had been hiding assets with their help or that they had been paying me money under the table. I became quite enraged with this section. My parents had nothing to do with this. Pulling them into it was a cheap blow. Luckily, my attorney was able to stop those efforts really rapidly, although Kathy was obviously becoming rather desperate. Kathy chose to handle things on her own as the divorce processes dragged on. She was going to attempt and damage my name in other ways if she cannot get what she wanted via the courts. She began confiding in everyone in our social circle that I had been financially abusive during our marriage and had been keeping money from her. The lies she was disseminating really astounded me. Mutual friends would tell me about how she was doing and about how I was leaving her with nothing. How I had coerced her into believing we had more than we had. She even went on social media, leaving cryptic yet critical remarks on betrayed narcissistic partners. Of course, some people supported her. There are always those who would side with the person who appears to have been wronged. But most of our closer pals were aware of it. They knew I was not the kind to act in such a manner. Seeing her try to damage my reputation just because things weren't working out annoyed me, but I tried not to let it get to me. I knew the truth. The individuals who truly counted knew it too. Apart from that, I had more important things to concentrate on, such as ensuring she didn't take me for more than what was fair. Kathy was working on a smear campaign, and I was ensuring all my bases were addressed. My attorney and I were in close contact to ensure we possessed all the data required to support my side of the narrative. Every contact I had with Kathy, every demand she made, and every time she tried to cast me as the bad guy I recorded. Having such documentation would be absolutely vital, I realized, should this ever make it before court. I began also compiling proof of her romance with Derek. Although divorce settlements usually don't revolve much on adultery, I wanted to make it apparent she wasn't the victim here. I had screenshots of the books she shared with him, images they had taken together, and even quotes from some of her acquaintances who knew about the affair but remained silent. I merely wanted the truth to come out. I wanted not to disgrace her. Besides that, I started getting ready for the unavoidable aftermath. Things would go bad once the truth came out and she discovered she wasn't getting half of anything. I so maintained my distance, keeping my attention on my work and personal life and ensuring I had everything ready for the next stage of the divorce. Derek's response added one element of intrigue to all of this. Kathy appeared all for it when she originally told him she wanted to leave me for him. Their small romantic notion of beginning a new life together. But Derek started withdrawing as soon as the divorce processes started to get disorganized. As it happens, he wasn't quite as committed to Kathy as she believed. Based on what I have heard, he began to have cold feet upon realizing that being with her would require handling her financial problems. Though Kathy was ready to commit to it, she was expecting this great new life with Derek. Actually, the incident caused word of mouth to spread about his beginning loss of gym patrons. People apparently wish not to deal with a trainer who is known to have interacted with married ladies. Derek has been attempting to remove himself from Kathy lately, and she is beginning to realize perhaps this was not the fairy tale she had in mind. Though I nearly feel horrible for her, I then remember what she has done. Regarding myself, I'm having mixed feelings. I feel justified on one hand. I'm happy I guarded my assets and that Kathy isn't leaving with what she expected. I can't help but feel a little depressed though at the same moment. For all, this was my marriage. Once I adored Kathy. I felt we would lead a life together. Though I know it's for the best, seeing it come apart like this is difficult. Update 2. Since my last report, things have veered somewhat wild. Kathy is becoming desperate and showing in the worst possible manner. She's trying to make my life horrible since she understands she won't get the expected payback from this divorce. The most recent is her threatening to damage my job and reputation at work. She told me straight out that she would make sure everyone at my company knew what a scumbag I was, should I fail to make things simpler for her, give her more money. She first confused me about what she meant, but it soon became evident when she started showing up at my workplace unexpectedly. She was cool the first time, seeming as though she simply needed to communicate. She snapped though when I informed her there was nothing else to talk about. She began speaking, stating things like, "I'll make sure everyone here knows the truth about you." Luckily, I managed to get her out of there before things got more out of hand, but she is clearly becoming erratic. Her behavior at home, or rather, her temporary residence with her parents, has been chaotic too. She returned home with her parents after learning she would not be walking away with the predicted large payment. According to what I've heard, her situation hasn't been doing great. Though they are not really happy with how things have turned out, her parents are supportive. I suppose even they see through her victim play. According to mutual acquaintances, she has been acting as though she is about to have a breakdown, lashing out, and fighting with her family. The legal side of things has grown more difficult as well. Kathy's attorney is making every effort to get dirt on me. Even though my attorney has consistently told my parents that assets are not up for grabs in this divorce, They filed motions to subpoena my parents' financial data. Though it's obviously meant to rattle me, it isn't succeeding. Though clearly meant to rattle me, it is not working. In search of anything that may imply I was hiding assets or under-the-table income, Kathy's team also filed a motion to depose my colleagues at work. Although they are grabbing at straws, handling it is taxing. Every time we believe we have attended to one of their needs, they return with another. The whole thing feels like an endless chess game right now. Kathy and her staff try to offset every action I do, but owing to my lawyer and the strict legal protections my father established years ago, I have been one step ahead. Still, it's taxing, and I'm not sure how long I can keep this going until we find ourselves before real courts. Regarding legal processes, we have previously twice tried mediation. Actually, both times it has been a total fiasco. After roughly 20 minutes, Kathy insisted on half of the house and our money, therefore ending the first session. Though Kathy wouldn't hear it, my lawyer presented the reality of the matter, that the house was in my father's name and that there wasn't quite as much money as she believed. She bolted, charging me with lying and claiming that the mediator was biased against her. The second try was not much improved. Kathy arrived this time carrying a set of utterly irrational expectations. She demanded half of all our savings, even if they hardly exist, full ownership of the house, and alimony for at least 5 years. Kathy lost it when my attorney coolly reiterated once more her lack of entitlement to any of that. She began screaming about how I was leaving her empty and about how she had given all for me. Though inside I was boiling, I sat there attempting to keep cool. She was the one who desired the divorce, cheated, and now she's behaving as though I am the one destroying her life. Unbelievably beautiful. That session made it quite evident that, whether I like it or not, this divorce is headed for court. Besides that, Kathy has been using money borrowed from friends and relatives to pay her legal bills. She obviously didn't want the divorce to linger for this length of time, and today she finds herself short-funded. Though I'm not really clear how she intends to keep paying her aggressive attorney, that's not my concern. She acts more erratically the more desperate she gets. Mutual acquaintances have informed me she spends much of her time at home complaining to anybody who would listen about how I have destroyed her life. Some of her friends have started separating from her since they are tired of the drama and her continuous playing the victim card. Kathy seemed to be losing what she expected to get out of this divorce. I have been trying my best to remain cool under all of this and manage things tactically. I refute every new charge or demand Kathy makes with facts. I have nothing to conceal, hence whatever financial record they ask for I present. More than I can say for Kathy's team, my attorney has been outstanding in ensuring we are strictly obeying the law. I have also been trying to honor the privacy of my parents. Although Kathy's attempts to pull them into this mess irritate me, fortunately legal safeguards prevent her from gaining access to their financial records. Still, her even trying indicates just how dire she is. She seems to believe that, if she digs deep enough, she will uncover some buried gem I have been holding from her, yet, nothing comes of search. Update 3. When the day of the court hearing finally arrived, one would not be able to adequately describe the stress. Kathy arrived swinging and started to testify first. She made it plain that she thought I had been keeping assets from her all along. She said I lied to her about our actual wealth, concealed money in hidden accounts, and changed our budget. Emotional, she portrayed herself as the victim left with nothing after giving her career over to help me. At one point she was crying on the stand, discussing how she had trusted me with everything only to be shocked by the divorce and my alleged financial dishonesty. The big blow, though, came when my attorney offered proof of her involvement with Derek. The jury, the judge, everyone could understand what was actually going on as soon as the books, images, and specifics of her relationship with him surfaced. Before my very eyes, Kathy's victim story began to fall apart. She even tried to minimize the affair at one point, claiming it was a mistake and had nothing to do with the divorce, but by then the damage was done. Her reputation was damaged, and it was abundantly evident that her financial needs were motivated more by avarice than by anything else. When it came time for me to testify, I tried to remain cool and follow the facts. My attorney had done a good job of preparing me. I knew that becoming defensive or angry would not strengthen my case. I went over everything: how my assets had been established in my father's name for years, how I had given complete financial reports, and how I had tried to manage the divorce amiably through mediation. I also testified on Kathy's threats, unpredictable behavior, and ongoing smear campaign activity. My attorney demonstrated how unfounded all the charges she had leveled at me, publicly and in court, by providing documentation of each. We presented the truth about our finances. My father owned the house, our savings were meager at best, and she could not claim any secret treasure of money. The judge apparently valued my simplicity. Though I didn't try to denigrate Kathy, I also didn't sugarcoat the truth of what had happened. The facts were unambiguous, thus I took care to express them free from drama or hyperbole. During the trial, a few important witnesses were summoned. Their evidence helped to close the business. First, my dad spoke first. He described the financial plan we had set in place years ago, how the property was in his name, how the investments were under his management, and how all of this was done as a kind of long-term financial security. He made it abundantly evident that Kathy had no legal title to these assets and that they were his, not mine. Next on schedule was one of my coworkers from the office. My colleague promptly stopped Kathy's team's attempt to claim that I had been hiding money by getting bonuses or under-the-table payments off course. He testified on my regular, open pay and meager income. There were no hidden sources of money or secret bonuses, only the simple payback I'd mentioned. These testimonies were absolutely essential in demonstrating Kathy's charges lacked basis. The judge could see that Kathy had simply a straightforward open financial arrangement that she had never bothered to learn about, not any major scheme on my side. The judge decided at last following days of testimony and legal arguments. Hearing the words, "the divorce would be awarded in my favor," was a great comfort. Kathy insisted on half of the house and our money, and we were flatly denied both. Kathy had no title to the house or most of our possessions, the judge said, since my father owned them. Her only award was a meager sum of alimony, and even that was only temporary. Barely enough to pay her legal bills, let alone the lifestyle she hoped to keep. The judge made it plain that his decision included Kathy's affair and her lack of household financial contribution. He judged based on her attempts to present herself as a victim. She was seen through. I felt a great weight drop off my shoulders when the decision was announced. That moment washed away the months of anxiety, the continuous accusations, the dread of losing everything. Legally, I knew I was in the clear. Kathy, on the other hand, did not find the decision appealing. She started crying as soon as the judge concluded, yelling that the system was unfair and that I had misled her out of what was rightly hers. She left her attorney looking frustrated as she bolted from the courtroom. Though I'm not sure what she expected, it was quite evident she hadn't gotten ready for the potential of losing. For me, the first reaction was relief. I left the courtroom after thanking my attorney for a job well done over the entire process. Texts from friends and relatives praising me on the result were flashing on my phone. Word had gone fast, and the neighborhood was already debating the matter. Knowing the truth had come out and that I could at last start my life felt terrific. But Kathy was still not done. She had a complete collapse in front of a small gathering outside the courtroom. She began yelling about my lying and system manipulation as well as her intended appeal of the ruling. She lacks the means to accomplish that. Hence the dilemma is her attorney made it abundantly evident during the proceedings that she was running low on money. From what I have heard, she is still borrowing from friends and relatives simply to get by. Having said that, I really appreciate my father's counsel and insight on financial protection. Whose kind of mess I would be in right now without his assistance. My friends, relatives, and colleagues, who stayed with me even when Kathy was circulating accusations and attempting to damage my reputation, have my thanks as well. Looking ahead, I have hope. Though I know it will take time to completely heal from this, both emotionally and financially, I am ready to start my life. From all of this, I have gained some insightful knowledge. I will not be repeating the same errors. Right now, I'm mostly trying to get back to normal and savor the tranquility that results from closing this chapter at last. My brother had an affair with my fiancée, got her pregnant before my wedding, and my parents supported him over me. This will be a lengthy one, and it's as disorganized as it sounds. Though there is much to explore here, I will attempt to keep it as succinct as feasible. Whether someone believes this or not doesn't matter. It's just so ridiculous that I have to voice this. I won't sugarcoat anything either, but I will steer clear of any information that would allow someone unfamiliar with the circumstances to identify myself. Up until a few months ago, I was engaged to my 5-year girlfriend. We will call her Sarah, 32-year-old guy. Let's call my younger brother Mike. He is 29 and has always been the perfect child in our family. I have to provide some background on my family and how we came to this place if I truly want to grasp the depth of this betrayal and why it struck me so deeply. Mike could not do anything wrong in our parents' view growing up, whereas I was continuously chastised for the most minor transgressions. This was clear and severe, not simply ordinary sibling rivalry or minor partiality. Mike broke something, and I would be accused. I would be the one grounded while he started a fight. He would get a new video game console if we both received straight A's. I would get a pat on the back and be advised to keep it up. Our parents, Tom and Linda, always found a justification for their actions. Mike's younger brother requires more attention. Given you are the older one, you ought to know better. We have to be careful with Mike, he is just more sensitive. I felt unworthy and unwanted in my own house from the never-ending assault of double standards and gaslighting. The preference just grew as we aged. When I enrolled on a partial scholarship in a decent college, my parents hardly noticed. But they threw Mike a big celebration and purchased him a car to drive with when he decided to enroll in community college. Not mind that for years I had been riding 5 miles each way to my part-time work. I left right away to get away from the poisonous surroundings at home. I worked 2 jobs, pay debt, and negotiate college. Mike left a semester later, saying he didn't belong in college. Our parents entirely agreed with his choice, complimenting him for knowing himself and for not fitting social norms. Over the next 5 years, they even funded his string of failing companies. My family always found a way to drag me back in, even with the space I tried to create between us. Holiday dinners were a torture of subdued jabs and not quite subtle comparisons. "Oh, are you still working at that entry-level job? Well, Mike is considering launching another company. He is quite entrepreneurial." Not that I was really laying a solid career while Mike was devouring our folks' retirement money. I tried to keep a friendship with Mike despite all. Though it was always one-sided, he remained my brother after all. I would try to connect, reach out, and he would either ignore me or find some way to make the discussion into a competition he might win. Should I get promoted, he would suddenly have a great opportunity right ahead. If I began dating someone, he would also magically be in a committed relationship. I met Sarah in one of my attempts to get back in touch with Mike. We clicked right away as she was friends with one of his brief relationships. Smart, humorous, compassionate, and extremely beautiful, Sarah was everything I had ever wanted in a companion. We began dating, and for the first time in my life I felt really cherished and joyful. My parents were inevitably less than delighted. They questioned what Sarah saw in me and made disparaging remarks about how she was out of my level. Mike, on the other hand, started abruptly to show great interest in my life. Wanting to know everything about Sarah, he would ask about her non-stop. I was simply glad he seemed to be interested in something from my life at the time. Looking back, I ought to have spotted the warning signs. After 1 year of dating, Sarah and I moved in together and things were fantastic. We both drove, had decent jobs, and discussed the future. I began to feel as though perhaps, just maybe, I could have the great profession, loving partner, maybe even children someday that I had always wanted. On our 4th anniversary, I asked Sarah. It was simply a peaceful supper at home and a moving speech, nothing spectacular. She answered yes, and I thought I was on top of things. We agreed to engage in a protracted process and slow down wedding preparation. We had our whole life ahead of us. Or so I believed. We were not in a hurry. To put it mildly, the responses were mixed when we told my family we were engaged. Saying, "Oh, how nice," in a tone that implied it was anything but, my mother slapped on a fake grin. "Grunt," my dad murmured. "Good luck with that," then turned back to watch the TV. Mike, though, had the most unusual response. He praised us, but his smile seemed almost predatory and wrong. I dismissed it then, attributing it to my own fears. Work stress and wedding plans occupied the next year. Working long hours at our jobs, Sarah and I were saving money for the wedding and a down payment on a house. Though we saw less of each other than we used to, I reasoned it was only a phase. Every marriage experiences difficult times. Looking back, I ought to have seen the warning signals. Sarah grew more aloof, constantly on her phone, grinning at texts from someone she would rapidly claim to be merely an acquaintance from work. She began leaving more with her pals, arriving late home smelling of cologne and wine. I did, however, entirely trust her. I never even gave her any thought regarding possible cheating, let alone with my own brother. Sarah started acting somewhat strangely over 4 months ago. She was temperamental, restless, and often sick. Thrilled with the possibility, I considered perhaps she might be pregnant. We had not been trying, but we discussed wanting children at last. Imagining nursery colors and baby names, I began to arrange how I would help her. She dropped the bomb one evening after sitting down with tears in her eyes. Though not mine, she was pregnant. I looked shocked. Our hectic schedules had caused us not to be close in a while, but I never anticipated she would cheat on me. She broke down totally and mumbled, "It's Mike," when I inquired who the father was. My whole universe collapsed in that instant. Everything I knew, everything I had built my life around, came toppling. I found it difficult to breathe. I had no ideas. I could only feel this intense loss and treachery. Sarah tried to clarify. Her words came out in a hurry between sobbing. Apparently, it began during our engagement party. Mike had cornered her and informed her she was making a mistake in marriage. Playing on her insecurities, he reassured her she could do better and he could give her everything I couldn't. They had been having an affair for months, so it was not just a one-time occurrence. That evening, I sent Sarah out. I couldn't stand to look at her or be in the same room as the lady who had so totally betrayed me. She begged me to pardon her. Said it was a mistake. Said she loved me. But all I could think of was how many times she had lied to my face. She had been with my brother how many times wearing the ring I had given her? I phoned Mike after Sarah went. Not even now can I recall what I said. All of it was a haze of hurt and wrath. At first, he attempted to seem cool, saying it was only a drunken error and that it had no bearing on anything. He became hostile and responded, "Well, maybe if you'd have been a better fiancé, she wouldn't have come to me." When I pressed him, I observed ready to do anything that would cause him regretting what he said, I got in my car and headed to his flat. Though I'm not sure what I intended to do, our parents were already there when I arrived. Mike apparently initially phoned them, crafting some narrative about how Sarah had seduced him and how terrible he felt. And you also know what? They came to believe him. Always they do. While my dad merely stood there with his arms crossed, looking disappointed in me, of course, not in his dear Mike, my mom started lecturing me about forgiveness and family right away. They wouldn't listen when I tried to describe exactly what happened. They insisted that since family comes first, I should forgive Mike and help Sarah through the pregnancy. I forgot. Years of pent-up wrath and bitterness spilled forth. I told them just what I thought of their distorted sense of devotion. How they had always favored Mike at my cost. How they never once stood on my side or helped me. Mike was dead to me, I informed him. He was no longer my brother. Since they no longer had me, I advised my parents they could have the son they had always desired. Ignoring their calls and pleads, I bolted. Without a goal in mind, I drove for hours just desiring to get away from everything and everyone. When I got home, I had hundreds of missed calls and messages, some from Sarah begging for another opportunity, some from Mike alternately between apologies and accusations, but most were from my parents, demanding that I grow up and atone. I seldom ate, hardly slept, ignored them all. Using all of my accumulated vacation time, I called out of business. I avoided everybody and found it intolerable to have to explain what had happened. Trying to find where I'd gone wrong, I simply sat in my apartment going back over every minute of my relationship with Sarah and every contact with Mike. 3 months have gone by now. To handle all this turmoil, I changed my number, relocated to a new apartment and began treatment. Still, my family won't let go. Even with my best attempts to cut touch, they find ways to meddle in my life. Starting to show up at my place of employment, they are trying to ambush me and drive a reconciliation. Crying about how I'm separating the family, my mother corners me in the parking lot, gruff voicemails from my dad on how I should man up and pardon Mike. Mike has personally tried to approach me on a few occasions, but thus far I have been able to dodge him. To guilt trip me into forgiving Mike, they have even dispatched flying monkeys, that is, extended family members. Suddenly blowing my phone, aunts, uncles, cousins I haven't spoken to in years are reminding me how important family is and how I should let bygones be. They seem to be living in some other world where what Mike and Sarah did was only a minor error rather than a life-altering one. The most recent growth is yesterday Sarah sent me a note. She intends to co-parent with Mike and is keeping the baby. And now, guess what? About becoming grandparents, my parents are over the moon and totally overlook the circumstances of how it happened and the nasty comments my mother and father made when Sarah was with me. Apologues and explanations abound in the letter, which discussed how Mike and she had discovered true love in trying circumstances. She even dared to add she hoped the child will benefit from us all being friends someday. I am at the very end of it. Part of me wants to simply sever ties entirely and start over somewhere else, perhaps go to another state, change my name, create a new life free from knowledge of this mess. Another side of me, though, is so enraged that I want to stay and fight so they may realize how screwed up things are overall. Not sure what to do going forward. Every sphere of my life has suffered from betrayal. Alone with my thoughts makes me uncomfortable. I never gave dating any thought either. I get terrified thinking of depending on someone like that. Folks who believe I should choose the high road and reconcile with my family, as if I am the one in the wrong for not wanting to play happy families with the folks who most wounded me, have lost friends over this too. The idea of Sarah and Mike having a kid together, a child that ought to have been mine, is like a continual knife in my stomach. Logically, the youngster is innocent in all this. The baby's parents are lying, cheating scumbags. It is not the baby's fault. But I cannot feel anything nice about its existence. My parents have begun discussing my obligation to participate in the lives of the child and my role as an uncle. I get sick physically at the idea. How am I expected to approach this child without spotting the final emblem of my brother's treachery? Reddit, I suppose my question is. Am I the expletive for not forgiving my brother and ex-fiancé? Is it bad of me to wish to terminate relations with my family over this? Any guidance on how to move forward would be much valued, since right now I feel as though gaslighting and treachery are drowning me in the sea. I understand this was lengthy. If you have read thus far, thank you. In a sense, just writing all this out has been relieving. I'm not sure what I should anticipate from publishing this. Maybe validation, guidance, or maybe just the opportunity to yell into the void and have someone, anybody, hear me. Edit. Holy mess, this exploded overnight. I appreciate all of your support and counsel. The response overwhelms me, and it will take some time to look over all the comments. Nonetheless, I wanted to answer some typical queries. 1. Certainly, I have discussed a restraining order against my family with a lawyer. It is under work. 2. No, I am not intending to interact with the baby. Although the child is not at fault, I cannot be engaged without losing my sanity. 3. For anyone curious about my employment, I have previously discussed the matter with HR. They are sympathetic and aware. They have given me the opportunity to work from home more regularly and raised front desk security levels. I appreciate their awareness. 4. Many of you have inquired whether I have given any thought to migrating to another city or state. I am very definitely considering this. There are offices of my company in various other cities, hence a relocation could be feasible. I am balancing the advantages and disadvantages. 5. To those advocating DNA testing, Sarah came clean about the affair and the chronology fits. I have no cause to think the child isn't Mike's. Even if by some miracle it turned out to be mine, I'm not sure I could ever look at that child without considering this. 6. The volume of persons relating such tales has overwhelmed me. Knowing how frequent this kind of treachery is breaks my heart, but it also curiously comforts me since I'm not alone. I appreciate everyone's vulnerability and sharing. 7. To the person asking whether I had thought about suing Mike for alienation of affection, I investigated it, but sadly, my state does not accept it. Though right now I'm not sure I have the stamina for a legal fight. 8. Several have noted that Mike's actions seem egotistical. Many of the articles I have begun reading about narcissistic personality disorder speak to me. Though not justification, some of his behavior helps me to comprehend. 9. For anyone wondering about Sarah's family, they are as startled and repulsed as one would anticipate. They have cut off communication with her and contacted me to give their support. Though little consolation, I value it. 10. To the person wondering whether I considered having children of my own someday, to be honest, this whole experience has made me doubt whether I want a family at all. I'm trying, though, not to make any major decisions while I'm still digesting things. Though I'll let you know if anything noteworthy occurs. Right now I'm concentrating on recovery and forward movement. Once more, thanks to Reddit. More than you would realize, you have contributed. Your guidance and encouragement have really been a lifeline amid trying circumstances and have given me much to consider. Though I can't answer every remark, kindly know I'm reading them all and they help me feel less isolated in this. Update 1. Hey Reddit, it's been a total rollercoaster 2 weeks since my last post. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the great advice and support. Reading over all your responses has been both sad and yet consoling. I never anticipated my post to explode like that. The frequency of this sort of treachery is disorganizing. To put it mildly, the last several weeks have been demanding. Recall my remark of working on a restraining order. That descended into a complete ordeal though. We had a hearing booked after my attorney turned in the paperwork. Given the facts and ongoing harassment, I felt it would be simple. I corrected myself. With their own attorney, an elegant man in an expensive suit most likely charging more per hour than I earn in a week, my parents turned up for the hearing. Claiming I was separating the family over a basic misunderstanding. As if Mike had stumbled and fallen into my fiancé, they painted me as the unstable one. Luckily the judge was not purchasing it. She issued the restraining order against Mike and my parents, but not without my mother crying in the courtroom and my father gazing at me like I had just committed murder. Mike's expression though, I swear, if looks could kill, I would be 6 feet under. Mike tried to get to me as we were exiting the courtroom, reminding his attorney of the recently imposed restraining order. She stood between us. Mike merely scoffed and stated that I couldn't hide behind a piece of paper permanently. This is not over. If I said his remarks didn't knock me a bit, I would be lying. For now, at least I have some legal protection. Another dream has been the office scenario. Recall how I mentioned my family had started showing up at my workplace? That reached a head last week though. My assistant buzzed in reporting my mother was in the lobby and creating a scene while I was in a meeting with a client. She apparently brought a photo album and was trying to show my colleagues infant images of Mike and me as she sobbed over how her boys used to be so close. I left the conference and descended to the lobby, where I discovered my mother surrounded by a bunch of awkward-looking colleagues. She was midway in recounting how Mike and I used to bathe each other when young children. She rushed toward me when she saw me, chatting about a baby shower, but I stopped her. She should leave right away, I told her, or I would call the cops and have her taken off for trespassing against the restraining order. Her expression resembled what I would have slapped her with, but after everything they have gone through, I couldn't muster myself to care. Security let her out, and I had to spend the next hour damage management with my employer and colleagues. Fortunately, most of them were understanding, but I could see others were wondering what kind of drama I was bringing into the workplace. Still, the incident with Mike was where it truly veers off course. I was at the gym last Saturday working out some of my resentment on the punching bag. I was so intent on my exercise that I didn't see someone approaching me until I heard his voice. As I whirled around, Mike was grinning at me like he hadn't just broken the restraining order. He began to run his lips loud enough for others close to hear. He chuckled when I urged him to go before I phoned the police, claiming he would tell them how I had been threatening Sarah and him. I became lost at that point. My fist hooked with his jaw as I struck at him. He stammered back, then launched himself at me. Except this time, no one told me to be the larger person and let Mike win. We ended up on the floor trading punches like we were kids again, without parents to break us up. Before the gym personnel drew us apart, I made a few decent hits. I could feel my eye bulging closed while Mike's nose was bleeding. We were both screaming, seeking release and aiming at one another once more. It was only when the gym manager threatened to call the police that I snapped out of it. I got ready and headed off. Still pulsing with excitement, I answered a call from an unidentified number as I was headed home. Against better taste, I responded to it. Sarah, shouting at me about how I had cracked Mike's nose, might require surgery. I laughed. It was not against will. Her anger at me following all they had done seemed ridiculous, too much. I apologized to her for hurting her little boyfriend, the one she had been sleeping with behind my back for months. She began to cry then, continuing on about her stress, how the baby could sense her misery and how selfish I could be. I blocked the number and hung on hers. The fight produced quite a strong blowback. News had crept across our social circle like wildfire. Texts from friends and relatives, some supporting me and others calling me names for beating my poor defenseless brother, were exploding on my phone. Reaching out once more, Sarah's parents expressed their dismay in their daughter and reiterated their support of me. Though at this point I'll take anything I can get, it was a meager comfort. Nowadays, the restraining order seems inadequate. Mike has proved he is ready to break it, hence I'm concerned about his future actions. The legal fallout has been a horror show. My attorney called me the day following the gym incident. Mike apparently had accused me of assault. I described what had happened. How Mike had provoked me. How he had broken the restraining order. We would fight it, my lawyer groaned, but given that I delivered the first punch, it might be an uphill struggle. We are already pressing our own charges against Mike for breaching the restraining order. Though nothing is definite, my attorney feels sure this will strengthen our case. I had to show the cops the marks on my face and knuckles and make statements to them. Having to defend myself against my own brother makes one embarrassed. Mike and I have been banned from the gym, although I can't say I blame them. It sucks. That gym was one of the only places I felt I could properly release some of my wrath. I have always been close to my cousin Amy, so she contacted me the other day. The family has been complaining a lot about her supporting me, but she is not wavering. She shared with me some of what goes on behind the scenes. My parents apparently have been telling everyone I'm experiencing some sort of mental collapse. They claim I'm just jealous and can't let go since Sarah and Mike's relationship began shortly following our breakup. While some family members are buying it, Amy notes that many others are not. Knowing that they are out there propagating lies about me while I'm trying to keep my head down and heal irritates me. Things at work have been, to put it mildly, strained. I can sense my colleagues are walking on eggshells around me following the incident with my mother in the lobby and the fight with Mike that is trending on local social media. Early this week, my manager summoned me into his office. He began by stating he valued me as an employee and that I'm going through a trying period, but then he really hit me. He believes it would be best if I took a break just till things calm down. If you would want, he continued, we can call it a personal sabbatical, paid, of course. I wanted to disagree, telling him that right now only work keeps me sane, but I could see the choice had already been taken. I agreed, thanked him for his patience, and got to work packing my office. 2 of my colleagues were gossiping about how my brother had got my fiancée pregnant as I was leaving. I departed slamming my office door louder than required, Rather pleased to see them jump. Saying all of this isn't hurting me would be dishonesty. To get out of my apartment, I have started late-night lengthy rides. Sometimes I find myself wondering how the hell my life turned into such a mess when parked outside my previous apartment, the one I lived with Sarah. Amid all of this turmoil, I discovered help from an unlikely source, Sarah's younger sister Emma. Emma contacted me on social media, apologizing for her sister's behavior and lending her support. I was first dubious. What if this were some sort of trick? But after chatting with her, I found she shares my hatred of Sarah's actions. She has been sharing with me details on Sarah and Mike's life. Apparently, they have moved in together and act as though they did not simply blow up many lives to be together. Emma says Sarah has been trying to present herself as the victim in all this, sobbing to anybody who will listen about how she never meant to hurt anyone. And in what ways she and Mike are soulmates who found each other against all odds. I get ill to my stomach from it, but I appreciate Emma keeping me current. After all, information is power, even if it is knowledge I would prefer not have. Another horror has been the social media scenario. When it comes to social media, I have always been a really quiet person. But this whole incident has put me in an unwelcome public view. On a local Facebook group, someone, probably one of Mike's buddies, posted about our gym brawl. The post omitted our names, but it sufficiently detailed the circumstances to allow anyone who knows us to work it out. The section on comments became a battlefield. Some people were supporting me, claiming Mike received his just compensation. Others called me erratic and advised I should be locked up. One night after a few too many beers, I made the grave error of looking over some of the comments. I ended up hard enough tossing my phone across the room to break the screen. Since then, I have turned off most of my social media accounts. The continuous alerts and the messages from folks I haven't spoken to in years suddenly wanting all the juicy specifics of my personal life make me unable to handle it. Having all that has transpired, I have come to see I cannot continue to live in this city. Too many memories abound, too many opportunities for running across either Mike or Sarah or my parents. I've been researching moves inside my organization. Our Seattle office has a seemingly interesting opening. Though I've never loved continuous rain, at this point I would relocate to the moon if it would mean escaping all this drama. Though I have not yet made any decisions, the concept of a fresh start is growing more and more intriguing. New city, new apartment, new life. Somewhere nobody remembers me as the man whose brother knocked down his fiancée. Since the restraining order was obtained, my parents have been unusually silent. I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall so they may find some fresh approach to try to push their way back into my life. Sarah has been distributing the word of her pregnancy all around. Emma tells me she has been sharing regular updates on social media, ultrasound images, belly shots, the works, always with a caption regarding how grateful she and Mike are, how thrilled they are to start their family. Every additional bit of data feels like a fresh wound opening, the hurt just waiting to resurface when I start to heal. Right now then, is where things stand. I felt 2 weeks ago that my life could not become any more disorganized, but strangely it has. I still hurt and am angry, but I also am exhausted. Tired of justifying myself. Thus Reddit, I suppose this is more of an update than a change of direction. Not sure, a cry into the emptiness. Right now I'm not even clear about what I'm asking for. Advice? Affordability? Time machine? I could go back and never introduce Sarah to my brother. I'll attempt to keep you all informed whatever occurs going forward. More to me than you could realize is the result of your support. It's encouraging to be reminded that even if it seems as though lies and treachery rule my entire life, there are still decent individuals out there. Final update. Hey Reddit, I'm back with what I expect to be my last post on this entire fiasco after not updating for a week. First of all, I want to thank each of you for your help and guidance along this process. During the worst of my life, your comments have been a lifeline. Where therefore ought one to start? In just 7 days, a lot has transpired. I am still working to sort it all. I suppose I would begin with the most important news. I am relocating. Indeed, that's correct. I jumped in and agreed to a transfer to our Seattle headquarters. Though it was not a simple choice, I felt I needed a fresh start following all that had gone down. The choice followed last week's really difficult day. I had just returned from another meeting with my attorney regarding Mike's assault allegations when I came upon a note in my mailbox. From Sarah it was. Curiosity won me over even though I nearly threw it away without opening it. Inside was a handwritten note discussing her and Mike's great excitement about their baby and an ultrasonic image. She continued on regarding how the baby would love to have its uncle in its life and how I could find it in my heart to be pleased for them. Red caught my eye. I had grabbed my phone, unblocked Sarah, and phoned her before I knew what I was doing. She grabbed up the second ring and I let loose. I informed her exactly what I considered her, Mike, and their contented small family to be. If she believed I would ever want anything to do with that child, I told her she was insane. As far as I could tell, Mike, the baby, and she could all go to hell. Though it wasn't my best moment, it seemed like I'd at last uttered all the things I had been holding back. I realized then I had to leave this city. That same evening, I phoned my supervisor and said I wanted to move to Seattle. To be really honest, he seemed relieved. He was probably concerned about how this drama would damage the business. He guaranteed to expedite the documentation, and by the next morning it was official. 2 weeks allowed me to pack my life and go across the nation. My family and social circle soon started to buzz with word of my relocation. Normally, my parents were rather angry. Once more breaking the restraining order, they showed up at my flat unannounced trying to talk me out of it. Saying I was deserting the family, my mother was crying. Red-faced and furious with my selfish and immature behavior, my dad was ranting. I stayed quiet. I just phoned the cops and had them taken off for breaching the restraining order. My mother yelled that I would regret this, that family was everything, and I was throwing it all away as they were being let out. I just closed the door and resumed packing. Mike responded in a different way. Presumably because of ongoing legal concerns, he did not try to personally reach out to me. Instead, he posted a long piece on social media on how some people struggle to see others happy and on how he and Sarah were overcoming hate to concentrate on their new family. Clearly meant for me, it sought to present himself as the victim. Though I'll confess it stung to see how many people liked and commented in support of him, I told myself that their viewpoint doesn't count as they don't know the reality. Among the most unexpected responses was Sarah's. Following our phone talk, she contacted her sister Emma, who, should you recall, had been keeping me informed on Sarah and Mike's developments. My statements apparently struck closer than I had anticipated. Emma informed me Sarah had broken down, confessing she was afraid of the future and felt what she and Mike had done was terrible. Bless her, my cousin Amy said she could help me pack. She even informed me further about the family situation. Amy informed me that my aunt, the sister of my mother, had a major blowout with her mother, calling her out for consistently favoring Mike and driving me away. It grew really heated, with my aunt remarking that with their years of favoritism, my mom and dad were reaping what they had created. That someone is at last calling them out on their behavior makes me somewhat happy. Although the legal matter is still under flux, my attorney tells me that my relocation has no bearing on anything. Mike broke the restraining order, hence we are still charging him fees, and we are contesting the assault accusations he leveled against me. Given Mike's track record of breaking the restraining order, my attorney feels sure the judge would see through his lies. Moving across the nation should also help prove that I am not a threat to Mike, thereby helping to have his charges dropped. After this, I'm not sure whether I will publish any more updates. Starting anew means bidding farewell to the past, and as beneficial as this community has been, I believe it's time for me to distance myself from rewriting this narrative. I have to concentrate on starting my new life instead of muckering the old one. This thus seems to be my last update. Hope for me, Reddit. In Seattle, I have a completely fresh life ready for me and want to maximize it. Dad planned to marry his young girlfriend just weeks after my mom's death, threatening to kick me out. Am I the asshole for ruining his wedding? My father has always mistreated me badly. He was obviously not interested in being a dad from a very young age, but I never could find out which he disliked more, being married to my mother or father to me. Given that he treated my mother no better than he treated me, I believe he must have loathed it equally. I lost my mother only 4 weeks back. I turned 17 some months ago. It was not surprising. She had been battling lung cancer for some time and at last passed away in a hospital. 3 years ago she was diagnosed. Since then, it felt like I had been holding my breath. I believe I at last let it all go when Mom died. She was my friend, thus even now it feels quite strange to be without her around. She was most crucially the only person there to guard me from my father. Every single day in the house where I grew up, my parents would argue over something or another. They obviously did not love one another, and I really have no idea why they were married. My mother would tell me that they had loved each other at some time every time I asked her why she had married him. They would always make up, but I never could forgive my father as fast as my mother did. She had been urged to leave him several times as occasionally he would say extremely terrible things to her during a quarrel. He would say things like how he wishes she died from her illness so he could go on with his life and how he regretfully ever was with her and had a child with her. She just resisted when I advised her to go several times. I'm not sure why. Regarding myself, I had wanted to go from the age of 4 years old but had nowhere else to go and no other relatives either. Raised by her grandmother, who passed away while she was in college. My mother was an orphan who had lost her parents in an accident when she was small. She contacted no other family members, hence I knew nothing about my father's side of the family as he never took us to see them. He claimed not wanting us to see his family since he did not get along with them. There was no elaboration, and I asked him too, afraid. I was used to being screamed at for stuff, hence I wasn't going to paint a bullseye on myself by prying into anything like that. I had to deal with my father since, all told, my parents were the only family I had. My mother refused to go. I was heartbroken when she died, but my dad carried on as though nothing had happened. It was not shocking to me in the least since he had been acting the same way even when she was unwell. Knowing he did not love anyone, I did not expect him to be sensitive. He most likely lacked even that ability. What truly startled me though, was that my dad brought home a considerably younger woman once we were finished with the funeral and paperwork 2 weeks after my mother died. She was simply here one morning drinking coffee in our living room. My father told me she was my new mother when I plucked the bravery to ask her who she was. When he was telling me that, he apparently also had the largest smile on his face, probably his creepiest one yet. Against my will, I found myself remarking on it. Since it had only been 2 weeks since my mother died, I told him it was a little too soon to bring his girlfriend home. That brought me to a lecture from him on how this would be my stepmother in a few days and on the need of respecting her. He told me he didn't care that I had just lost my mother. I had to treat her the same way I had treated my own mother. He dropped another bombshell on me and informed me he was getting married as I was over myself with rage trying to argue with him. Ever since her diagnosis, he claimed, he had known that she would not be able to make it as she had always been delicate and frail ever since he had known her. He had thus begun searching for substitutes. That is exactly the word he used. For the past 2 years he had been with Melissa, his girlfriend. Now that my mother was at last out of the way, he told me he was planning to be married once more and ensure her death had no impact on his life at all. It at once made sense why he had been untouched by my mother's illness and death thus far. He had replaced her. I honestly just turned away from him because I was disgusted. I told him I would not be attending the wedding, and expected him to say he was good with it since, really, why would he care? Then he informed me I had to go, which caught me off guard. He informed me he could only make this look regular and acceptable to other people if I attended, so explaining why it was. He seemed to be saying that by showing up for the wedding, I would have accepted it and that since his own daughter had not objected to this marriage, nobody else would have any cause to remark on it either. Basically, he required me to be there so it would seem less depraved, which in and of itself was really crazy. To be honest, my father seemed insane. Besides saying such strange and pointless things, he was getting married 2 weeks after his wife died without thinking about what other people would say. Not only that, the woman marrying him was only 25 at most, a few years older than I am. Her actual age is unknown, however she cannot be older than that. My dad falls in late 40s. This man, who recently lost his wife to cancer and should be in mourning right now, is instead getting married and expecting his daughter to act like this is all normal and that she supports it. It is eerie enough. He definitely belongs in a straitjacket in a padded room. It's a complete formula for catastrophe. I told him there was no way I could be at this wedding when he informed me he was marrying Melissa. He was free to become offended at that as desired. Then he informed me he would not only be offended but also kicked me out should I miss a meeting. He would also ensure that I never got access to the college fund my mother and he had been saving for me ever since my birth. Since, as he had stated, my mom's money had gone into the education fund as well as his, so I considered it to be essentially unjust. Although I think I was entitled to it, sadly I couldn't make him turn over the money to me as it is not required by law. There were no records to support it, hence it was not as if he had set it aside especially for that purpose. Basically, I would be tossed out and would not have any chances of attending college either if I skipped that wedding. On one hand, I did not want to seem like I was part of this or that I was encouraging this craziness in any kind whatsoever, thus I was in a quite tough situation. However, I also had to look out for myself as I had a few months left before I left for college and I couldn't afford to lose money since I had none of my own. My mother's will takes some time to process, hence I would only obtain the inheritance only then. For now, it seemed as though my only choice was to show up for the wedding and present myself as helping my father. Last week I was informed about the wedding, but I just couldn't get myself to welcome it. I thus resolved that I had to go all out to prevent this from occurring. Or at least try to intervene. I told my father I would be at the wedding, but then I started searching for something, anything, to throw off the proceedings since I just couldn't bring myself to let this happen. I just wanted something. I really had no idea what I was looking for. When my father left his laptop alone, I got quite lucky, miraculously lucky. A few days back, He and Melissa went out to celebrate their marriage by dinner. I was alone at home. Leaving his laptop on the coffee table, my dad had since it was locked. I expected nothing when I opened it, therefore I just tried to guess the password. Fortunately, I got everything just perfect. Melissa's name came first, then his own birthday, which was strangely startling. Still, once I arrived, I could hardly believe it. I first found nothing when I started browsing his social media. Then I saw he had 2 Facebook profiles, and I chose to review the second one, which I had not seen before. Surprising me was his hidden account set up for his side of the family. He had been telling my mother and me he did not get along with his family, but here he was on his other page hanging out with individuals we had never seen before who seemed to be certainly linked to him. As I searched, additional pictures from years past turned up. He obviously has been in contact with his family all along. He had simply been fooling us. I then chose to review his communications on that account and discovered that he had been in contact with his parents for really a lengthy period. I guess he also carried another phone. From the start, he had been living essentially 2 lives, and nobody knew. Although my mother had known about some of this, she had never shared anything with me. Neither had my mother. I was rather sure his family knew nothing about me whatsoever. Following his talks with his father on his account, I discovered that his father believed he was living away from home for business only, nothing else. He had a full family here, little knowing of it. I snapped brief pictures of those conversations and turned to my own phone to talk to my grandfather. Given all of this was so absurd, I was really anxious about whether he would even believe me. I could hardly believe it myself. Still, I went to my room and signed in using my own Facebook account. I got in touch with the profile I saw on my dad's page. As I had predicted, there had been no mutual friends. So I had never been able to locate him. I had never been able to track these people as I hadn't even known my grandfather's true name for all these years. Having his account now, I messaged him straight away and tried to rapidly explain everything. This was an emergency, hence I provided him my phone number and advised him to get in touch as soon as he could. I included additional pictures of the screenshots I'd taken, outlining how I had tracked his profile. I also sent some pictures of me with my parents so he would know this was not a hoax directed on him. After not hearing anything for the following 12 hours, I nearly gave up hope. Maybe he had chosen not to react since he felt someone was pulling a practical joke on him. But I eventually got a call from my granddad when Dad was at work. I was simply lucky that he had phoned me before that and had not mentioned this to my father. Anyway, I answered my phone and told him what was happening as soon as he called. For the past 17 years, he informed me, he had been made to believe that my father was working elsewhere, that is, away from Iowa, where he was originally from. Apparently, my dad had a separate house and everything here, which is where my grandparents had lived whenever they paid him visits. He had also visited his son several times. About none of this, they had the least of knowledge. They had spent the last 12 hours trying to get over the shock of it all. At first this all seemed to them as a joke, but they came to recognize it was real when they viewed my mother in the family pictures I had emailed. Apparently, my father had told his parents he had broken up with my mother, so he had never told them about his marriage and the family he had. They disapproved of her 18 years ago, when my parents first began dating. He had informed my grandparents he had dumped her as they were quite clear they did not want my father to marry my mother. For the past 2 decades, it was the fiction he had been selling. Now he had at last been caught. My grandparents had not wanted my father to wed my mother for really serious reasons. It was because they accused my mother of being a gold digger and she had reportedly been trying to cheat on him. This was due in part to the first time my father had brought my mother home to see his parents. She had instantly targeted his older brother, a surgeon who clearly made more than my father. My uncle's refusal to keep his lips shut over something so significant led my grandparents to learn about it. My father had been asked to split up with my mother, but he had turned down their proposal. I believe it was because of me since, based on my calculations, my mother most likely already was pregnant by then. My parents were given an ultimatum. Either they would cut him off from their life or he would split up with my mother. They understood she was only with him for the money, hence cutting him off would drive my mother to leave him. Eventually, my dad told them he had split things off with my mother, although obviously he had not as they remained together. And this is the reason I'm here. If my mother had really done such things, I wonder why they stayed together. This fundamentally altered my view of both my parents. Once I knew these things though, I told my grandparents how badly I was being treated and that I had nowhere else to rely on. But I was depending on them now that I knew they existed and wasn't as alone as I had first thought. I still would understand if they turned away from me. Thank goodness they decided to assist me. I was able to stop the wedding from taking place. Like his parents, I returned to my father's house also. 2 days ago they flew down here. Yesterday, I managed to slip them into the wedding. All of a sudden, we were honored guests. Our backyard was the venue for the wedding as just a small number of guests were expected to attend. It was supposed to be a modest and private ceremony. Only my father's colleagues and boss, a couple of his acquaintances, and that was it. He had obviously not invited his family. They had not even received invitations to his first marriage. But I arranged for their attendance at the second. I emailed my grandparents and informed them it was finally time for them to show up as I wanted to halt everything before the vows were taken. Melissa had walked down the aisle and everything. I slipped out right before the vows, and then it was my turn to walk down the aisle with my grandparents for the theatrical purposes of it all. My father's face dropped and Melissa seemed fairly perplexed as soon as he saw me walking down the aisle with his parents. Once I drew close to him, I declared that his parents now knew the truth, that I had at last exposed all his falsehoods. He could bid farewell to his inheritance since all was now coming to me rather than to him. Since I already had a place to live, people looking after me, and also my college fund, I no longer needed him either. Knowing he was a liar, I did not want to be with him, so he could do anything he pleased. I then left with my grandparents, and since then we have been staying in a hotel getting ready for our trip back. Since I haven't known these folks, my grandparents need a lot of catching up. Likewise, there is plenty to discuss about my parents. We haven't returned yet mainly because this morning my father finally got in touch with my grandfather and informed him that what he did was simply not proper. He had supposedly never allowed his parents to be happy and accused them of trying to control him all his life. Saying I just couldn't stand to see him happy with anyone else, he also accused me of trying to ruin him by showing up at the wedding like that. Since Melissa is now avoiding him and the wedding was clearly called off yesterday itself, immediately after we left, he is blaming all of us. I am therefore good with showing up for his second wedding with his parents and exposing him for lying. Update 1, the wedding call-off was 4 days ago. I decided not to answer my father. He does not deserve it. My grandparents agreed as well. He knows where to find us should he wish to communicate with us. We still occupy the hotel. We have provided him with the specifics. If he would want to talk with us, he could come see us and then we could have a personal conversation. But the kind of conversation we wish to conduct over the phone or via text is not this one. He still hasn't turned up yet and just 3 days remain before I return to Iowa with my grandparents. They have a farm there, they're really wealthy, and I will be taken care of considerably better than I was here. They assured me that they would see to it that I could attend the college of my choosing and that I wouldn't have to suffer following this. Since we first met, my grandparents have been almost pampering me. I believe they are attempting to make up for lost time, which is rather lovely of them. Though they seem to love me a lot, they loathe my mother and subsequently my father as well. Update 2. My grandparents and I are meant to be leaving in 2 days. My father decided this morning to at last pay us a visit and speak with us. When they contacted me this morning, I was really taken aback to see him in my grandparents' hotel room, but I immediately recovered and vowed not to talk to him the whole time until he apologized. Clearly though, given someone like him, that is too much to demand. He was here just to discuss how unfair it was that my grandparents had opted to cut him off from their life and hand me all the wealth instead. He claimed to have already lost Melissa, my mother, and his wife as well. Things were already really terrible for him since I also wanted no more contact with him. To top it all, his close friends and colleagues, all the attendees of the wedding, are now acting strange with him. What transpired at the wedding has damaged his reputation. Hence he is thinking of leaving his employment. He believes he cannot operate in such a hostile environment. To put it plainly, he had kind of lost all he owned till a few days earlier. Then we showed him at the wedding, exposed him, and wrecked everything for him. The least we could do was let him inherit, something he had been striving for years. Otherwise, he would not have lied to all of us for so long in the first place. He started lying since he merely wanted everyone to be happy. After marrying my mother, he said he had intended to tell his parents the truth, but as time went on it became more embarrassing to bring up. He had to keep up his lies and arrange a complex double life. Since everyone, including his parents, was against his happiness, he asserted he was the victim. Now, knowing I would be taken care of anyway, he came here to claim what he felt due to him, the legacy. From the start, he had been hoping and fighting for this. It would be unfair to deny it for such a minor cause. The way he was behaving as the victim infuriated me already. I lost it totally when he declared he deserved the fortune. I screamed out at him before my grandparents could say anything, "If you really deserve that inheritance, then I also deserve to be treated like a human being for the past 17 years. He had never shown me any love, affection, or even the smallest of respect. 2 weeks after I lost my mother, He had genuinely threatened to kick me out and use my education fund for his own expenses if I opposed his marriage to his young girlfriend. It was only fair his parents took away anything he thought he deserved since he could not give me anything I deserved. My behavior startled him since I had never before stood up to him like that. But now, thanks to my grandparents, I no longer felt terrified of him. Usually when I was younger, this worked to shut me down. He tried to glare at me, but this time I wasn't going to be silent. Earlier, I would do that since I knew my mother wouldn't leave, probably for the same reason my father didn't cut off relations with his parents: money. Which upon her death, was ultimately futile. Her only advantage from living with him was passing away at a reputable hospital. My dad tried to yell at me when I refused to be quiet, but my grandparents told him it wasn't going to work anymore. My grandparents threatened to call security on him, thus after some conflict he had to leave. He wouldn't get anything unless he owned and accepted his mistakes. They were very plain. It would take a lot even then for them to pardon him. Had I chosen to keep the inheritance for myself, he would not have anything at all. Promising he would make sure we pay the price for what we had done, he fled like a toddler having a tantrum. What he believed he was doing is unknown to me. Though he most likely thought his actions would frighten us, it did not. It strengthened our conviction that, by not forgiving him, we were doing morally. He was not even remorseful, hence nothing could be forgiven. It gives me great pleasure to be leaving with my grandparents in a few days. I simply want to escape all of this. Although I will miss my buddies, it makes no difference now. Fall brings my trip to college. I just finished all of this. I graduated from high school. Update 3. Hi. So I left home 1 year ago. I haven't blogged anything for the previous few months since I have been really busy with college. I had essentially forgotten about it too. Following that battle with my dad in the hotel room, which I discussed in my last update, my grandparents and I headed off. We hardly spoke with my dad over the following 2 weeks, but I did run across a lot of members of his side of the family. I believe this family is the one I deserved all along. They all love me. Though she was too self-serving, my mother most likely attempted to love me. Ultimately, it damaged me more than it did her. My uncle assured me he would pay for my college tuition, therefore relieving me of any concern about it. That has been a great comfort. Though they had hardly known me for a few weeks, these folks had already resolved to show me all the affection I had been lacking for the past 17 years. For that, I am most grateful. A few months after moving in with my grandparents, I had to go to college, so I spent little time with them. My college is near where they reside, so on weekends I get to see them. There are no grievances regarding that. Not to apologize, but rather to remind me that I wrecked him and should feel bad. My father has tried to get in touch with me multiple times. He continues asking me to check on my grandparents to see whether he fits the inheritance. He emails and chats from several accounts but doesn't understand that being defensive won't support his cause. A sincere and honest apology would be the only thing that could assist him, yet at this time, it is too little, too late. I will simply ignore him. It is not worth it to reply to him. I lack the time or will to indulge his illusions. At last, I have the family I am due and am content with them. Right now, I'm loving my college life. So I will concentrate on the advantages in my life and attempt to forget about the past. I simply want to keep on improving personally. Am I the asshole for telling my morbidly obese patient that we need a team of people to help roll her to avoid hurting our backs? Hi, med-surg nurse here. I got a new patient last night. She is a 450-ish lb woman in her 30s who just had a major surgery. She is also a body positivity influencer who wanted to record everyone to document her journey. We had to explain to her that in our state, she cannot record any hospital employees without their consent, and all of us are refusing consent because we do not want to be in her videos. Anywho, she needed to use the bedpan. She could not lift her hips, and her legs were too wide for me to wiggle the bedpan between them. I explained to her that she would have to roll on her side, and then I would place the bedpan under her, and then she would roll back. She tried to roll but couldn't do it. I told her no big deal. I will go find a few staff members to help and we will roll you. The only person who could help at the time was the CNA, who is pregnant. I explained to the patient that we just don't have enough staff free right not to roll her. It's just me and the CNA, so we will have to wait a little bit for more people to be free. She huffed, and asked why the two of us can't just roll her. I explained that I don't want either of us to hurt our backs, especially not my pregnant CNA, and that it would be safer for us to wait for more people. Side note, this patient sucked at rolling herself. She was dead weight, putting in little to no effort. She was pissed at me saying that, and she wanted to speak to my charge nurse. She said I hurt her feelings. My charge nurse ended up being part of the team that helped me roll her, And while we were doing it, she basically scolded the patient and said that her feelings are not more important than us not getting injured. She still thinks I'm an asshole, and I happily offered her the phone number she can call to file a formal complaint. Those do literally nothing, by the way. Uncovering a decade of secrets, suspecting my husband fathered his best friend's kids and now one wants to date our daughter. OOP is married to Luke, who has a girl BFF, Amy, who he claims is like a sister to him. Even after getting married, Luke maintained a very close bond with Amy. OOP has 4 kids. Sophie, 15, Owen, 12, Louise, 10, and Carter, 6. Amy has 4 kids. Tom, 17, Kaylee, 14, and twins, Adam and Jenna, 9, but no one knows who the dad is and has never been in any long-term relationships. All the kids have grown up together and are close. OOP has begun to suspect that Luke has fathered at least one, if not all of Amy's kids. Amy stopped having kids after Luke had a vasectomy. The kids also look like Tom. OOP has turned a blind eye for years, but now Tom wants to date Sophie. OOP is worried they are actually half-siblings and Tom and Amy also don't want it to happen. Update. The 5th of September 2024, OOP doesn't try a sneaky DNA test, but confronts Luke and Amy, who deny anything untoward, and Amy refuses to have her kids' DNA tested. Luke's mother also suspects something. OOP and Luke have a big fight and he spends the night at Amy's. Update 2, the 6th of September 2024. OOP confides in Sophie about what she suspects about Tom's real father and is surprised to find out that the kids already suspect this and the relationship was actually a plan to get things out in the open and force the truth from Luke and Amy. OOP plans to move ahead with a divorce and try to get a DNA test done as well. Update 3. I think my husband fathered his best friend's children, and now one of them is attracted to my daughter. 3 days later. First, a few points to answer from the comments. I don't have any DNA test results back yet. That can take weeks. But now that I know Sophie is in no danger of dating a relative, the pressure is off. I'll get into this momentarily, but it frankly no longer matters if Luke fathered the children. I highly doubt my father-in-law is having an affair with Amy. At worst, he might know, or even just suspect, the truth about Amy and Luke. But it's also possible that he just refuses to believe they would do such a thing. I've been vague about details for privacy, but to put it very simply, Jim and Amy are both pretty white. Kat and Luke are not. Had Jim fathered Amy's babies, they would look different than they do. Nevertheless, I do have an update. While a stream of comments have called me spineless and naive, called me a sister wife, as an ex-Mormon, that hits a particular nerve. And most recently, a stream of comments have said my story is fake. Fair enough, it's the internet. But Luke is not the first scumbag husband to have 2 families. Several other comments have been incredibly kind and supportive, and I really appreciate that. Apologies if I haven't responded to a comment or direct message that you sent. I covered as many as I could, but I was literally getting hundreds, so I definitely missed several of them. First things first. I discussed this in the comments, but our little team has, supposedly, recruited my mother-in-law. I say supposedly, because Sophie and Tom were going to talk to her about getting help with submitting the DNA test, and, at the advice of my lawyer, I am staying out of the process. Officially, I told Sophie not to do it and she said she wouldn't. MIL hasn't contacted me about it either. Though we have been in touch, I'll get into that more in a moment. The bottom line is that I can honestly say I had no knowledge of any DNA test. Loophole City. Another bit of good news. I was digging through the paperwork in preparation for my divorce, wanting to get a head start against Luke, and one thing that came to my attention is that my name is on the paperwork for our home. Luke's name is not. I was the one who bought the house and we always planned to add Luke onto the paperwork at some point, but we never got around to it and eventually the idea was forgotten. It was my lawyer, Paige, who pointed this out to me, and it was like finding a winning lottery ticket on the ground. I don't know where I'd be without Paige. She's a dear friend from college who I reached out to, hat in hand, for help. She's been there for me this past week, not just as legal counsel but as a friend I really needed right now. The thing is, she's not our lawyer, me and Luke. We have our own family attorney who has helped us out of jams in the past. We clashed with our HOA a few years ago, not worth getting into right now. But Paige is a lawyer who specializes in family law and has handled divorces before. Luke remembers her from college and knows she went into law but doesn't know she's a divorce attorney. So I can have her over for coffee like we're catching up, and he has no idea anything is going on. Turns out, he's not the only one who can harbor someone under his spouse's nose under the guise of being a friend. So, on to the update. The last time I looked in Luke's phone was 3 months ago, around the point Sophie and Tom began to go around claiming they wanted to date. I found nothing. While I know how to search for recently deleted photos and didn't see any, my comments taught me how to find recently deleted messages. So when Luke was asleep, I did just that. Swiped his phone and brought it downstairs, checked recently deleted. I am glad I did, but I also wish I had not, because I'm still reeling from the pain. Sure enough, a conversation with Amy had been deleted. Recent text talking about the conflict between her and me, with Amy describing me as a problem, and Luke trying to pacify her. Without defending me at all, to be clear. They both alluded to how they had expected this for a while and just hoped it would never happen, presumably me accusing them of having an affair. While the whole conversation and the fact that it was deleted was sketchy, nothing was actually admitted. So I scrolled a bit higher, to a few days before the fight. Amy's messages got a bit more flirty. Then, I saw it. 5 days before I confronted them, Amy had sent Luke a topless pic. A selfie with no shirt or bra. Guys, I teared up. I knew it was true. I knew it in my bones, but seeing the proof still cut me like a hot knife. Doesn't help that Amy's always had bigger breasts than me. I exited the Messages app and checked Luke's recently deleted photos. Sure enough, the same selfie was there, and others. Amy topless, Amy naked, in various poses to show off. There were pictures of the two of them together, cuddled and pressed close like a couple. In some of these she was naked. In some, they both were. There were videos. Amy sent Luke a video message of herself topless, and I had to actually hear her voice talking to him in a tone that made me sick, about how she was sending him a quick video to help him get through the day. In more than one video she called him her boo, and, hearing her call him that, I almost vomited. Stopped looking at the point, I'd seen enough. For about 5 minutes anyway, then a strange compulsion to keep searching led me to check Luke's laptop. I knew enough of his passcodes to access his iCloud storage and, yeah, basically more of the same. There were letters, long letters between them. I didn't have the heart to read past the first few lines of one of them, but I did read Luke mention our children. There were countless naked topless selfies of Amy. Selfies of them together. Videos where Amy appeared to be masturbating. There were sex tapes. Of the two of them. Tom had previously offered to try and hide a camera in Amy's room, but fuck, he never needed to. Luke was hiding a whole treasure trove under my nose all along. I scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled. There were so many. Going back years. Not all of it was even sexual. There were some photos of Amy's kids too. One video was of Kaylee and the twins playing together when they were younger, and Luke and Amy's voices from behind the camera. There were even old pictures of Luke and Amy from when they were younger. I'd even say teenagers. I snapped. All these years I had been telling myself I had to be wrong, that it couldn't be true. Well, it was true. I know that no one forced me to look at as much of the evidence as I did, but I'm still hurting very badly from having seen it, and in that moment, I wanted to act, so I did. I called my lawyer, who is a remarkable woman. It was the middle of the night, so I had to call her twice, and she picked up. Though I had woken her, when I asked her to come by and said it was an emergency, she agreed. I also asked her to draw up the paperwork and have it ready. She told me that she'd already had it ready since I first reached out to her. As I waited for her, I went through the necessary channels on Luke's laptop to make sure he wouldn't be able to remotely disconnect our access to his little stash, changing passwords and all that. My lawyer, let's call her Paige, arrived, and I went outside to greet her in the car. Spent a good half hour in the passenger seat just crying, and she was great about that, before I passed her Luke's phone and his laptop, with all the information she needed to use them. She warned me that this could be considered theft. So I asked her to forward and print out copies of everything she could and then bring the items back, because I just couldn't bear to do it myself. She agreed. I went back inside, and then, I packed up Luke's things while the house slept. At one point Owen got up to use the bathroom and asked me what I was doing, but I told him I was just cleaning. Luke stirred once or twice while I was in the bedroom but did not wake. I got all of his things packed into trash bags and I loaded up the car. That's when I woke him up and told him to come outside. He was confused and half asleep, but he did notice things were missing. I ignored his questions and just told him to come with me. So he followed me outside. Once we were by the car, I pulled out the divorce papers and officially handed them to him. That was about when he figured out what I was doing, and he tried to talk me out of it. Tried to be sweet with me, to be tender. He kept insisting that he loved me and that there had never been anything with Amy. Kept trying to persuade me not to tear our family apart. Even 2 weeks ago, I might have wilted under him because the manipulation and gaslighting were truly masterclass, but I can see through it now. I didn't tell him that I knew he was full of shit, I didn't tell him what I had seen, I just told him we were finished. He tried a different approach. He refused to go. Stated firmly that our children were his too and that even if we were separating, I had no right to just decide the kids would stay with me over him. This was where I very coldly presented the paperwork reminding him that the house is in my name, and told him under no circumstances would my kids be staying with Amy. He argued a while longer, but in the end he decided to be the bigger person, and keep the peace. At that moment I didn't care where he went. Before he left, he did ask about his phone and laptop, and I waved him off by saying they were in one of the bags. Bought a little time. I couldn't sleep for the rest of that night. I cried more. Eventually I realized I'd have to wake my children up early and explain to the extent that I could. Naturally, I woke Sophie first. I told her that I had kicked her father out and that I had discovered evidence of an affair on his devices. I did not specify what kind of evidence, and she did not ask. I woke up the others and gently told them that their dad had gone to stay somewhere else for a while. That I wasn't sure where, but from now on things were going to be different. Louise was the one to ask if we were getting divorced, and I couldn't lie to her. I told her yes. Owen asked when they could see their father again and I wanted to cry. Sophie was a very big help, urging her siblings to be sympathetic to me right now and worry about Dad later. I knew better than to poison them against their father. Paige warned me against doing that as well, so I only told Sophie that the affair was confirmed since she had already been in the know. However, as the kids were getting ready for school, Owen approached me and asked me point blank if it was about Amy. If Luke was going to be with her instead of me. I couldn't answer, but I suppose that's an answer on its own. Got the kids to school, and my next step was calling to have the locks changed. I knew Luke would be back for his devices before long, but thankfully Paige returned with them before he showed up again. It was a very quick visit. She just told me that all was accomplished, and she had records of everything we would need in court. Sure enough, Luke turned up an hour later demanding to know where his laptop and phone were. I had set them back in our bedroom like they had never moved, and I just told him he had forgotten them. He insisted that I had said they were in one of the bags, so I just shrugged him off and told him I must have been mistaken. After he grabbed them, he tried again to reason with me, but I just showed him the door. I knew the kids would start to come home from school before long and I think he was trying to delay leaving so he could see them. I was not having it. I started shouting again and sent him on his way. I'm still just in absolute pain and despair for what I saw. I don't know if he'll realize that anyone went through his devices and made copies of the evidence, or if he suspects I saw anything, but he obviously didn't say so. After he left, I cried once again. Talked to my mother-in-law that night. Apparently Luke did show up to his parents' house, which was a surprise, as I was so certain he'd stay with Amy. But maybe even he knows how suspicious that would look to the children and doesn't want to rock the boat as much. Maybe he knows I'm more likely to let my children see their grandmother than Amy at this point, and he wants to see them to give his version of events. That is not happening. Kat already shared his version with me, that he relayed to her and Jim. That I'm having some kind of mental breakdown, that he wishes he could help me, but my paranoia is causing me to lash out and turn violent. I was never violent. I shoved him away when he tried to hold me, that is all. And what's so hilarious is that he didn't mention Amy at all to his parents. He didn't even frame it as me falsely believing he was having an affair. Even though that's his story when talking to me, he left Amy out of it when talking to his parents. Kat noticed that. She believes me. Jim doesn't know what to believe anymore. According to Kat, he seemed very, very troubled by what he heard from all sides. As for Amy, she's radio silent. Tom has told Sophie that she's acting like nothing is wrong but is clearly stressed out. That when her children ask, she makes the same sort of claims. That I'm having some kind of emotional nervous breakdown and pushing her away as well as Luke. She doesn't mention anything about my accusing them of an affair, but still puts it all on me. Amy has not reached out to talk to me directly, and I have not tried talking to her since our big argument. I haven't really told my kids anything, just that I'm having disagreements with Luke and Amy, though I was very clear that it is not a question of my mental health. Honestly, I think they all kind of know what's going on. Sophie continues to be my rock, as I try to be for her and the others, and Tom continues to be our spy in the ranks. Right now, my biggest regret is the stress that all of this is causing on the children, which I knew it would, but it still needed to be done. My life has fallen apart. But it was never my life. Comments. Comment 1. Owen asked if it was about Amy. All of your kids must have seen and heard things from them when they thought they weren't being observed. Please get them into counseling soon. You are amazing, stay strong and calm, that will negate all claims of you having a mental breakdown. You've got this. Comment 2. All the people who talked about keeping the kids together were off their rockers. Her 12-year-old knew there was something wrong and they have been constantly thrown into a situation that was uncomfortable for them. OP has to start putting her kids first. Comment 3. If this is fiction, nicely done. If this is real, you got this. Comment 4. This is how I feel. There's so much effort put into the story even if it was made up by her or AI, I'm all in. Comment 5. Oh, OP. I think I was secretly holding out hope that this would all turn out okay. But, life is not a fairy tale. It was a very brave thing you did, going through his devices and facing this truth. Kind of like breaking your own heart, you knew what you would find. I'm so proud of you. I can't imagine the strength it took to quietly pack his things while he slept peacefully in bed. Sounds like Luke is a master manipulator. The most recent convo with Amy even talked about knowing this would happen. He had a cover story to explain being kicked out locked and loaded. Curious to see how he can spin this into your fault once the truth comes out. I would inquire with your attorney about putting in a stipulation in your divorce decree that Amy not be allowed around your children or under the same roof during his custody times. Amy is a vile, disgusting woman and that's a hill I would be willing to die on. You can't do anything about Luke being around your children, but you can put any kind of stipulation like this built into your divorce decree. Seems you have done everything you could at this point. No matter how difficult it has been, you face the truth and now you will be able to live the rest of your life without a nagging thought at the back of your mind constantly. Don't stop updating. OOP, life is not a fairy tale indeed. You're right, the nagging worry is at least gone. In a way, I think not finding anything would have been worse, because it would have perpetuated the ambiguity. After talking to Tom I was all but certain but it was still possible to be a misunderstanding. That it wasn't true. Now I know for sure. And I hate knowing, but at least the question isn't hanging over me anymore. It's tricky, because them not being allowed to see Amy is going to impact their ability to see their best friends, half-siblings. If being my husband's affair partner was all it took for me to demand she not be allowed to see the kids. I feel like a lot of divorces would have clauses like that but I never hear about it. I don't want Amy seeing my kids but I'm not sure how realistic that is. Comment 6. I honestly don't understand why Luke and Amy went through all this trouble. No one was stopping them from being together at the beginning. Why do all this? They're literally psychotic. They're gonna start painting you as a crazy person to your circle, social media soon. Do you think you can get ahead of the curve and tell people the truth, social media? Without including the photos, videos but screenshots maybe? Of course only if your lawyer approves. Or at least once the divorce proceedings have started and Luke and Amy knows just how much evidence you have. If not, they're gonna spin the story as you went crazy and divorced Luke and they looked to each other for support and fell in love. I know you think no one will believe that story but it's important your narrative gets out. New update. 3 days later. In my last post, there were a number of criticisms toward Paige. You guys will like this update as it turns out, you weren't the only ones who had a problem with her. As far as the deed being in my name, it's not an absolute hook, line and sinker, but Paige is convinced that between that and my having been the one paying the mortgage, I stand a very good chance. It could be interpreted as a common marital property, but I'm going for primary custody with supervised visits anyway. I'm playing hardball. People also questioned whether I should still be posting these, but so long as it's all anonymous, I am in the clear. Doesn't even matter if someone who knows me could figure out I posted this. I didn't use any real names, or reveal my location, or anything like that. As for the laptop, even Paige admitted that was questionable, but technically I gave permission and she was only doing what I could have easily done on my own. I just really didn't want to go through all of that content. As far as the divorce papers, Paige had them filled out after the very first time I contacted her. My serving them to Luke was ceremonial. She still contacted him later to officially serve him and request his lawyer's details. But before he could respond, I had already done something a little sneaky. I reached out to our family attorney, the one who has always been on call to represent me and Luke during our marriage. He helped us out of a jam with the HOA a while back. I'll call him Zach. Now, contrary to some of the comments' suggestions, I cannot just go around town consulting with every lawyer in the area, with the explicit purpose of locking my husband out of hiring them. That is bad faith and judges don't look too kindly on it. However, this was Zach. He had been my attorney, and Luke's, for years. I feel like I had just as much right to him as Luke did. And I got there first. So I was able to nail down our family's lawyer. Met with both him and Paige, and boy howdy, do they not like each other. Zach brought up some of the same problems as some of my comments. He argued that Paige's activity was in the gray area and urged me to hire him to represent me in the divorce instead. That caused a bit of conflict as Paige is explicitly a family attorney and this is her specialization. So I'm going to be consulting both of them from here on out. Zach actually thinks it's a good thing that I made these posts as they can't really do much other than prove my sanity when Luke and Amy try to argue otherwise. Overall, I am doing better. I've been talking to a friend in real life, the mom of one of Sophie's friends. I also have therapy scheduled for myself, and I intend to look into family therapy as well. When my kids ask me what's going on, I simply tell them that their father and I are having adult problems and it's nothing they need to worry about. That worked for about a day. Sophie warned me they were planning to confront me as a group, and they did, asking if Dad had cheated on me with Amy. Obviously they've been talking about this, and perhaps they have been for longer than I had anticipated. Perhaps they've been wondering? Again, even though I had absolute proof, I was hesitant to tell them as much, and let me explain why. I naturally wouldn't tell them about the pornographic content I found. I would simply say that I found messages between Luke and Amy revealing their affair, but, with the exception of Sophie, they wouldn't be satisfied with that. I already know Carter, curious little sweetheart that he is, would want to see these messages. So instead, when I was asked directly by my kids if their dad had cheated on me, I simply said I believe he did, yes. With as much sincerity as I could muster. I think they believe me. Tom and Sophie are texting nonstop and from what I can gather, there's doubt among Amy's children as well, that this is about me losing my mind, and not about their mother being too close to my husband. I think it's slowly sinking in for poor Jim that what he didn't want to believe was possible is very much possible, and it's happening. I haven't shown him or Kat any letters or anything. They're hosting Luke, so I haven't had much of any contact with them at all. But I did have one phone call with Kat where we wished each other well. That was nice. In the background, I could hear shouting and though Kat quickly went outside, I did hear what sounded like Jim shouting at Luke. He doesn't usually shout, he's the calmest man I've ever met, so in a way I'm worried about him but also relieved that the wool is being pulled off of his eyes. According to Kat, Luke is still staunchly denying everything. He was pretty upset when he found out that I had poached Zach though. Which gave me a kind of grim satisfaction. The test results came back. Sophie and Tom tested their DNA against each other to see if they truly are blood siblings. Here's a surprise. According to the test, they're not. They don't share any DNA. To everyone who believed Jim had fathered Amy's babies, here is definitive proof that he did not, because the test would have revealed that too. But I never believed it anyway. Sophie has her doubts and wonders if the results weren't faulty and if we shouldn't take another test to be absolutely certain, but I'm not really worried about that. More confused than anything. I was so certain Tom had to be Luke's son. He was too. Now he doesn't know what to think and I don't either. I obviously now know the affair happened and lasted years, and I know from the letters that Kaylee is Luke's child, or at least both he and Amy seem to believe she is, which confirms they were intimate 15 years ago. Now I'm just wondering for Tom's sake. Who if not Luke is his father? He does kind of look like Luke, but that might just be coincidence. In general, everything was quiet for a few days until it wasn't. Until she finally showed her face. My best friend Amy. I am so happy I installed Ring cameras everywhere as you are about to understand. Sure enough, Amy turned up on my doorstep and asked to talk. She had a relaxed demeanor and did not raise her voice. Assuming she was approaching me on Luke's behalf, I told her that I wasn't interested in talking to her and to just go away. She did not leave, but she didn't make a scene either. She persisted in telling me we needed to have a conversation. The kids weren't home, and did have cameras inside. I was also recording her on my phone and being discreet about it, so eventually I relented and let her in. I don't know if she realized she was on camera. We sat down on the couch, and she instantly got into the reason for her visit. Turns out, she and Luke know, or suspect, that I procured damning material from his laptop. Amy accused me of going through his devices and told me that anything I found was not my business and I needed to delete it. That was all she had to say. No apology, no admission of guilt, didn't take responsibility for her own behavior. Hell, she might have known I was recording her, because she didn't even directly acknowledge what the sensitive material on Luke's laptop actually was. So I confronted her, letting out some of my anger. I asked how she could have the nerve to make demands of me. I asked her why she and Luke would do a thing like this in the first place. Why had they seen fit to spend all these years betraying me? I posed the question that I'd been wondering about for a long time, and as I expected, I got no answer. Literally, Amy didn't seem to really hear me even as I confronted her. She seemed like she was stressed. Panicked even. But she was keeping it under wraps. She ignored my questions and accusations and just kept telling me to delete whatever content from Luke's laptop that I had. She said that if I wanted to divorce Luke, that was my call, but not to drag her into it. Oh, that made me so mad. I kept my temper, but I did snap back that she was already very much in it. Amy just kept repeating herself, telling me to delete whatever I found. So I just refused. I asked her, point blank, why I should. Why did I have any reason to? Amy got more aggressive, raising her voice. She was trying to intimidate me, but I held my ground. She told me that this wasn't about me and that I needed to just do as she said. That it was very important. So I asked again, why? And yet again, she would not answer. So I asked her if Luke had sent her to do this or if she had shown up on her own. No answer to that either. It was like talking to a brick wall. So I asked her to leave. Just as I'd been afraid of, she wouldn't go. She refused to leave until I had deleted everything I'd found in front of her. I couldn't help laughing. I told her no, that wasn't going to happen. This is where I could see her starting to freak out more. In another moment, she got up, ran into the other room, and grabbed my laptop. Before I could stop her, she smashed it on the floor. I really don't know why she thought that would work or get her the outcome she wanted. I think she was just panicking. Obviously, I still have everything, except now I need to buy a new laptop. And sadly, her doing this was out of frame of the camera, but it's fine. All of my important files are backed up, and at that moment I was more concerned that Amy would do something else drastic. She looked like she was going to have a breakdown. I tried again, very calmly, to tell her that she needed to leave or I would call the police. She refused again and just kept repeating her demand that I drop this whole cheating angle and divorce Luke without trying to argue that an affair took place. At that point I just stared at her. At the woman I had considered one of my dearest friends in all the world. And I told her that I didn't owe her anything, but she owed her children the truth. That they had the right to know where they came from. Who Luke really was to them. Amy bristled and told me it was none of my business, that I didn't understand her family and I needed to back off. She kept going back to this idea that I could divorce Luke, but I must not claim he'd had an affair with her. I just told her that I didn't need her permission to handle my divorce how I wanted and told her again to leave. She got more and more desperate, and her anger accelerated to the point that she physically attacked me. I did not expect her to actually do this. I'm not much of a fighter, but I do know the human body pretty well, and where it's weakest. She hurt me pretty badly, but I got her off me. That part was very much on camera, and the whole audio was recorded on my phone. She finally left after that, and I immediately called to file a police report. I had the strangest feeling she'd try something similar and wanted to beat her to the punch. I was able to clean myself up by the time I had to face my kids, and while I downplayed the story, I did not lie to them about why I had a black eye. I told them, for their own safety, to steer clear of Amy. I also sent the footage to Paige and Zach, as well as pictures of my injured state before I cleaned up. They've also printed out the letters that reference Kaylee as Luke's child. I really feel like Amy just screwed herself over on all this. I don't know what her motives were. Was she protecting Luke? Was this his idea? Does she just really not want the world to know she's a homewrecker? Is she covering her own ass? As if people didn't know already? The more of my social circle I talked to, and inform of the basics, the more people confess that they had wondered in the past if Luke wasn't cheating on me, but didn't have any concrete proof. I suppose Amy doesn't want her kids to know who fathered them, which does line up, but I'm still not sure about Tom. I didn't ask Amy about him in particular. I don't know why you guys are so eager for these updates, but I don't mind posting them. I've never blogged about my life before. I'd imagine it feels something like this. Comments. Comment 1. I'm so sorry that she had gone to your home and attacked you. Glad you still have the evidence and didn't back down. I have a feeling that she is wanting you to delete the stuff because maybe your in-laws have threatened to cut her off financially if it is true. Thank you for the update. Hope you're healing. OOP. I could see that being the case. Comment 2. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Luke finds out that the children he thought were his actually belong to someone else and that his mistress has been cheating on him for years. It would be so satisfying. He will lose not only his wife and mistress but also some of his children. Not to mention losing the respect of the children he had with you. He's headed straight for the downfall. Comment 3. Ooh, I had not considered this angle. How interesting. Another poster said they thought Amy might be so insistent that she be left out of everything because the in-laws will cut her off. And I still think that's a strong possibility, but even more so if the kids aren't actually Luke's. Comment 4. Sweet life. Amy has bought herself a house with these people's help and receives regular financial support every month. She has hooked a sick man, who struggles to leave the house, according to one of OP's comments, and made him her puppet. Even if Luke suspects something, he can't confront Amy, because if he does, Amy could spill everything. She's been in control of the narrative until now, and suddenly the whole world she's built is going to be turned upside down. I think that's why she's freaking out. There's also being humiliated, yes, but she can always leave the city she lives in. Hell, even the country. But as long as the children are the grandchildren of this rich family. But if they're not, she's fucked. Comment 5. What DNA test did the kids use? That was super fast. Amy sounds like she has mental problems. No accountability for her actions. Zero remorse, no empathy. She thinks she can't do any wrong. Sue her for the laptop and press charges for battery or assault. OOP, literally just one of the over-the-counter paternity tests you can buy at a drugstore. If it gets to the point of having tests done in court, those are likely to be more reliable. Oh, you read my mind. Kind stranger, that's exactly what I want to do. Laptop is likely to just be a small claims court, but it's another charge on the pile. Karen claims to be the owner's wife in my parents' restaurant and ends up embarrassing herself. I am 18 years old. We offer snacks, cakes, candies, and several fast items in the small restaurant my parents run. Let us just refer to it as Joe's. It was named after my grandparents. Yes, I do pay. Normally, I hang out there with friends to have something whenever I have free time, and this helps them to pay as well. Working at Joe's pays me, especially on the weekends as it gets really busy. I pick orders and assist others with service. We do indeed have staff members. Along with paying me for the hours I work, my dad lets me keep the tip money clients leave after dining. Few of the frequent patrons are aware that my parents, the proprietors, also work there. I am the son of the owner. People commonly confuse them, nevertheless, for employees. One weekend, a woman, probably in her 30s or 40s, entered the restaurant with her bratty child, who appeared to be roughly 13 years old. Given it was the weekend, the place was somewhat packed. She was advised to take a seat on one of the waiting seats. About 20 minutes later, she sat down at a ready table. I went to get her order. I can't precisely recall what she ordered, perhaps a sandwich or something. I handed the order to the kitchen and stood next to the register monitoring whether anyone needed anything. Her bratty child was running around the restaurant, yelling, running over people, treading on their feet, even touching their food. Naturally, the mother seemed unconcerned and preoccupied on her phone. This infuriated me much, hence I grabbed the child by his hand and angrily instructed him not to run in such a strong manner that he started crying and ran back to his mother. Fuming, the mother stripped across to me. The discussion proceeded as follows. "How dare you touch my child?" the entitled mother says. Me? He was flitting about upsetting other individuals. Surely you noticed he was handling their food. Well, he's a child, says the entitled mother. He is free to do as he likes. Me? Well, yeah, but under my supervision. Do you even know who I am? The entitled mother asked. Thinking, asterisk. Here we go again. Knowing what was about to happen, I chose to participate asterisk. Me? No ma'am, I'm not. Entitled mother. Well, then you ought to know, I am the owner's wife. You're getting fired, so you made a big mistake and I will make sure your face won't be seen here again. I started to find amusement at this stage. I assumed she would say she was a friend or sister of the owner, but she opted for asterisk wife asterisk, hence now I could have some fun. Me? Ma'am, I doubt you even know his. She served me. His name is insert my dad's name here, says entitled mother. She knew my dad's name, which startled me since only a small number of people knew that fact. Me? Ma'am, please don't get me fired, I'm so sorry I was nasty to your son. I just have this job. Entitled mother, you should have considered that before you touched my son. Me? But ma'am, he was frustrating. She once more cut me off. Title mother, shut up. She marched across to the cashier and insisted on talking to the manager. Coming out, my dad asked her what was happening. Entitled mother, your staff member has been buzzing my son. I want him to be let go right now. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I can't just fire him without reason, my dad answered after staring at me then back at her. Do you even know who you're talking to? Entitled mother asks. The owner of Joe's is married to me, hence I find this staff unacceptable. My dad smiled the most of all. Entitled mother, why are you laughing? I am sincere. Dad, I apologize for any trouble once more. Are you looking for a refund? The entitled mother entered complete fury mode and exclaimed, you know what, I'm grumbling about you and your company on my phone to my husband. We'll have you sacked right now. We posted it on a board outside for home delivery orders, hence she picked my dad's phone number. She gave that number a call. My dad's phone rang. Shock rocked Karen, the entitled mother. Taking up the phone he said, "Hello, this is Joe's owner, how could I assist you?" As if all the blood drained from Karen, her face turned from red to absolutely white. "Yes, I am the owner and manager of Joe's and you are not at all my wife," he said. "And my son is the employee you wish sacked." She stared at me, and my laughter started to flow uncontrolled. Her order came ready just then, but by then she was already ashamed enough. Her child was wailing all through the backdrop. We still giggle about her dragging him out by the arm, not following the instructions, and without even taking the order. Man, I find it hard to understand how long OP let this continue before saying anything. He actually had not really needed to say anything at all. She called the number outside and spoke with the owner personally, hence the only reason the entitled mother discovered he was the son of the owner and she was not the wife. She chose the wife role straight ahead instead of other possibilities like OP considered, such as becoming the sister or friend of the owner. She simply asserted, rather boldly, to be the wife of the proprietor. I wouldn't have been able to resist shouting something like, "Mom, you finally came home," remarked one of the funniest remarks, then tried hugging her while faking tears of joy. Following up, someone remarked, "That would be awesome and hilarious. And I have a younger brother as well. Were you expecting dad when you left? Is he a half-brother?" Better still, the larger the scene is. People begin by pulling out their phones and filming the entire event. Tell me what you would score this entitlement level 1 out of 10 and down below in the comments. Ex-husband begs to come back after miserable life. I laughed and called it karma. Am I the asshole? My ex-husband divorced me 3 years ago. When we got married we agreed that we weren't going to have kids. I never wanted them, he said he didn't really want them. So yeah. 4 years into our marriage he changed his mind, and he chose to divorce me because I wouldn't go back on our agreement and give him children. I'm not really a big believer in divorce. I was ready to be married for the rest of our lives. We had a good marriage, but I guess he didn't love me that much if he picked kids that didn't even exist over me. Right after our divorce he almost instantly remarried. He got his new wife pregnant right away, and they have 2 kids together. In the 3 years since then I've finished my higher education, and have accepted a high-paying job in healthcare. Life has actually been pretty good for me, and I've gotten to the point where I think I'm ready to start looking to settle down. Yesterday morning my ex-husband showed up on my doorstep crying. I figured something pretty awful must have happened so I let him in, and got him a drink. He started going on and crying about how awful his life is. He apparently hates his 2 kids, one of them is disabled and maybe autistic and he has no money due to the kid being so expensive. His wife yells at him all the time, she got fat after having kids and doesn't want to lose weight, she never puts out, he can never go anywhere anymore. He said that he wants a divorce from his new wife and he regrets ever leaving me. He asked if I would take him back, and said he learned his lesson. I couldn't help but laugh at him. It was so pitiful. His audacity also kind of astounded me. I told him that with 2 kids to support and his lack of loyalty he is not a catch, and I definitely won't take him back. And maybe this was karma for divorcing me. He was pissed, called me an asshole, and said he thought I would be more supportive and would at least turn him down nicely. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for exposing my dad's girlfriend after she tried to kick me out and faked a pregnancy? I'm M20, and I was a former foster kid. I was never adopted before I aged out, but I was placed with Joe when I was 10, and we were long-term matched by the time I was 14. Joe's the only real family I've ever had, and I consider him my dad. Even though the whole adoption thing never happened. When I first moved in with Joe, he was married, but his wife passed away suddenly when I was 12. That was tough on both of us, but we managed to get through it together. Now, Joe's been dating his current girlfriend, Sarah, for about 2 years. She didn't come over much, and when she did it was pretty brief. But 3 weeks ago she moved into our house because she lost her job and couldn't afford rent anymore. I don't know if she was always like this or if moving in has brought out a different side of her, but Sarah's been acting really strange. Whenever Joe isn't around, she completely ignores me won't even look at me when I speak, won't answer questions, nothing. At first I thought it might be some kind of anxiety thing. But now it started getting worse. For example, when Joe's at work and I'm in the lounge watching a movie, she'll come in and start blasting TikTok on her phone or playing music, totally disregarding the fact that I'm there. When I ask her to turn it down, she just flat out ignores me. And it's not just the ignoring that's the problem. She started saying some pretty nasty stuff about me too. She FaceTimed her friend while I was in the room and talked about how lazy I am and how I don't contribute anything to the household. Yesterday, I was sitting on the sofa watching the new Deadpool movie when she came and sat across from me, FaceTiming her friend again. She started talking about how she and Joe are trying for a baby and how excited they are because neither of them have had children before. Those exact words. It felt like a slap in the face. I know Joe wouldn't have said something like that because he considers me his son. So either she's making it up, or I don't even know what. I haven't told Joe about the things she's been saying to her friend because I don't want to mess up his first real relationship since his wife died. But this situation is seriously eating me up inside. I mentioned the situation to a few people and a couple of them suggested that I secretly record her behavior when Joe isn't around so that he can see what's really going on. It seemed like a good idea at first, but when I talked to one of my close friends about it, he said that secretly recording her could just make things worse. He thinks it might make Joe feel like I'm going behind his back and could cause even more tension, especially if Sarah twists it to make me look bad. So, WABTA if I secretly recorded her to show Joe what she's really like, or should I just avoid it altogether? I don't want to seem like I'm trying to sabotage his relationship, but I'm not sure what else to do. Relevant comments. November 8485. You need to talk to Joe. You can record it in case he doesn't believe you, but you need to talk to him ASAP. And you might also have to work on your exit plan in case it backfires, which it can. People in love do strange things at times. NTA. OOP. I don't think Joe would ever kick me out, but you're right, I should have a backup plan just in case. Call 20. So many parents kick out kids when a new relationship forms and the kid doesn't get on with the new spouse. Don't be blindsided by something that is a huge possibility. You're an adult. Joe's GF could have the very easy argument that you're an adult and need to move out so they can work on furthering their relationship. Having a child together would absolutely be a reason he would side with her. NTA, out of curiosity, you have only explained that you lounge and watch TV. Are you contributing to the household in any way? If Joe's GF is contributing to the household, I can see why she would have an issue floating with you. OOP, well, I'm still at college. Americans would call this high school. But it's summer. As a foster care leaver, Joe is paid £300 per week by the government to support me until I finish. This will carry on until I finish university or until I'm 25, whichever is first. I also get universal credit which I use for most of my expenses. OOP goes on to state, high school usually ends at 18 here also, but I've had to redo some learning that I missed. Huge_Lime 826 Get your ass off the couch and contribute to the home. Seems to me you are too stupid to realize that he will pick his girlfriend bedmate over a 20-year-old taking up space and pissing off his hot girlfriend. You don't realize it, but unless you start contributing your days are numbered. So you're off school for the summer. Why don't you have a job to go to every day instead of sitting your ass on the couch? OP, who hurt you? Huge_Lime 826 Nobody hurt me. But I did have enough common sense to get my ass off the couch and not play video games as a 20-year-old and then bitch about somebody who actually is contributing to the household. If he doesn't believe the girlfriend is more important to Joe than he has blinders on. Just wait until she has a baby. He needs to wake up and get his ass off the couch and contribute to the family. 20 years old is not a time to be sitting on the couch playing video games to get a job. Automatic_mirror_825. It's time to fly out of the nest, find a job, and/or college. Build your own life. You are an adult, young, male, with lots of opportunities. Sorry_I_guess responding to automatic_mirror_825. This young man didn't have a stable home until he was 10. He went through a traumatic childhood, and his life's trajectory is not the same as most people's, so developmentally it may be important for him to take a little longer to feel safe and confident. Hell, he's still finishing his secondary education due to those complications. And you have literally no idea what opportunities he does or doesn't have. As long as his father is happy to have him there, who are you to tell him he needs to leave home? What a shitty, presumptuous thing to say. Silent Prune 8103. Going to school isn't contributing to the household. Doing chores, taking out the trash, preparing dinner, doing laundry, sweeping the floors, vacuuming, doing repairs around the house. Contributing to the sustainment of your family's home and health of it so it doesn't burden others. That's my responsibility. If she finds herself or Joe doing all of this, then I would be annoyed as well. You're an adult. As an adult, you should be contributing without being told the responsibilities of maintaining the home. I would say getting a job as well at your age. Many folks go to school and have a part-time job, but if that's not the case, you can help around the house. I guarantee if you're doing those things, Joe and possibly her will have a different positive opinion of you. Update. I decided to talk to Joe directly instead of secretly recording Sarah. I thought it would be more mature, sensible, and non-confrontational to handle things face to face. My mindset was that if he didn't take it seriously, then I'd consider recording to show him what was really going on. When Joe got home from work, I asked him to talk privately in my room. He seemed a bit confused at first, but I made it clear that I wasn't trying to sabotage his relationship. I just needed to tell him that some things Sarah was doing were making me uncomfortable. I reminded him about how she ignores me and mentioned how she plays videos while I'm watching TV, but when I told him she said that he didn't have any children and that they were trying for a baby, he looked really upset. It felt a bit awkward, but Joe called Sarah into the room to talk with us. He asked her if what I said was true and she immediately denied it. You could see from her body language that she was lying. I'm not sure if she just never expected me to say anything about how she's been treating me or what. Joe firmly told her that this is my house, not hers, and that while she's a guest here, she can't be disrespecting me. Things got a little heated, and in the end, she apologized to me, though it was through gritted teeth. I accepted the apology, even though I'm not sure it was genuine. After that, Joe asked if I was still comfortable with her staying with us. I said I was because I didn't want to break them up. I just wanted to tell him what was happening. However, she decided to stay at her friend's house for the night, which made the situation feel even more tense. I can tell Joe is really upset now, and I feel super guilty for making him feel this way. He insists it's not my fault and we ended up having kebabs for tea, but even so I can't shake the feeling that I've caused a huge fight between them. Joe went to bed early, and now I'm stuck feeling bad about the whole situation. I just hope that whatever happens next, things will settle down. Thank you everyone. Update 2. So, about a month ago, things seemed to be getting better, at least on the surface. Joe and Sarah got back together, and I gave them my blessing because Joe really wanted it to work. Sarah even moved back into the house, and she was actually being decent to me, which was a change. But honestly, I always felt like she was just putting on an act. I had this nagging feeling that she still didn't like me and was only being nice because her other option was to be homeless. It all went downhill really fast though. Less than a week after moving back in, Sarah announced that she was pregnant with Joe's baby. And that's when the real chaos started. She dropped this ultimatum on Joe. Either I move out, or she'd break up with him and make it impossible for him to be involved with the baby. Joe was torn because he didn't want her or the baby to be homeless, but he also made it clear that I wasn't going anywhere. I'm his family, and he wouldn't kick me out for anything. So Joe told Sarah that they'd have to break up for good after she gave him the ultimatum. He even kicked her out again. That's when things got even crazier. Sarah started messaging Joe, saying she was going to get an abortion because she couldn't afford to be pregnant. Joe, being the good guy he is, offered to send her money and even pay for her rent so she wouldn't be homeless, but she kept playing games. Anyway, I was borrowing Joe's iPad one day and I saw that Sarah's iMessage was still linked to it. I accidentally stumbled across her messages to a friend where she admitted she wasn't pregnant at all. She was just lying to get money from Joe and had this whole plan to drag him along for months before pretending to get an abortion. She even said she was going to make Joe's life miserable because he kicked her out. I felt sick to my stomach reading those messages. I took a screen recording of the entire chat, including the phone numbers and everything so she couldn't deny it or say that it was faked. When I showed Joe, he was completely heartbroken. He's stopped sending her money, but now he's unsure about what to do next. He's even thinking of reporting her to the police for fraud. But part of him just wants to cut her out of his life completely and move on. I've never seen Joe this hurt, and I feel so guilty because I know all of this is stressing him out. I'm still in shock over how horrible Sarah turned out to be. Even with everything that's happened before, I never thought she'd do something this low. Now, we're just trying to figure out how to move forward from all of this. Karen yells at me in Walmart over apple juice and demands both bottles. My mother had to visit Walmart a few days ago to pick up a prescription and some food. She detests Walmart, hence we usually attempt to move quickly. My brother and I went to hunt the few things we needed as she stood in line for the prescription. We arrived at the grocery store and got to work shopping. There were just 2 gallons of apple juice left when we at last arrived at the beverages section. As I went to pick them, a woman walked up and watched me grab them. Turning back, I asked her whether she was likewise searching for apple juice. She agreed, thus I gave her one. We would take the other. Things started to get fast. She wanted them, hence she instructed me to give her both of them. I reminded her once more that I would give her one. We would retain the other. She started asking that I give her both as she wasn't satisfied with this. I told her no flat out. Since my brother only wanted apple juice and is not good with conflict, he was not saying anything. "Ma'am, do you want this one or not?" I asked. "Just give me both," Karen said. "How difficult should one find that to grasp? I want both of them." Looking nervous, my brother interrupted her as she was beginning to create a scene and said, "Look, we're just trying to be nice." Karen jerked back. "I don't care, just show me these, you are throwing away my time." I eventually grew bored with the debate and out of spite filled our cart with both of the apple juices. I spun around and pointed for my brother to follow. She started screaming, but we proceeded toward the front. Really, it was the dumbest thing ever. Arriving first, the OP and his brother might have readily snatched both apple juice bottles without saying anything. Rather, they volunteered to give the woman one, and she turned straight forward and started screaming at them. She ended up obtaining 100% of nothing while wanting exactly 100% of the apple juice. Though it sounds like they were able to just walk away without any more problems, I find it surprising that Karen did not end up running after OP and his brother to do something further. Tell me what you would score this one, 1 out of 10, down here for the entitlement degree. An entitled parent seeks Disney World's college refund policy. Understanding the rest of the story depends on knowing all this material. Having only been here slightly over 2 months, I work at a financial aid office for a small private university. Because I have to learn topics about the financial aid application process I never would have believed I would need to know, including how FAFSA forms are handled, my work is difficult. Students must complete the FAFSA, a crucial document to find out how much money they are qualified for to pay for college. Many times, this means students with scholarships, grants, or loans could receive a return check. The amount the student qualifies for and the amount the school deducts for tuition, classes, lodging, board, and other expenditures will determine how these checks turn out. Students occasionally will obtain thousands of dollars back off. Be sure not to discuss how you intend to utilize a refund outside of class criteria for anyone who intends to obtain one, since it is policy to refuse to distribute money if they are knowingly used for items outside of school necessities. Once more, this helps one to grasp the narrative. Now, on to the narrative. Though I work as a simple office assistant, my position as a financial aid assistant is one of knowledge of a financial aid counselor. Yesterday, a young woman and her father entered the office. "Where's the person that's holding my kid's money hostage?" the man asked before I could welcome them. This man was plainly angry and bigger than me, so I got scared. Just from the intensity of his voice, I wanted to cry. "Sir, I can see if anyone's available to talk," I said, and he started yelling at me about how horrible the university was and how dare they keep his daughter's money like this. We are all women in our little office with my boss, the Director of Financial Aid, DFA, Assistant Director AD, and Student Assistant. Turning to the open doorway, I found the Assistant Director looking unconcerned. "I can discuss her money with you and your daughter," she replied. Side note, since we have no control on how it's distributed, first call the billing department, not the financial aid office, if you're seeking a refund. I heard everything discussed since the entitled dad and the girl entered the office left the door open. Had I been let to document events, for privacy concerns I wasn't, I would have noted this conversation. "So how can I help you?" the assistant director asked. "What is happening?" The entitled dad added, "The refund for my kid was meant to arrive by the end of the week, Wednesday here, and her account does not show it." "Sir, please calm down," the assistant director said. Ignoring her, the dad said, "No, we utilize her money for our trip, hence she needs it." The daughter piped in, "Dad, I'm not going on a trip." The dad said, "You are indeed. Remember, we are heading to Disney World." Knowing this, the assistant director remarked, "So you're using your refund to pay for a trip outside of school?" Saying, "No, I'm not," the daughter objected. But the dad cut her off, declaring, "Yes, she is. We now need it since she pledged to pay the deposit with that money." "Sir, I must tell you that I cannot let this money be released as you have just told me your daughter will be using them for things outside of school. Please do not modify it." The dad said, "What? She can spend her money any way she wants and do anything with it." The assistant director clarified, "You only have this money for purchases connected to schools. Using it otherwise is regarded as fraud, a wrong use of money." OP explains here, "You should never notify the financial aid office of your vacation plans and act like a jerk. You can utilize your return money any way you like. Most financial aid recipients have no particular interest in how you use your refund generally." I was still at my desk, trying to seem as though I was not hearing this, but this man went crazy. I swear I picked up more foul words from him in that one instant than I have in 27 years. Though she wouldn't be getting her money, the daughter was also unhappy. I dropped my head as they left the building. Not too long afterward, I got up to visit my assistant director. "Hey, are you okay?" I begged. She nodded, however she obviously needed some alone time. I don't blame her, that guy was really scary and I doubt we will hear from him very soon either. Man, if they hadn't obviously declared they would be using the money for Disneyland, it sounds like they could have really been able to help them. The fact that they intended to pay for the trip for everyone else using the daughter's money seems also strange. I sensed that the choice was made for her. Still, it was quite a poor decision for the dad to freely admit to utilizing the funds for Disneyland. Why would you even say it even if it wasn't against policy? Whichever the money is for, what difference counts? In this instance, it allowed the assistant director a simple way out from underhandling the matter entirely. Though the assistant director explicitly addressed it as a possibility, they believed the dad might keep returning but could also be terrified of anything involving fraud. That's really significant. Either way, grade this one, 1 out of 10, down below and tell me what you would do if you were in this position. Sister-in-law secretly DNA tested my adopted daughter and accused me of raising an affair baby, so I laughed in her face. Original post, August 29, 2024. When you weigh 30 m, have a daughter who's 6. I am not biologically related to her at all. There is no blood relation between us. I was friends with her mother for most of my childhood. We were never involved romantically and were always just friends. She had her daughter at 23 with her 25-year-old husband. When my daughter was a newborn, about 3 months technically, both her mother and father were killed. I won't go into too much detail for privacy reasons, but it was a workplace shooting. My friend and her husband had worked in the same building and were both killed. Both my friend and her husband had grown up with less than ideal families and didn't have any siblings, so there wasn't any next of kin for their daughter to go to. However, because I was close with them, I was able to adopt her. Even though I had been iffy about the idea of kids, I didn't want their daughter to grow up in foster care or around people who didn't have a connection to her bio parents, so I stepped in. My parents and siblings know that my daughter is not my actual daughter biologically speaking. My daughter, I'll call Lily for the post, also knows that she's adopted. I never really hid the fact that she was adopted. She knows her parents are dead and were killed by a bad man, but I'm saving the details for when she's older. Lily does not look like me at all. She looks exactly like her mother and biological dad. Most people assume that I'm her bio dad and that she just took after her mom. I don't ever really correct this when and if people assume this because it just seems unnecessary. My brother has been with his fiancée for about 2 years now. A few weeks ago we were all meeting up at my parents' house and my SIL saw an old picture of me, my friend and her husband. She pointed to my friend and asked who she was, and I explained that it was Lily's mother. SIL got quiet and stood in front of the picture for a while. I didn't think much of it. To clarify, she knows my friend died, but I guess didn't know that she had been married, or that Lily is not my bio daughter. I suppose she assumed my daughter was mine and my friend's biological daughter. My SIL got a DNA test done on my daughter behind my back. She used my brother's DNA for the test, and when it came back that they weren't related, she knew that meant me and Lily weren't related. She came up to me with the results and waved them in my face, saying that I was taking care of a dead woman's affair baby. She said this to me in front of my daughter. I just stared at her for a while before bursting out laughing at this. I told her I knew Lily wasn't my biological daughter, and that this thing called adoption exists. Her face went red and she stormed off. My brother is mad. I embarrassed his fiancée, but I said she embarrassed herself by DNA testing a kid that isn't hers and then parading the results up to me. What did she want me to do? What was her goal with this? Did she want me to break down and abandon my daughter? My brother said she thought she was doing the right thing and called me an asshole. I don't feel like the asshole, especially considering my SIL was the one who stuck her nose where it didn't belong. I'm asking for Reddit opinions, mostly just for validation. So was I the asshole? AITA has no consensus bot. OOP was NTA. Did the brother's fiancé assume OOP was married to the deceased friend? Oop, I can see how she assumed that we were together. In the picture I had my arm around her shoulders. This was before my friend was married to her husband. At the time that picture was taken they were just friends. Commenter, I think you're a hero. I'm proud of you. If anything ever happens to me, I know my daughter will be so loved and cared for and raised in a loving household. I hope somehow your friend and Lily's daddy are resting peacefully knowing she's got a papa that loves her. I'm going back to cutting onions now. OP, I appreciate that, a lot. I'm doing my best to raise Lily with the values and beliefs her mother and bio dad had and wanted to raise her with, even if some of them differ a bit from my own. Does OOP know what kind of DNA test Sil took for his daughter? OOP, I believe they were doing one of those home DNA kits, though I don't know what company they did it through. Commenter, NTA, she wanted to stir some shit up, that's a hell of a lot of effort to help. Also, I'd be pissed about how she got Lily's DNA to do this. It didn't go the way she thought it would, so she got mad. Your brother is just trying to side with his soon-to-be wife. Update, August 31st, 2024. TLDR spoiler. My brother thought I had been having an affair with Lily's mom and thought I was Lily's bio dad. He tricked Sil into believing that I was in a relationship with Lily's mom and was Lily's bio dad. Sil then saw the picture of Lily's mom and her husband, and assumed Lily was an affair child between the two of them and was being led on to believe that I was Lily's bio dad. My Sil ended up coming to my house and apologizing, as well as telling me the full story. My brother put her up to the DNA test. When I first adopted Lily, my brother for some reason believed that Lily was my bio daughter. He thought that me and Lily's mom were together and just weren't telling anyone. He believes that when she got pregnant, Lily's mom told me that Lily was mine and that she was going to just say that it was her husband's, and I went along with it because I didn't really want kids. Sil was under the impression I believed I was Lily's bio dad. She saw the picture of Lily's mom and I, and after asking for clarification on who she was, assumed we were together in it, and then got suspicious when she saw that the other guy in the picture, Lily's actual bio dad, looked a lot like Lily. I also want to clarify, I didn't tell her that Lily's bio dad was in the picture because she had specifically pointed to Lily's mom, and I assumed she knew that Lily was adopted. I didn't know my brother had been telling her lies for nearly 2 years. She got the DNA test out of her own suspicions, and my brother helped her with it because he thought it would reveal that I was actually Lily's bio dad. He manipulated her into thinking that it would clear the air of suspicion, when really he was just trying to prove that I was really Lily's bio dad and lying about the reasons for adoption. Well, of course the results proved I wasn't Lily's bio dad and that my brother was wrong. My brother felt too embarrassed to confess to his fiancée that he had lied about the circumstances, which is why Sil confronted me with the results. My Sil also apologized for showing me the results in front of my daughter. She told me that her mom had an affair and cheated on her father, got pregnant with another man's kid, and had let her father believe the kid was his. Her father was devastated by this when he found out, and she grew very resentful of women who do that to their spouses. She had wanted to sit me down and talk to me about it without my daughter, but when she saw me with my daughter she got angry thinking I was being led on to believe I was raising my daughter when I was actually raising another man's kid, and she ended up exploding and immediately waved the results in my face. My Sil does feel very guilty, and she's angry at my brother for lying to her. I'm not angry at her for doing the test, because she thought she was doing the right thing. I also forgave her for the way she told me about the results, because clearly affairs are a sensitive subject for her and I can understand why she would have exploded like that. I'm pretty sure she plans to break up with my brother now, and I don't blame her. When I called and asked my brother about this, he admitted it. When I asked why he would think this, he said that he couldn't think of a reason why a man who had been against having kids at the time would willingly adopt a baby without having a blood connection to it. He told Sil that I was Lily's bio dad and was aware of the fact. He took it a step further, and said that me and Lily's mom were together at the time of Lily's conception. Both me and my parents have been in low contact with my brother for a while now. I know I will forgive my brother eventually, but I can't do that right now. He believed I was low enough to have an affair with a married woman, get her pregnant, take no responsibility, allow her to pass off the kid as another man's, and then only take responsibility because her mom died. Relevant comments. OOP on how Lily is handling all of those. Is she mad at her uncle and his fiancé? OOP. She was confused and I had to explain to her what Sil had said in terms she would understand. She was angry Sil would think that of her mom, and I had to explain that she had been lied to and didn't think that anymore. She's not mad at Sil anymore but doesn't want to ever talk to her uncle again. OOP on fatherhood since adopting Lily. OP, LOL, yes I can admit that I'm definitely a lot softer since becoming a father. Adopting my daughter made me have to finally be mature, something I wasn't in my 20s when I adopted her. Commenter, both your brother and Sil are getting off too lightly. He butted into your family and lied to his wife. And sensitive issue or not, she still violated your daughter's privacy then called her an affair child derisively in front of her. Commenter. When I asked why he would think this he said that he couldn't think of a reason why a man who had been against having kids at the time would willingly adopt a baby without having a blood connection to it. Your brother is really showing his whole ass here. Your brother was both a terrible sibling and partner. He riled up his fiancée based on her trauma in order to enlist her to help in deceiving you. Awful. OP, I really want to stress this point, take the words right out my mouth. I'm not mad at my Sil because I know she was manipulated into doing this by my brother. I wish more people could understand that. Update 2. September 8, 2024. Update 2. SIL is now X-Sil. I don't know if multiple updates are allowed for this sub. If not, take this down and I'll post to my profile. Some people were wondering what happened to my brother and Sil. Well, she dumped him. They tried to make it work, but that only lasted a few days and she ended up giving him the ring back. My brother got shit-faced drunk on my front lawn in the middle of the night. I was pissed because Lily had school the next morning and this woke her up. My brother was yelling insults to both me and my daughter. We called the police and he spent the night in jail for drunken disturbance. I believe the official charge was something like that. I sure as hell pressed charges because he was saying some borderline threatening statements to me and my daughter. I don't think it's enough to qualify for a restraining order, but if it is, I'll get a temporary one. On a more positive note, Lily is doing well. She's getting straight A's in even subjects and is excited about her first ever science project. She's been talking my ear off about it. Send help, lol. Comments. Commenter 1, good for you and your daughter. That was such a violation for you too. Unfortunately, the ex has to deal with her own personal demons. They are both sick. Commenter 2. It's unfortunate that your brother reacted so poorly to the breakup. It's great that you're prioritizing Lily's well-being and ensuring her safety. Hopefully your brother gets the help he needs to deal with his emotions in a healthier way. Dad gave our family business to my lazy brother. He messed up, almost causing a customer to die, and now Dad's begging me to come back and fix it. I, 28F, threw my dad a retirement party somewhat over a month ago. Having maintained our family restaurant for practically his whole life, he was retiring from management. Now, at about 62, he told us he was too exhausted to continue and wanted the company to be passed on to the next generation. Since I had given this restaurant the past 5 years of my life, I very mistakenly assumed he meant me. My family runs 2 other restaurants across the city in addition to an Italian franchise. My uncle runs one, the other is supervised by his daughter. But the most often used branch is ours, and my father is the official owner. For background, my uncle is not really the biological brother of Dad. This all began when my grandfather built his first restaurant, where business first started. Actually, our property is the original one. The restaurant my grandfather opened with my grandmother operated for numerous years until my father assumed control. Then he grew the company by adding 2 other eateries at separate sites. My uncle came in at that point. When we first launched the second restaurant, he left his employment and began working there. His daughter took charge of that place. Since the company has always stayed within the family, when Dad announced his retirement a few weeks before I hosted the celebration, I naturally anticipated him to turn it over to me. Since my uncle wanted to retire in a few years anyway and he is almost the same age as my father, maybe a few years younger, he was not a competitor for the firm. Given my 5-year dedication to the first restaurant, his daughter's 2 years of running the new store represent significantly less experience than I have. I abandoned my corporate job to work with my father ever since I was 23. I wanted to one day inherit the family firm and carry it to unprecedented success. Since I was the strongest applicant to inherit the company, I simply thought it would be me. My cousin was too young and unskilled to manage on her own. My uncle was retiring soon. I knew then it would be me. Though it was somewhat stupid of me not to demand a written agreement, my father never mentioned it straightforwardly. I assumed this was merely understood. Still, at the very last instant my father threw me a curveball. He said on the day of his retirement celebration that my bratty younger brother would be inheriting the company. I have a younger brother and an elder brother. Charles, 34M, my older brother, took the medical route. He is a surgeon and shows no enthusiasm for the restaurant industry. Derek, 26M, my younger brother, spends nothing at all and does nothing all day. Nobody in the family likes him, he is a brat of good value for nothing. Though I have no issue with his lack of talents or his lack of activity all day, I absolutely find his attitude unacceptable. Though he has nothing to show for his life, he behaves as though he is the best and deserves every nice thing that comes his way. Mostly, it's my parents pushing this behavior. Anytime Charles and I try to talk about it, they shut us down and tell us he needs positive support so he could investigate job paths and avoid lifetime freeloading dependent on his parents. A few years ago, he graduated from community college. Since then, he has been let go from at least 5 different companies. He has a major attitude issue so he can never make things stick. Though I'm not sure why he believes this, he feels he is on the same level as God personally and that nobody else can challenge him. We have to put up with it since we are family, but in the actual world, least of all his employers, none would accept this kind of behavior. It is therefore not surprising that he has been let off from every position within a few months. He is not very talented in anything, and even the jobs he worked at were guaranteed by my father via his contacts. For himself, Derek truly cannot accomplish anything. He is simply a huge screw-up and has no idea about his future direction. Since he was let go from his last job 2 years ago, he has been lounging about our house, draining our parents for the past several years. The worst aspect is his lack of any guilt or regret over it. Our parents ignore him and let him live this way instead of intervening, which makes it quite annoying. It is unfair, particularly because Charles and myself were continuously urging us to improve. Not to seem unappreciative, as Charles and I are doing in our life, but it stinks to see them be so forgiving of Derek. Still, I find him to be a somewhat spoiled brat that absolutely bothers me. As children, we were all wonderful friends. But, since high school, things have changed and I hardly get along with Derek in the least. Everyone was rather surprised when my dad said Derek would be inheriting the company, as he also lacks knowledge of the company or any notion of how things run. A few months before I organized the celebration, my father had announced his retirement. Everyone knew about it. Family members as well as workers. Having been my father's right-hand man, or lady, in my case, I naturally anticipated to take over after he retired. I regret not having a decent discussion about it. I had taken it for granted, and perhaps that was the reason I came undone. I regarded this as evidence that he was intending to leave me in control, even though he had expressed things about what he wanted me to do once he retired a few times. I trusted my father, therefore I never thought of him maybe not leaving the company to me. He had never offered me a justification not to. Though he handled Derek differently, that did not mean he mistreated me. As an employee as well as a daughter, he was always incredibly caring and polite with me. Still, I decided to throw him a party when he announced his retirement. It never occurred to me that he hadn't revealed who his successor would be, since I simply knew it would be me. I was shocked on the day the party was scheduled when he chose to declare Derek would be taking charge. Not only me, everyone at the party, from my mother herself to all the staff, was in shock. Everyone had assumed I would inherit the company, particularly because I had spent 5 years working at the restaurant striving for perfection. Still, after all of my effort, Derek was scheduled to inherit. I found none of it logical. It didn't really dawn on me until my father brought Derek to his side and he smugly declared he embraced his new post. Tears and total devastation drove me literally from the restaurant. 2 minutes later, my father trailed me outdoors. He wants to clarify that he made this very tough choice for specific reasons. Though I was unhappy, I chose to give him some time. Still, his motives were equally illogical and foolish as his choice. He knew it. He informed me that Derek was really useless and that this affected his decision. Derek had been sitting at home for the past 2 years, while my father had been trying very hard to convince him to go out, hunt for a job, and engage in meaningful life activity. Derek took everything lightly. Now my father reasoned that perhaps placing Derek in a position requiring responsibility, such as running the restaurants, would compel him to rise up and improve his output. Derek's heart wasn't in it, according to my father, because he was working for someone else and lacked an interest in his former employment. However, my father thought Derek would have more of a stake and would be driven to be a better worker, since this would be his own business. And if not, at minimum, it would get him out of the home. Then my father informed me that he still wanted me at the restaurant to perform exactly what I used to do for Derek, to be always present for him. He informed me Derek would only be the nominal head. I would be the actual boss. This would, according to my father, inspire Derek to become well. To me, that was quite nasty. Knowing that I was quite capable of doing a far better job than Derek, he expected me to be his shadow and assistant always. I am my own person. I am not the babysitter for my brother. By then, I had worked hard enough to land the job my father had just given Derek. I was still rather offended and not changed even with the justification. I warned my dad he would lose me permanently, or he could undo his words and offer me the job he had just granted Derek. I meant it. I had an ultimatum to offer him. Regretfully, we then engaged in a somewhat nasty argument. He informed me I wasn't thinking about my brother's future and I was being selfish and irrational. By not considering mine, he was also acting selfishly, I told him. We found ourselves fighting in this way. Having nothing to say left, I cut him off after that. He refused to hand the job away from Derek to someone who rightly earned it, me. I made up my mind not to return to the restaurant after I felt so degraded. My last day spent there was the day following the retirement celebration. 1 month after that, I still haven't gone back to the restaurant. Though I don't ask about the business, I have stayed in contact with my mother and Charles. They know how things are going, but they also know it bothers me and I don't want to talk about it. I therefore had no idea how the restaurant was performing until a few days ago. Nothing had truly altered on that front, as I stopped talking to my father following that argument and avoided Derek anyhow. After leaving the restaurant, I had also begun submitting applications for other employment. Like any other employee, I did get paid for my work there, and I have some money right now to cover temporary needs. I reasoned I could survive off of my funds till I discovered another activity I wanted to engage in. I had even intended to travel next week, but right now I'm not sure since I might have to return to the restaurant. The cause is, like I had anticipated, my brother messed up quite extensively. For some reason, my dad felt it would be a good idea to let him do anything he wanted, without supervision, to inspire confidence in him. He knew nothing about running a restaurant. Apparently, Derek's emotions came before the family business and other pragmatic issues. Derek had been cutting costs on components in addition to making a lot of careless and foolish financial mistakes from the beginning. Now, it's causing them major difficulties. We offer a separate vegan menu and accommodate vegans so that none of non-vegan items come into touch with vegan meals in the kitchen for ethical reasons. We also set aside space specifically for vegan cuisine cooking. But in his infinite wisdom, Derek closed that compartment to create room in the kitchen and began tampering vegan goods in order to save money. This would only be a matter of time before blowback occurred. 2 days ago, the unavoidable happened. Derek had told staff members to use conventional dairy milk wherever they could avoid using the more unsafe higher-priced soy milk. That moron overlooked the fact that some people are really allergic to dairy, not just vegan for fun. You might fairly predict what followed. A client ordered a milk-based dessert and expressly requested soy milk or another milk substitute to be used rather than ordinary dairy. Usually, one of our regular staff members would have used the alternative as asked and disregarded Derek's ludicrous orders. Regretfully, Derek had chosen a fresh, inexperienced man and given him rigorous instructions to document anyone in the kitchen defying his directions. Derek had discovered that the regular staff members were neglecting him since they were too quickly running out of substitute materials. He recruited this new guy as he wanted someone to spy for him. Sadly, this new employee ignored the customer's request and used conventional dairy milk for the dessert following Derek's directions exactly. He did a really poor job with it as well. Things went south rapidly, and the client experienced a strong allergic response. They now seem ready to sue the eatery. I know all of this since my dad contacted me in the evening a few days ago, the day the incident occurred, to let me know what happened. He looked to be panicking. He told me he had sacked Derek right away since he had no idea what Derek had been doing behind his back. He now asked me to return and rejoin him. He was presenting me with the job I had long sought. It was strange that my brother wanted me to come back now, having screwed up just as I had predicted. From the events of 1 month ago, I was still somewhat wounded and disturbed, hence on the phone I laughed heartily at their predicament. I informed him I never would be returning under any conditions. Just as he had embarrassed me at the retirement party, I said that should he truly want me to come back, I anticipated a public apology in front of the family and all the staff. Before handing me the job, I also wanted him to admit his errors and declare he had sacked Derek. Given what happened during the party, I do not believe I was asking for too much. My father's behaviors were just intolerable, and they had severely wounded me. Since now he was the one depending on me, I thought I was merely asking him to make things right. But my mother felt my requests were a bit excessive. During the phone call, even my father claimed he would not be doing any of it. The company was just as much mine as it was his, he informed me. He stated what I was asking of him was ridiculous and humiliating even though he acknowledged he might have made a mistake. So am I the asshole, AITA, for asking my father to publicly apologize if he wants me to rejoin the family company following the choice of my brother to inherit it over me? Update 1. Hi everyone who took the time to comment on my first post and provide suggestions and encouragement first. Thank you very much for your concern on this matter. It truly means a lot to me. Regarding what I decided to do, I gave it some thought over a few days and concluded I would be returning to the company. Though I had to set aside my pride, the decision wasn't simple as at the end of the day, I have spent 5 years of my life at that place. I want to be the one to drive the company ahead, hence nothing else can change that. Given that my dad won't be around permanently, I truly want to see it flourish rather than be closed down. As I have already said, Charles has no interest in the restaurant, and Derek obviously lacks the skills or ability to run a company of that kind. It thus has to be me. It merely does. My uncle and cousin, who oversee the other 2 branches, agreed I should return when I spoke with them. They think that the restaurant is properly mine, hence if my father is asking me to come back, I should put my past behind me and pursue what I love. To be honest, I would have preferred it if my father had publicly apologized, but I don't want to start a public celebration or gloat over Derek being right. That would not make me very happy as compared to the gratification the success of our restaurant will provide. I now understand I have to choose my battles and have opted to let this one pass for my own benefit. I chatted with Dad this morning. That was a highly civil and official exchange. Though we will talk about them eventually, we decided to temporarily keep our history apart for now. Right now, we provide the situation under current utmost attention. To negotiate and get a settlement, we have set up a meeting with our lawyers and the impacted consumer. Out of court, as she has been continuously tweeting about us on social media. She hasn't acquired much traction thus far, so we have been lucky. Nevertheless, this won't be the case for long, hence we must squish this before it becomes too huge. Update 2. After a lengthy period, yesterday I personally met my father. We met before our customers meeting, and one last time we spoke with our lawyer on everything. Seeing him after so long was odd since, 5 years ago, I had seen him practically daily. Until I actually saw him, I had no idea how much I missed him. Since our lawyer handled much of the conversation, we didn't interact much. We had to concentrate on that, but I could see there was still plenty we needed to talk about. Though later we will have to deal with everything, now was not the proper time. Neither has he brought up anything regarding the event from a month ago, nor has he adequately apologized to me. Still, between us things were friendly and civil, which was a comfort because this was our first in-person meeting following our major argument. Though I expected things to be strange, happily they were not. It had been some time, so my father requested me to come home to see my mum after the conference. Since the retirement party, I have not visited home. I had to turn down though, since I had a prior obligation, that of attending an evening engagement party for a buddy. Fascinatingly, when I questioned my dad whether Derek lived at home, he informed me he did not. I really wanted to know where Derek was living and how it came about, but my dad didn't provide any more information and made it plain he didn't want to talk about it. So I stopped there. Later on I spoke with Charles and he informed me that Derek had moved out a few days following his termination, but he was unsure whether our parents had requested him to leave or whether Derek went on his own. Though things remain unknown, I intend to discuss it with my dad and work out what is happening. The client's meeting turned out better than anticipated. Given the situation, I had thought it would be difficult. What transpired was a major ethical transgression and never would have happened if my father or I had been in charge. The consumer, however, was reasonable. She said that the reason she had threatened to sue and complain so much on social media was that the manager had insisted that she was at fault rather than owning the error. She had, he said, not mentioned her dairy allergy or asked for soy milk. The fact that she was blamed when she knew it was not her fault infuriated her the most. Once we knew the whole truth, we knew how much of a moron Derek had been. The client had refused to interact with us prior to this without her lawyer present. She had stated in her social media posts how the management of the restaurant treated her, but she had not gone into great detail since she feared defamation claims. She hadn't completely explained the matter because Derek had got in touch with her accusing her of lying and threatening to sue her. Until now, my dad and I had not known exactly what transpired. The waiter who ordered her sided with Derek since he feared losing his employment. I don't blame him, even if it means covering for their company. These folks need their jobs and are not ready to jeopardize them. Derek, the new guy he hired, never turned on him, hence he also insisted that the server had not been told about the soy milk, which resulted in the ordinary dairy milk being used. Then Derek and the new guy claimed the customer was trying to obtain money from us and lying to discredit the business. We told the client that Derek, the guy in charge, had been let go. So right now, we were running everything ourselves. Nothing like this will never ever happen again, we assured her. Fortunately, we reached an understanding. She agreed to remove her social media entries and let it go. Although we lost quite a lot of money in the process, at least we were able to tidy Derek's mess. My dad and I can at last relax. Update 3. Hi, I have never been happy. I returned to the restaurant a month ago. To be honest, it took me some time to see how unhappy I had been absent from the workplace. Though I have problems with my father, I love this place. I am going to soar to new heights as I wish. Regarding my father, we are working things out and have come quite far. Having spoken with my parents, we as a family have decided we should spend more time together. A few weeks back, after returning to the restaurant, I had a lengthy conversation with my dad. He and my mother said they handled Charles and me poorly. They wanted to develop Derek to a point where he could compete with us and not feel inadequate. They knew he was the weakest link among us. But they raised his ego to an irrational level in doing this. Now, Derek sees the world of himself without really trying to get better. The day my father dismissed him, Derek moved out and shut everyone off since his pride suffered. Later, my dad discovered Derek is working at a nearby video game store and living with a friend. At least he's trying to make it on his own and acting. It's good for him. Every weekend my family gathers for dinner, including Charles and his wife. Derek has been invited multiple times. It would be disrespectful not to, but he has not responded, as asked. It scarcely counts to me since I have nothing to do with him anymore. Though I would like him in my life, I wish him the best. For me, hanging around with my family has been fantastic. I adore it since my father and I are at last returning to a state of normality. Recently, life has been very wonderful. I have no complaints. At last I am creating something I believe in and doing what I love. I am back on good terms with my family and I do not think I could ask for more. All a person truly needs to be happy is that. My son tried to kick me out of my home to finance his dream house and start his own family. I am a 65M single parent having spent the past 32 years alone. Laura, my wife, died while our son Gary was just 3 years old. She got in an automobile accident on her way home from work, hence the loss was abrupt and terrible. We were a happy family of 3 one minute, then I was left to raise our small kid by myself. Early on those years were really demanding. At the time, I was a high school English teacher and suddenly I had to balance my employment with full-time parent duties. On evenings when I would sit on Gary's room's floor observing him sleep, I would wonder how I would handle it all. Still, we managed daily to make it work. Over the years, I gave up a great deal. Promotions that would have needed more travel or longer hours declined. Gary always came first, so I missed out on social events and dating possibilities. I never, however, objected to it. Gary was my universe. Seeing him develop into a content, healthy young man made all the difference. Things grew simpler in some respects and more difficult in others as Gary aged. While the emotional obstacles of parenting a child were more pronounced, the practical ones became lessened. Gary began to probe his mother more, and I tried to preserve her memory for him. Together, we would review picture albums and I would share anecdotes about her. Though it was complicated, I wanted him to know how much Mom had loved him. Gary and I had a wonderful connection in spite of the obstacles. We were great buddies, not only father and son. We both loved sports, especially baseball, and some of my best recollections are of Gary being taught to throw in our backyard. We used weekends for hiking or camping as he grew older. When Gary was admitted into a decent college, I felt really proud. Watching him pack for his dorm room was mixed, but I was happy for him to begin this next phase of his life. Over his college years, we kept in close proximity. I loved those talks as he would call me for guidance on everything from his studies to girl problems. Gary returned home after college in search of work. He ran across Jane during this period. She came from a rich background, was clever and attractive. Though at first I was glad Gary had discovered someone who brought him great delight, over time I began to see changes in his conduct. Always talking about the beautiful places Jane took him to or the costly gifts her parents bought, he grew increasingly preoccupied with worldly objects. Reminding myself that Gary was a mature man entitled to live his life any way he wanted, I tried not to let it disturb me. But the sensation that he was transforming into someone I didn't know persisted. Though I had reservations, I was glad for Gary and Jane when they declared they were getting married. Though Gary insisted Jane's parents were paying for everything, I volunteered to assist with wedding expenses. The wedding was an opulent event considerably more grand than anything our family was accustomed to. Among Jane's friends and family, I felt awkward. Yet I put up a courageous front for Gary's benefit. Gary and Jane moved into a lovely property in an affluent area following the wedding. That was quite different from the little house Gary had grown up in. Occasionally I was asked there for supper, but in their contemporary house I always felt like an outsider. Jane was courteous but aloof, and I sensed she considered me as embarrassing. Gary disappeared from my view as the years passed. His high-powered career and new way of life occupied him. Our talks felt surface level. Although I missed my kid, I reminded myself that this was inevitable in raising a new family. Then around 6 months ago, I decided to do something that would fundamentally alter everything. I choose to call it quits on instruction. After 40 years in the classroom, I thought it was time. I was 65. Having extra free time excited me, maybe for vacation or a new hobby pickup. Gary's response when I informed him I wanted to retire startled me. He appeared worried rather than delighted for me. Inquiring about my financial condition, he wanted to know whether I had enough stored up. I reassured him that throughout the years I had been frugal with my money and had a reasonable pension. Though I wasn't wealthy by any means, I had enough to live reasonably. Gary advised me then to sell my house and live with Jane and him. The proposition immediately appealed to me. It seemed to me as evidence that Gary wanted to reconnect and have me play a more major role in his life once more. Then he began discussing the value of my house and how the sales proceeds would benefit us all. I liked my house. It was where Gary had grown up and where we had created many treasured memories. I never gave it any thought. I told Gary I was glad where I was, even though I appreciated the offer. Though he appeared let down, He avoided raising the matter. Gary began phoning more regularly over the next 2 weeks. Every time he would bring up my selling the house notion. He discussed how I might help them at home and how everyone would benefit from it. His tenacity began to irritate me. Then, about a month after I retired, Gary and Jane showed up at my place without warning. They claimed to want to discuss my housing circumstances. Jane spoke much of the time, outlining their intended family starting point and how great it would be to have me there to assist with the grandchildren. Her voice, though, seemed strange. She seemed to be pitching me something. It was obvious as the discussion progressed what they truly desired. Though they needed more money for the down payment, they were looking at a larger house in an even more upscale area. They reasoned that if I sold my house and lived with them, I could put the money toward their new house. I would have a room in their house in exchange and live among their family. Using the promise of family intimacy to gain my money, they seemed to be trying to control me. I told them straight out I had no intention of investing in theirs or selling my house. Gary was irate, but Jane remained calm and said they were simply trying to support me. I shook when they went. My kid, the small lad I had reared on my own, would try to pressure me in this way, and I couldn't believe it. Over the next few days, I considered our relationship and sought to identify when things had gone so wrong. 1 week later, Gary gave a call. This time his voice was different. He claimed they had no option but to handle things as I was not ready to be sensible. He told me the house I was living in belonged really to him. I remembered putting the house in both our names when Gary turned 18, even though I had bought it when he was a small boy. Never expecting he would turn it against me, I saw it as a means of ensuring his future. Gary claimed to be co-owner and intended to sell the house as he was entitled to do so. What I was hearing, my own kid was threatening to sell the roof over my head, wrangled me. Saying that this was my house, I objected and Gary said, "You're retired now, Dad. You simply are an old useless man. We have a future to consider, Jane and I." The next several weeks were a misery. Beginning to show real estate brokers, Gary and Jane insisted on offering house tours. They dismissed my objections, as though I were not even here. Watching strangers move through my own house, I felt like a ghost. I once listened in the kitchen as Jane spoke with Gary. She didn't know I was in the room next door. "We have to clear the useless old bones from here," she remarked. "I find it amazing that you let him freeload for so long." Gary's answer was just as nasty. "Don't worry, we will have him gone shortly. He has had his time, now it is ours." I collapsed. For now the son I had given everything saw me as nothing more than a burden. Lost and alone, I didn't know what to do going forward. That's where I find myself right now. My son and daughter-in-law are aggressively trying to sell my house out from under me. They have made it abundantly evident that they consider me as nothing more than a worthless old bone getting in the way of their ambitions. About my future, I'm frightened, angry and wounded. At 65, I never thought I would be in this situation facing possible homelessness from the avarice of my own child. How did my relationship with my son get here? Update 1. It's been a month since I last posted and I can't believe how much has transpired. The issue with Gary and Jane has only worsened, and I find myself in a position I never imagined conceivable. Following my initial post, I resolved to take action. I couldn't simply sit back and let Gary and Jane sell my house from beneath me. I contacted an old friend, Dean, who is a lawyer. I've known Dean since college, and he's always been there for me. When I explained the problem, he was outraged and offered to assist me pro gratis. Dean investigated the legal issues of my circumstance. It turns out that, while Gary's name appears on the deed, there are regulations that protect me as a long-term resident. Dean stated that Gary could not simply force me out or sell the house without my approval. This gave me a little sense of relief, but I knew the war wasn't done. I've decided to confront Gary and Jane. I asked them over for supper, expecting that in a quiet, familiar setting, we could have a logical conversation. I spent the entire day preparing Gary's favorite meal, pot roast with all the fixings. It was the same dish I made for his birthday every year as he grew up. When they arrived, we sat down to eat, and it felt nearly like old times. We exchanged casual conversation regarding work and weather. I finally decided it was time to confront the elephant in the room. I informed them about my conversation with Dean. I stated that what they were attempting to do was not only ethically reprehensible, but potentially unlawful. I hoped that the knowledge would cause them to reconsider their actions. Gary's reply did not meet my expectations. Instead of backing down, he became infuriated. He accused me of threatening him and attempting to influence him using legal jargon that I did not understand. Jane jumped in, stating I was selfish and jeopardizing their future. I tried to remain cool, explaining that I was not threatening anyone. I just wanted to keep my house, where I had raised Gary and where we had shared so many memories. However, my comments appeared to go unheard. After dinner, Gary and Jane stormed out, leaving me alone with a table full of half-eaten food. I spent the night reading through old photo albums, looking at images of Gary as he grew up. I couldn't connect the happy youngster in those images with the man attempting to take away my home. The next day, I received a letter from the law company that represents Gary and Jane. They were disputing my right to stay in the residence, saying that Gary, as co-owner, had the authority to sell. The letter was full of legal jargon that I didn't understand, but the message was clear: they were willing to take this to court. I quickly called Dean. He calmed me, but told me that court battles may be exhausting, both emotionally and financially. He warned me to be ready for a tough struggle. Over the next 3 weeks, my life was occupied by legal consultations and paperwork. Dean was quite helpful, explaining everything in language I could understand and guiding me through the process, but it was exhausting. I couldn't sleep because I was so scared about what was about to happen. During this time, I also began reaching out to old acquaintances and coworkers. I hadn't realized how secluded I'd been in recent years, focusing solely on Gary and his family. It was a relief to reconnect with individuals who knew me and recalled what a good parent I had been to Gary. One of these individuals, my former coworker Susan, promised to let me stay with her if things became really terrible. It was comforting to know I had somewhere to go if the worst happened, but the prospect of leaving my home shattered my heart. As the legal battle progressed, Gary and Jane's methods became increasingly aggressive. They began spreading stories across the neighborhood that I was mentally ill and needed to be placed in a care facility. Some neighbors I'd known for years began avoiding me, giving me weird stares as we passed on the street. Stress was having a toll on my health. I found myself always weary and lost my appetite. My doctor warned me about the consequences of stress at my age and recommended some sleep aids, but medications couldn't relieve the agony in my heart that accompanied every thought of Gary. Update 2. It's been 3 weeks since my last update, and I had an unexpected visitor. It was Jane's mother, Elizabeth. I had only met her a few times at family gatherings, and we had never been close. She appeared embarrassed as she stood on my porch, but I politely invited her in. Over a cup of tea, Elizabeth explained why she had come. She had overheard Gary and Jane discussing their plans and was appalled. She told me that she and her husband had no idea what Gary and Jane were doing and did not agree. Elizabeth apologized for her daughter's actions and offered to help in any way she could. After everything that had transpired, it was difficult to trust anyone connected to Gary and Jane, but as we spoke, I could tell Elizabeth was genuinely distressed about the situation. She told anecdotes about her own father, who had lived with her in his latter years. She couldn't imagine treating a parent the same way Gary and Jane treated me. Before she went, Elizabeth handed me an envelope. There was a large check inside. She encouraged me to accept it, stating it would help with legal bills or whatever else I needed. I was astonished by her generosity and attempted to reject it, but she wouldn't have it. She made me promise that I would let her know if I needed anything else. It was good to hear that not everyone in Gary's new family agreed with his conduct, but it also made me sad to think that my son's in-laws were treating me better than he was. The court battle dragged on. Gary and Jane's lawyers were aggressive, launching every legal argument they could think of at us. Dean was doing a wonderful job of defending me, but the constant back and forth was exhausting. On a particularly rough day, I found myself sitting in the garden, gazing at the old treehouse Gary and I had built together when he was 10. It was aged and faded, but still standing. I remembered the summer we spent building it, Gary's delight as we pounded each nail, and the pride in his eyes when we were done. Now that same boy was attempting to take away the house where we had shared so many good memories. As I sat there, deep in meditation, my phone vibrated with a text. It came from Gary, our first direct communication in weeks. The message was quick and cold. "Dad, this is your final opportunity. Agree to sell your house and move in with us, or we'll make sure you get nothing." This was not the son I had reared. The Gary I knew would never have threatened his own father in this way. I did not respond to the text, but I did keep it. Dean had told me to keep track of all communication between Gary and Jane. The next day, I had a meeting set with Dean to discuss our future strategy. As I was about to depart, I heard a disturbance outside. I peeked out the window and saw Gary and Jane in the front yard, supervising a crew of workers putting up a for sale sign. I raced outdoors, wanting to know what was going on. Gary claimed they were simply prepared for the inevitable. I informed them they had no right to put up a sign because the house was not for sale. Jane laughed and replied, "It will be soon enough, old man." I stood there helplessly, watching the workers finish putting up the sign. Neighbors started to emerge from their homes, curious about the disturbance. That night, I was unable to sleep. I continued repeating the day's events in my head, trying to figure out how everything had gone so wrong. I found myself thinking about Laura and what she would say if she could see what our boy had become. The next morning, I awoke to see my front yard packed with people. Gary and Jane had arranged an open house without my knowledge or consent. Potential buyers were roaming through my house, inspecting my belongings as if I weren't even present. I was infuriated. I called Dean immediately, and he encouraged me to capture everything. So I started filming and photographing the guests in my house, making sure to capture Gary and Jane's features properly. Some of the potential purchasers became uneasy when they realized I was the homeowner and had not authorized this open house. As the day progressed, more and more people showed up. Gary and Jane were excellent guests, taking people around my property and pointing out highlights as if they had the authority to market it. I overheard Jane informing one couple that they were assisting her poor, bewildered father-in-law in making the transfer to assisted living. The brazen deception infuriated me. I attempted to speak with some of the possible purchasers to explain the issue, but Gary and Jane kept interrupting me and guiding people away. At one point, Gary told someone that I was not quite right in the head. By the end of the day, I was both exhausted and heartbroken. After the last potential buyer had left, Gary and Jane remained, apparently satisfied with themselves. Gary had the arrogance to tell me that the open house was a huge success, with several interested parties. He told me I should start packing my belongings. I could not handle it anymore. Years of pent-up frustration and hurt spilled forth. I told Gary just how I felt about him. How selfish and greedy he'd become. I reminded him of all the sacrifices I had made and the love I had shown him. I questioned him how he could do this to me, in remembrance of his mother. For a brief moment I thought I saw a glimpse of the old Gary in his eyes, but when Jane murmured something in his ear, his countenance hardened. He said I was living in the past and needed to recognize that things had changed. They then went, leaving me alone in the house, which no longer seemed like home. That night I reached a choice. I couldn't keep living this way, always on edge, waiting for the next thing to happen. I needed to gain control of the situation. I called Dean and informed him that I wanted to pursue more aggressive legal action. He cautioned me that things may get ugly, that Gary and Jane might retaliate even more harshly, but I didn't care anymore. I needed to fight for my home and my dignity. The following few weeks were filled with legal meetings and court appearances. Gary and Jane's lawyers threw everything they could at us, but Dean was great. He produced evidence of their harassment, including video footage from the unauthorized open house. He battled over my rights as a long-term resident and co-owner of the property. Throughout it all, Gary and Jane sat in the courtroom, chatting to each other and their lawyers while rarely glancing at me. It was as if they no longer saw me as a person, but as a barrier to be overcome. The stress of the legal struggle was getting to me. I lost weight and had difficulty sleeping. My doctor was concerned about my blood pressure and emphasized the significance of attempting to remain calm. But how could I remain calm while my own son attempted to make me homeless? As the court case reached its conclusion, I had another unexpected visit, this time from Jane's father, Robert. He, like his wife, appeared uneasy as he stood on my porch. I allowed him in, wondering what had brought him here. Robert was straightforward. He informed me that he was ashamed of his daughter's actions and disappointed in Gary. He claimed that he and Elizabeth had raised Jane to be better than this and couldn't understand what had changed her. Then Robert did something unexpected. He offered to buy out Gary and Jane's half of my house. He stated he couldn't stand by while they destroyed our family for money. His offer startled me, and I had no idea how to answer. Robert assured me that this was not charity. He said that he and Elizabeth had already planned to make Jane and Gary a hefty down payment on a new house. Instead, they planned to use the money to buy out Gary's part in my residence. This manner, I could stay in my home while Gary and Jane received the money they desired. Robert's kindness surpassed my expectations. It appeared too good to be true, the ideal solution to this misery. However, I was also suspicious. I'd been hurt too many times in the previous months to trust lightly. I told Robert that I needed time to consider his offer and discuss it with my lawyer. He understood and handed me his card, asking me to phone him when I had made a decision. The next morning, I called Dean and informed him of Robert's offer. He cautioned me to tread cautiously. We agreed to meet with Robert to discuss the details. The meeting was held in the dean's office a few days later. Robert brought his own lawyer, and we spent hours discussing the details of the proposition. By the end of the meeting, we had reached an arrangement that appeared fair to all. Under the terms of the agreement, Robert would buy out Gary's part in the house, giving him and Jane the funds they needed for their new home. In exchange, I would maintain full ownership of my home. Of course, there were some conditions. I had to commit not to sell the house for at least 5 years, And if I did decide to sell later, Gary and Jane would have first refusal. It wasn't a flawless solution, but it was better than I could have expected. I would keep my home, while Gary and Jane would receive their money. Maybe, I thought, this will be the end of the war. I should have known better. When Gary and Jane learned about the arrangement, they were enraged. They accused Robert and Elizabeth of interfering, siding with me against their own daughter. Gary called me, raving about how I had turned his in-laws against him. I tried to explain that this was a fantastic solution for everyone and that they were still receiving what they wanted, but Gary refused to listen. He claimed I poisoned Jane's parents against them and was manipulating everyone. Gary closed our talk by informing me he never wanted to see me again. He stated that he no longer regarded himself as having a father. These comments wound worse than everything else that had transpired. Despite Gary and Jane's misgivings, the transaction went through. Robert bought out Gary's part in the house, making me the only owner. The legal proceedings had been concluded and the for sale sign had been taken from my front yard. In the weeks that followed, I attempted to return to normal. I started taking better care of myself, eating correctly and exercising. I heard through the grapevine that Gary and Jane had purchased their dream home in the exclusive community they'd been looking at. I wondered if they were content, if the money and the large house were worth everything they'd done to obtain them. As the months went, I gradually came to terms with everything. Final update. It's been a while, about 2 years after the court struggle finished. One day, I got an unexpected delivery in the mail. It came from Jane's parents, Robert and Elizabeth. The contents included a photo album and a letter. The letter mentioned that they had been browsing through old family photos and discovered several pictures of Gary from various family occasions throughout the years. They thought I'd want to have them. It was a wonderful gesture that I greatly appreciated. The last page of the album had a surprise. A recent photo of Gary and Jane posing in front of their new home showed Jane holding a little placard that read "Baby on board." They were planning to become parents. I sat there for a long time, staring at the photograph. I was about to become a grandfather. It was something I had fantasized about for years, teaching my grandchildren to play catch or telling them goodnight stories. Now it was happening, but I didn't know if I'd ever get to meet this youngster. That night I wrote Gary a note. I obtained their address from the return label. In the letter, I congratulated him on the baby and expressed my happiness for him. I told him I understood if he didn't want me in his life, but I hoped we could reconcile someday. I told him I loved him and would always love him, no matter what happened. I mailed the letter the next day, not anticipating any reaction. Weeks passed, and I heard nothing. I tried to put it out of my mind and concentrate on the positive things in my life, but I couldn't stop thinking about Gary and the baby. Then, around 8 months after I submitted the letter, I was outside watering my flowers when a car pulled up. To my surprise, Gary exited. He looked different, older and more serious. He stood there for a bit, simply looking at me, before approaching and hugging me without saying anything. It was strange at first, but I could feel him relax, so I hugged back. We remained there for a moment, neither speaking. Gary's eyes welled up with emotions as we parted ways. "I'm sorry, Dad," he said. "I'm so sorry." We stepped inside and Gary shared his heart over cups of coffee. He told me how ashamed he was of his actions, and how the burden of trying to fit into Jane's environment had shifted his focus. He claimed that being a father made him understand how badly he had treated me. Gary stated that he and Jane had been going through some difficult times. The stress of the new house, the baby on the way, and the guilt over what they'd done to me had all put a strain on their relationship. They'd started couples counseling, which had helped Gary see how far he'd wandered from the ideals I'd instilled in him. I listened to Gary's apology and explanation. As he spoke, I saw the guy I'd raised, the gentle, sensitive son who had been my best friend for so many years. But I could see changes in him. He was more mature and mindful of the implications of his behavior. Gary informed me about the baby, a young girl due in a few months. He explained that he and Jane had done a lot of thinking and wanted me to be a part of their child's life. I was moved by the offer, but I made it clear that things could not simply return to normal. Too much had occurred. There had been too many harsh words and actions. If we were to continue our relationship, we needed to agree on new conditions. Gary understood. He advised we start slowly, perhaps meeting for coffee once a week, and gradually restore our friendship. I agreed. As Gary was leaving, he paused at the door. "Dad," he began, "I know I have no right to ask, but would you consider being present when the baby is born? I really want my daughter to meet her grandfather." The request astonished me and left me feeling conflicted. I wanted nothing more than to be present for my granddaughter's birth, but should I trust Gary and Jane? Finally, I told Gary I would think about it. He nodded, acknowledging my hesitation. Over the next 2 months, Gary and I met for coffee on a regular basis, occasionally with Jane. These sessions were frequently awkward at first, as we all danced around the elephant in the room. However, we gradually began to ease around each other. Jane apologized for her role in what had occurred. She added that she had felt a lot of pressure from her parents to marry up and provide a specific lifestyle. She'd become engrossed with materialism and lost sight of what was truly important. Pregnancy had also served as a wake-up call for her. I appreciated Jane's apologies, but as with Gary, I made it plain that re-establishing trust would take time. She seems to understand and respect my boundaries. Gary called me 2 weeks before the due date, panicked. Jane had gone into labor early and was on her way to the hospital. I did not hesitate to meet him there. I spent the following few hours pacing the hospital waiting room. Gary came out at regular intervals to provide me with updates. After what felt like a lifetime, Gary emerged with a big smile on his face. "Dad, do you want to meet your granddaughter?" I followed Gary inside the room. Jane was in bed, fatigued but delighted, holding the tiniest, most precious little bundle I'd ever seen. Gary carefully removed the baby from Jane and delivered her to me. "Dad, meet Lily Laura." My granddaughter was stunning when I first held her. Her middle name is Laura, which is the name of my late wife. I looked at Gary and questioned him. He cracked a grin and continued. "We wanted her to have a piece of grandma, to honor the amazing parents who raised me." Over the next few months, I spent as much time as possible with Lily. Gary and Jane were fantastic in incorporating me into her life. My friendship with Gary and Jane also improved. We talked more honestly about what had happened and worked through our concerns. So that is it, Reddit. That is my experience over the last 2 years. I appreciate all of the helpful suggestions you've given me, but it's time for me to quit writing and spend more time with my family. I found a tampon in my husband's car and another in our bedroom. Our youngster suddenly got new clothes that I didn't buy, so I assumed he was cheating. For 7 years, married for 4, I, 29F, have been with my spouse, 30M. I have never had cause to fear he was even slightly unhappy with our marriage or even disloyal to me. He enjoys making jokes about us still experiencing the honeymoon phase with 2 children in tow almost 5 years. Had it not for the shocking discovery in his car last month, I would not have questioned it or him. I saw something slatted between the cushions when buckling our daughter into her car seat. Pulling it out, I found it to be a tampon. Had I not had an IUD stopping my period for the past year and had not even noticed the wrapper type, this would not have been so strange. When I told my husband where I had found it and why I was almost sure it wasn't mine, he seemed not to know what it was, let alone why I was holding it. He shrugged and said most likely Fiona, his coworker, owned it. My husband often commutes to lunch with his colleagues, and as we live somewhat close to Fiona and her husband, I assumed it was quite likely the tampon had dropped out of her bag either any time he had driven with her or given her a ride. Not particularly significant. I dismissed it until a few weeks later, when we had supper with Fiona and her husband. I had so wanted to believe my husband, yet I couldn't get over the way it had been buried in the seat and how my husband had seemed to have no concern for it whatsoever. Perhaps he was acting stupidly. It's unknown. I did something that, looking back, I find really insane. While we were out together, I staged an emergency and asked Fiona whether she carried any tampons. I sighed with relief when she handed me one nearly exactly like the tampon I had discovered in our back seat. Thus, the tampon there was most likely the same one used here, and most likely, there was an innocent explanation for why it had been placed in the back seat in the first place. Until I discovered another tampon this morning, this time in my sock drawer, I assumed I would have seen the last of the out-of-place feminine hygiene goods. The idea of my husband having an affair makes me physically sick. Even more nauseated the idea that the lady might have left these tampons out for me to find. Should it be my husband's coworker, why would she offer me one the other night and give herself away? Under any other circumstance, I would want to discuss this with my husband. But I feel too ill and ashamed to approach him with what I discovered. What action ought I to take? Comments. I never put a tampon in a sock drawer. I had a period 30 years ago. Trust your gut, then get cameras. Neither does I. I have thought up so many reasons for the tampons that would not point to my spouse, but none of them actually make sense. If it means verifying what I currently suspect, I'm afraid to set up a camera. Has Fiona dropped by your house and had time to plant the tampon? She visited our house numerous times, and vice versa. She wasn't over any time in the past week, hence if she planted that second tampon, she had to have found a window of time when I wasn't home. Every time she and her husband visit, we all stay downstairs. You would have to go rather far to get to our bedroom. That is, past the other bedrooms, around our dogs, over the safety gate, Not saying it's impossible, but on a brief toilet stop it's really difficult. I would guess. Your children's ages are, could they have located a tampon and randomly placed it? 2 and nearly 4. Both have a mischievous streak, hence I didn't want to rule out the chance of one of them shifting stuff around, but I can't see how they could get their hands on 1, maybe 2 odd tampons that I never bought. Update 1. My own hell for the past few weeks has been thinking about every conceivable source of 2 tampons. Nonetheless, I wanted to provide an update. Not long after uploading on here, I told my sister what happened. The tampon from Fiona, my husband's ignorance, the tampon in the back seat and the one in the sock drawer. All the things I suspected but didn't want to accept. The tampons, save from the one I had already thrown away, matched exactly in varying absorbencies. I hadn't left anywhere my husband or daughters would have found them and relocated them. Regarding what they were or where they had come from, my daughters were clueless. With my spouse or without, my sister was sure it was Fiona. She advised asking Fiona and her husband over for our Labor Day barbecue since direct confrontation of either party still sounded like a horrible idea. Sadly, they already had preparations in mind. Our house for any misplaced or foreign items, there were none. My sister and I agreed that it was too soon for cameras without any other evidence, so it was just a waiting game from there. Watching my husband for any changed behavior, there was none, and even the girls for any new friends they could have met. The final aspect was especially important to my sister's husband, and it helped explain his inclination to think the tampons were safe. Given my husband was the one driving the children to and from daycare and most other activities during the week. If anything had been happening in or around our house, he said it would be almost impossible to keep from me and the girls. That helped me somewhat to feel better. I felt differently only till my younger kid, 2 years old, dropped something down last week. My husband demanded that I continue at work while he stayed home with her, even though I wanted to be the one looking after her. I had no problem with that. At that point, we were all already starting to move past the tampon crisis since my sister and her husband considered it as a positive indication that he would take the time off at short notice. By the 3rd or 4th day, I was merely glad to see a nearly healthy child and a spouse supporting her through it. But towards the conclusion of that week, I returned to find something unusual. Now clad in a onesie I had never seen before, the child I had left that morning in an old PJ set had a small clip in her hair. Though I have a very decent idea of what my children wear on a daily basis, especially in terms of attire, I cannot say I have the best recollection. Before we would have our second, I had vowed off full-length sleep suits with snaps across the front long before. Long snaps are simply a pain in the ass and a no-go for effective diaper changes. Just not something I would dress her in. My hubby knows as much. He definitely doesn't accessorize the girls' clothes and neither does he plan for or buy them. The idea of someone being around our ill child without our awareness confused and rather stunned me. I went straight to inquire whether anyone had been over to visit my spouse or the girls. I didn't second think. Like before, he seemed perplexed and asked me why I would believe that. All day it had been him and the children. Once more, I asked him whether someone had stopped over to say hello. He denied it. I should cool off, he advised. Our oldest daughter was in the room and realized something was wrong, so even if I might have screamed out and came forward with the charges right then and there. My husband swore that the girls had not been with anyone but him. I asked him a third time in a subdued manner if anyone had been near our children. He also denied styling anyone's hair or shopping for new clothing. I chose to leave since our daughter was in the room and my feelings were all over the range. Then I couldn't make sense of it. It hardly looks clearer now after I drove myself mad with illogical arguments. Comments. My 2-year-old can only string a few words at a time to respond to a few inquiries. She responds depending on the cues I provide when I question her about her time with daddy or her wardrobe. I might inquire, "Who gave you that pretty bow?" And she might answer pretty bow back to me, or mama, or daddy over and over. Almost 4, my older daughter was in daycare that morning. She cannot remember anything different from that day. Her memory of the PJ change or the hair clip is lacking, hence my estimate is she was changed during that morning, but I'm not sure exactly. My 45-minute trip to work makes stopping for lunch very impractical. My sister has not observed anything unusual. She has been gracious enough to leave work and drive past several times here and there. At the front door is a Ring camera. I have the app on my phone with alerts enabled. Not yet, nothing exists. I'm merely the least tech-savvy person, hence I would be open to suggestions for more covert surveillance, worried another camera will be easy to find. Edit. We indeed routinely test our carbon monoxide detectors. One of the hair clips might have originated from a daycare. Although I could see the hair clip as a possibility, less plausible with the onesie. If either of my younger daughters had returned with something like that before, I would have noticed, Especially since it was the kind of onesie I detest with a passion, lol. She hadn't been to daycare in days. People say they are eager to know how this story ends. The Hollywood horror ending is my financial one. Hopefully, I dreamed about the dogs too so I could at last quit gathering their imagined shits and things. Update 2. I knew I was nowhere with the accusations and half-baked guesses after almost losing my head over a hair clip and a onesie. I wasn't sleeping, eating or taking care of myself the way I should have been since I was so consumed in the paranoia and suffering of my circumstances and I wasn't getting any answers. I thus decided to activate the hidden cameras and have them sent to my sister's house. My brother-in-law agreed to assist with the install/setup at my place. Still, I got my much-needed validation before the cameras were ever delivered. Last week, while I was at work, a ring alert let me know the motion at the front door. Half expecting to see a delivery person, pet or lawn care salesman for the 15th time, you may picture my astonishment when I watched a footage of a young woman leading my daughter into the house hand in hand with my husband and our other daughter close by. My spouse was at work. The girls were meant to be in childcare. From what I knew, the wife was residing 2 states away under court order keeping her there. I asked my husband straight away what this woman was doing in our house. He ignored me, so I texted him. Knowing I had received the ring alert, he most likely understood he had messed up by entering the front door and sought to postpone the unavoidable. He was foolish too. But after the 5th or 6th call he at last answered. As I would subsequently learn, the woman on the camera was my husband's sister. She most certainly supplied the bow, the onesie, and the tampons. She is also a recovered addict who spent the better part of her childhood and young adulthood pressuring the silence of another one of my husband's family members following her molestation. She is also a registered sex offender. Years had passed without seeing or hearing from her, and from the way my husband spoke about her, I never expected I would ever would. But here she was, in our house surrounded by our kids. Let me say, I was enraged. Though it was hardly an affair at all, knowing who it was and why all of this had been happening made it much more repulsive. My husband was particularly high on the list since my sister-in-law, fresh out of another stay in recovery, had wanted to rebuild relationships with those she had harmed. My husband had been meeting in secret, usually at our house while I was at work, not wanting me to know, or worse, keep her away from our family and children. They would come in via the garage in my husband's car so the ring camera at the front entrance wouldn't alert me. She had even stayed in our bed overnight on a weekend when I had gone on a business trip. On a night my husband told me he dropped off our daughters, she watched over them. She bought the girls' clothes and dressed my youngest in the onesie and bow, the identical ones my husband had promised in his life that I had dressed her in myself. My spouse insisted this was all in my head, the tampons, the one piece, the bow, everything else. Shrugging aside each increasingly disturbing revelation like it was news to him and telling me I was being unreasonable, he was quite happy to see me suffer for weeks over a lady he maintained did not exist. 2 years after I had given birth to a child, 4 years after I had told him one of my main worries about parenthood was PPD like my mother had experienced with me. I worried about not being totally present for our children and about having shame and remorse all around as they got older. He advised me to get back off and reassess my mental health. I missed the girls too much and wasn't sleeping enough. Since he was my spouse and since no other way of events made sense, I gave him the benefit of the doubts. After a month of this mental game, I have nothing to show for my trust except this miserable state and a great deal of resentment. Call the cops and a lawyer, comments 1. Reaction. Already on it. We are, believe me, walking burnt ground with this. Am I the asshole for asking my son to stop wearing his favorite jacket because it looks gay? Original post. I'm a single dad to my son, Oliver 10M. He's with me most of the time, and sees his mum every other weekend. He's an awesome kid, creative, full of energy, and he's got his own sense of style that's pretty unique. He loves bright colors, nail polish, and clothes that some people might think are more girly. If I'm honest, I think Oliver might be gay, and I'm totally cool with that. I've always made it clear that whoever he turns out to be, I'll support him 100%. Because of how he dresses and acts, Oliver's had a really tough time with other kids. He got bullied so badly at his old school that I ended up pulling him out and homeschooling him. The school wasn't helpful at all, and it was heartbreaking to see him go through that. He's struggled to make friends, and it kills me to see him feel so alone. Now, he's starting back at school in September, and he's really excited about it. But recently, we were at a cousin's birthday party, and Oliver wore his favorite jacket, which is a bright pink, sparkly one that he loves. Some of the other kids started picking on him, saying he looked gay. I stepped in, got the kids to apologize, but it ruined the day for Oliver. I'm worried about how things will go when he's back at school. I've been thinking about whether I should talk to Oliver about maybe toning it down a bit, especially when he's around new people. Not because I want him to change who he is, but because I hate seeing him get hurt and feel like an outcast. I don't want him to feel like he has to hide who he is, but I also don't want him to be picked on or excluded because of it. But then, I feel like a complete arsehole for even thinking about this. I don't want him to think that I'm ashamed of him or that he has to conform to be accepted. I want him to feel free to be himself, but I'm also scared of him being hurt by others who don't get it. So, would I be the asshole if I talked to Oliver about maybe being a bit more low-key with his style? Comments, from all 3 posts. Commenter, don't do it. Kids will still bully him and all he will remember is that you deterred him from expressing himself. Trust me, the same thing occurred in our house. I was trying to keep him from being bullied, but my child felt as though I didn't accept him and that he needed to pretend he was something he wasn't. Lots of later life therapy. If he's gay, if he's straight, let him be himself and tell him as long as he likes his clothes, that's all that matters. Sincerely, the mom of an amazing queer kid. OOP. I get that, but at the same time it is so heartbreaking seeing the same thing happen to him over, and over, and over again. Commenter, Jesus, where do you live? Most kids don't care about this kind of thing these days. OOP, I live in the West Midlands of England. I honestly don't think your point about most kids not caring is at all accurate. I see it every day. Commenter. Do not dull his shine because other people don't understand him. I understand it may be coming from a place of protection, but it needs to be addressed with the potential aggressors, not with forcing your son to change who he is. OOP, but when you can't do anything more with potential aggressors. I have done, and will continue to do everything I can. But sadly I can't literally watch his back 24/7, even though I would if I could. Anytime he has a comment made to him he breaks his little heart and it is so devastating seeing him go through that again and update. Hey all, it's been about 26 days since my original post, and I thought I'd give an update now that Oliver has had his first week back at school. I can happily say that so far, things are going much better than I'd hoped. Over the summer, Oliver and I had a really important heart-to-heart. I sat him down and told him just how incredibly proud I am of the person he is becoming. I made sure he knew that there is absolutely nothing he could ever do that would change the way I see him or make me love him any less. Honestly, it was a bit emotional, and I even got a bit choked up. I told him that if wearing his favorite jacket, the one that's caused some hurt before, made him happy, I'd stand behind him 100%. But I also wanted to make sure he was prepared. I explained that, while I'll always be there for him, I can't always be around to protect him. And he might have to stand up for himself if kids make fun of him. I made it clear that this doesn't mean he should change anything about who he is but that he needs to be ready to handle it if anyone says anything cruel. Oliver understood and we spent the summer coming up with some playful comebacks together. He really wanted to take the jacket with him to school, so we made it a bit of a project, imagining the kind of things kids might say and crafting witty replies that he could fire back with. It was actually pretty fun, and I think it helped him feel more confident about it. Now back to school. His new teacher knows all about his past struggles with bullying, and she's been amazing. She's keeping a close eye on things and making sure he feels safe and comfortable. It's made such a difference already, and Oliver's first week couldn't have gone better. He's even made a friend, a boy named Sam, and they've really hit it off. They're planning to meet up tomorrow at the wacky warehouse, and Oliver can't stop talking about it. It's been a long time since I've seen him this excited about spending time with someone his age. I know it's still early days, but seeing him come home happy and smiling each day has been such a relief. Thanks to everyone who gave advice and encouragement on my original post. I really took a lot of it to heart, and I think it made a big difference in how I approached all this. Update 2. Hey, I just wanted to hop on and give a small update about Oliver's playdate over the weekend. Firstly, when Oliver was getting ready he wanted to wear all his flamboyant clothes. He asked me if I thought it was a good idea. His friend had seen him in his jacket but he was a little worried how he would react to the full Oliver. I told him to wear whatever he wanted and if this friend was worth being friends with they would accept him for exactly how he is. This made Oliver smile. He wore his full Oliver outfit. When we were walking in I could feel Oliver getting a bit nervous. He was bullied so much in his last school for how he was, so I understood why. I held his hand tight and gave it 2 squeezes. This means I love you, something I learned to teach him from Reddit actually. The friend's dad was with him and he looked at Oliver and gave a little curious look but apart from that it was fine. The boy said he loved Oliver's clothes. They spent about 4 hours playing, and we ended up eating together. On the way home, I told Oliver how proud I am of the little man he is. I am so proud of how he is so willing to be himself, And so brave to continue despite any backlash he gets. I love him so much. This is my final update on this account. I don't know if I'll ever show you these posts, Oliver. Maybe in a few years when you're older, so we can laugh at how worried I was about you. Your dad is so proud of you. I think you are the most amazing person in the whole world. Even when you drive me absolutely nuts. I am so lucky to get to be your father. I am so lucky you are in my life. I love you. Twin brothers' lies destroyed my life. My parents kicked me out, and now after years of neglect, they're asking for my money. I'm a 28-year-old female with a twin brother. Growing up, my twin brother and I had quite different treatment from our parents. For some reason, my parents were certain that my brother was destined for greatness, whereas I was labeled the black sheep since I was more interested in sports and making friends than in studying. They continually compared us, which was discouraging and damaged my self-esteem from an early age. As a child, I had to watch my brother have elaborate birthday parties for his pals, while I was treated as an afterthought. He frequently had sleepovers with his pals, whereas I was never allowed to bring my friends home. To be honest, I dreaded every moment of my youth. My grandma was the only person in the family who seemed to care about me. When she came, she always brought me my favorite chocolates and occasionally gave me a few bucks to treat myself later. As the years went, this overt preference for my twin brother evolved into emotional abuse directed at me. My parents would openly insult my academics and activities. No matter how hard I tried, I could never satisfy their expectations of being the ideal child. Although I excelled at athletics, they forbade me from participating in extracurricular activities because they wanted me to concentrate completely on my education, just like my brother. As a child, I felt frustrated and helpless. Later, during my sophomore year, I was grounded again, this time for using Snapchat on my phone. I hadn't done anything wrong, but like all teenagers, I downloaded the app to stay in touch with my friends. However, my parents considered this as a major crime and a violation of trust because they had barred me from talking with my pals. They went crazy, flung all of my belongings around the room, ripped the doors from their hinges, and informed me I would have no privacy as long as I lived under their roof. Watching my parents attack me in this way, my identical brother, rather than sticking up for me, made things worse. Our parents' wrongful acts produced a toxic environment, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. He developed a habit of lying about me, falsely accusing me of things I never did, so he could get away with everything. If he stole something, he'd easily transfer the blame onto me, and my parents, who were already inclined to believe the worst about me, happily accepted his falsehoods. He would insult me in front of my schoolmates and mock my attractiveness. Despite this, I had a large circle of friends at school because I was personable and willing to connect. My twin, on the other hand, suffered socially and disliked the fact that I could interact with others while he, as an introvert, felt uncomfortable. This jealousy boiled over during our 14th birthday party, when none of his buddies came up. I'm not sure why they did that to him, but in stark contrast, my friends treated me to ice cream, and I had a fantastic day. This irritated my brother even more. To get retribution, my brother started spreading false tales about me at school, depicting me as a spoiled brat. He falsely accused me of physically assaulting him at home since our parents loved him more. He escalated the situation without my knowledge. To fake proof, he would punch himself, causing injuries such as a black eye or a bruised shoulder. The next day, he would boldly stroll into school, exhibiting his self-inflicted injuries as proof of my alleged assault and fabricating stories. When our parents questioned him about the injuries, he would lie, claiming that they were the result of innocent activities such as playing football with friends. The lies and his supposed black eyes gained traction, and many began to believe his twisted account of events. It didn't take long for whispers to spread, and my friends began to look at me suspiciously. At first, I noticed minor changes. Friends who used to converse with me in the halls seemed distant, and invites to group hangouts grew fewer and farther between. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and people were unwilling to engage with the allegedly pampered girl charged with violence. One day, I got the confidence to ask my ex-best friend what had happened between us. She said that my twin brother had been circulating falsehoods about me. She disclosed the specifics of the lies he had told everyone, accusing me of actions I had never committed. I was stunned to hear her remarks. The emotion was a combination of incredulity and betrayal, as if the ground beneath me had given way. My brother, whom I grew up with, was spreading lies about me, accusing me of things I would never even consider committing. It was a betrayal that struck deep, leaving me with a knot in my stomach and a sorrowful heart. I addressed my brother the following day at school, but he chose to ignore me. I begged him to stop lying about me, but he smirked and said I deserved to die alone. I was at a loss for words since his lies and actions were beginning to frighten me. I wanted to talk to my parents, but I was frightened they would believe my brother instead of me. Isolation stung, especially since I had always been open to establishing friends. My brother's jealousy-fueled lies seemed to be breaking apart the bonds I'd made over the years. The rumors spread among teachers as well. It was a weird sensation, as if I were living in a parallel realm where my genuine self was obscured by the wicked fiction told by my own twin. The lies had progressed beyond typical teenage chatter. They were now influencing how others regarded me. The unpleasant whispers swiftly reached my principal's ears, and my worst nightmare became reality. The principal summoned me and my brother, along with our parents, to his office to discuss the purported rumors. I sat there, my heart racing, as the principal demanded the truth. I believed my brother would finally come clean, but he doubled down on his lies. He told the principal that the reports were real and depicted me as a bully who beat him up when our parents were not around. I could not believe it. Shock rushed over me as my brother continued to tell this twisted story about how I was furious at him for receiving more attention from our parents. He held to his story like a glue, despite the fact that it was all lies. After hearing my brother's story, my mother burst into tears and clutched him like he was a hero. My father tried to console my brother, assuring him that it was brave of him to speak up and that he would ensure that nothing bad happened to him. Following that day, I attempted to defend myself, arguing with the principal that everything was fabricated. I felt as if I was drowning in a sea of accusations, desperately trying to get to the top, but my brother persisted, saying that I was this furious, violent person who took out my emotions on him every day. My mother's tears flowed as she grabbed onto my brother and gave me accusing stares. It was like fighting against a wall of belief in my brother's fabricated story. My principal sharply chastised me, stating that the school did not accept bullying and that these were grounds for suspension. I begged him not to suspend me, but he shook his head, saying he couldn't simply let it go. I implored him, tears flowing down my cheeks, attempting to explain that I hadn't done anything to my brother. The principal sternly informed me that I would be suspended for 10 days so that others would not bully anyone. It hit me hard, and I began crying even more, virtually asking him to reconsider. My parents, outraged and embarrassed by the incident, hauled me out of the principal's office. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to argue my case and make them understand, but they weren't having it. We left the school, my heart full of frustration and embarrassment. When we came home, things changed drastically. My father started packing my belongings out of the blue. I was stunned, perplexed, and had no idea what was going on. My mother asked him what he was doing, but he simply yelled that he couldn't allow me live in the same house as my brother anymore. I was crying, virtually on my knees, and begged my brother to give them the truth, but he remained cool, unmoved by my feelings. My father kept packing my belongings before throwing the bag into our foyer. I clung to my father's legs, asking him not to kick me away. It felt as if a nightmare were happening. He informed me that a bully like me did not deserve to reside in his home and that he would call his mother, my grandmother, to come and pick me up if she wished. It felt as if the world had collapsed beneath me. I stood there in amazement, surrounded by my stuff scattered over the foyer, booted out of my own home. Eventually, my grandmother showed up. She helped me grab all of my belongings and load them into the car. She helped me into the passenger seat and made sure I was wearing my seatbelt before strolling towards my parents' front door. She rang the doorbell, and when my father opened it, she began yelling at him for treating me this way. With firm determination, she informed him that if he ever approached or attempted to contact me again, she would not hesitate to call the police or CPS, because what he had done to a youngster like me might land him in jail. My mother attempted to shift blame by telling her that it was my fault. However, my grandmother was having none of it. She stood firm, defending me and emphasized that I was only a child and did not deserve to be treated in such a harsh manner. That was the first time I realized how powerful my grandmother was. She did not cower before my parents, and unlike them, she trusted me. We eventually drove away, leaving behind my house, the only place I had ever grown up. I can't even begin to describe how excruciatingly painful I felt at the time. I recall crying on the bed and refusing to eat anything, despite my grandmother's insistence. When I informed her what my brother had done, she was astonished as well. She told me that she trusted my version of the story, and I was relieved that I had at least one person on my side. When the 10-day suspension was removed, returning to school was like going back into the lion's lair. As I entered the familiar hallways, my classmates' expressions told volumes. Judgment, murmurs, and sidelong stares. The weight of the bogus charges remained in the air. Meanwhile, my brother shamelessly ignored me and like I didn't exist. He had made friends with a few people who believed his version of the tale and saw him as the victim of my attacks. I tried to tell everyone my side of the tale, but it went unheard. I was an outsider, saddled with an unfair reputation that stuck to me like a shadow. No matter where I went, the classroom, the cafeteria, or the corridors, the eyes that met mine were filled with contempt and suspicion. I became a loner. I would keep my head down, attend all of my lessons, eat lunch alone in the cafeteria, and then return home. I didn't have any friends, and it seemed like no one wanted me there. Throughout this, my parents never called to check on me. My grandmother would continuously remind me that this was not my fault and that things would eventually be fine. I graduated from high school with good grades and was looking forward to attending college, where I hoped to have a better life. It wasn't until I went away to college that I discovered what freedom felt like. For the first time, no one was looking over my shoulder, comparing my grades, or attempting to compete with me. I met and became friends with folks who shared my interests. Despite the mental and physical scars left by my family and classmates over the years, I focused on putting it all behind me and making the most of my college experience. During this period, I realized I had an aptitude for content writing. I'd always wanted to be a writer, but I wasn't sure if it would work out in the long run. As a result, I chose to give up on my dream. However, in order to supplement my income, I began working as a freelance writer. I signed up for several freelancing websites, which helped me get tasks from well-known companies. This is how I progressively began to compile a portfolio of my work. Throughout college, I maintained my side hustle and never asked my parents for a penny. When I finished college, instead of taking a corporate job, I realized I could work full-time as a content writer. I was doing well since I had numerous clients and long-term professional ties with them, allowing me to work on multiple projects. Having a respectable freelancing business not only gave me financial independence, but it also enabled me to explore the world as a digital nomad. Traveling helped me heal from my past, even if it was not easy. I saved as much money as I could and took a gamble on myself. I've seen a lot of the world over the years, but there's always so much more to see. My grandma was the only person I considered family throughout all of this, and I cherished her. She was quite unhappy when I moved out, but she knew that I needed to be self-sufficient. Despite my tight schedule, I made it a point to be available for her whenever possible. On weekends, I would pay Mom a visit, frequently eating meals or simply sitting on the porch, absorbed in chats about everything from childhood memories to current events. On weekends, I would spend full days assisting her with household tasks or taking her to the neighboring park for a leisurely walk. I recently completed one of the most important assignments of my career. While I can't reveal the name, I was extraordinarily fortunate to write articles and product descriptions for them. After the job was completed, I asked the team I worked with to submit great evaluations on my websites, which they were delighted to do. I grabbed screenshots of several of their evaluations and shared them on Instagram, understanding that collaborating with this brand was a big deal. As expected, several other content writers congratulated me on my professional accomplishments, and some even reprinted my article to help get the word out. This is how I began receiving messages from strangers who also wanted assistance with their websites. My family observed this as well, and some contacted me to express their congratulations. My college's principal eventually called me, seeing that I was doing well and inviting me to come to the college for a seminar to talk to students about starting a career as a content writer. I was apprehensive because I'm not good at public speaking, but I decided to take a chance and consented. When I found myself standing in front of expectant faces, sharing my experiences and insights, I felt as if my life had gone full circle. In my speech, I discussed my hardships and how I pushed hard to keep going despite the difficult times. It was a truly rewarding experience to encourage others and contribute to the growth of the writing community. Some of my videos went viral on Facebook as people connected with them. It felt fantastic to be finally recognized for my efforts. Last week, I was asked to talk on a local news program. It was a show about the benefits of content creation, and they asked me to share my experiences and insights with their audience. I was nervous, but yet excited about the prospect. During the event, I discussed my experiences, the value of customer feedback, and how a simple appreciation message may lead to fantastic opportunities. The opportunity to reach a larger audience and encourage more professionals in the area was both humbling and exciting. When it finally aired, I uploaded some of these snippets on Instagram since I was honored to be invited to a TV show. This is how my relatives and cousins first learned about my professional accomplishments. Because my parents never mentioned me to anyone, they had no idea I was working with well-known brands and appearing on television shows. This is how word swiftly went among my family. I guess this TV interview must have finally reached my parents' ears, because just a few days later, I was working on another project while keeping my phone on mute. When I finished my work, I checked my phone and was surprised to find 6 missed calls from my mother. I was astonished to see her name on my phone because it had been a long time since she had phoned me. After so many years of stillness, I couldn't understand why she was phoning. I hesitantly called her back, and she answered right away. I asked her if everything was fine, and my mother began to congratulate me. My father, who was most likely sitting directly next to her, also joined in on the chat. He began to probe about my life and well-being, and I responded without much thinking. It didn't strike me as weird until they asked how much I was making these days. I explained that it was none of their business. My father answered, "We're family, so don't be shy about telling us your income." I assured him that I was doing well financially. Hearing this, my mother proceeded to describe how difficult their life was these days, and my brow furrowed in suspicion. Basically, this is how our talk went. "Mom, we're retired now, and we've wanted to renovate the house for a while. It's not in great shape, but we don't have any funds left." Me, "Okay." Mom said, "Your achievement has given us hope. We saw your TV interview today and thought you might be able to assist us out by paying for the improvements. Dad, after all, we are a family. Please do not hesitate to share some of your revenue with us. We genuinely need your help." Me, "Are you kidding me? Why are you asking for money when you haven't even spoken to me in years? I'm not sure what prompted you to contact me, and while I appreciate your congratulations, I won't be able to assist you." Hearing this, my mother began telling me that I was being selfish and that I needed to support them as a family. My father emphasized that as my parents, they deserved to be cared for, and that this was the least I could do. I was so angry at this point that I wanted to tell them off. Suddenly, I had an idea. Instead of simply disagreeing with them, I would teach them a lesson once and for all for thinking they could mooch off of me. After my parents mistreated me for so many years, I told them that I was willing to help them provided they agreed to my demands. My father was curious and asked me what it was. Without hesitation, I made my demand. If they wanted my assistance, they had to openly confess, in front of our family and friends, that my brother was the mastermind behind the false stories that had harmed my reputation. I wanted them to embarrass my brother in front of everyone, just like they had humiliated me by believing his lies and manipulations. I wanted them to accept responsibility for their acts and recognize the anguish they had caused. Hearing about my untenable state, my father began to question the necessity of such an admission. My mother told me that this was all unnecessary and that we could have a private discussion without engaging others, but I stood firm. This was a non-negotiable requirement for any further aid they wanted me to provide. As the tension rose, my father raised his voice, establishing his authority as my father, and began to underline that it was my responsibility to assist my family in need. My mother, in a last-ditch effort, persuaded me to do the right thing and assist them, citing the years they had spent raising me. I couldn't help but see the irony in their sudden attractiveness. I reminded them of the past, that they had kicked me out, and that my grandmother, not them, had reared me. They became increasingly angry, but I told them unequivocally that if they wanted to approach me and request financial aid, the truth had to be acknowledged publicly, and my brother had to face the consequences of his conduct. Since this talk, my parents have been calling me often, but I'm ignoring them. I'm beginning to regret even phoning them back that day. I'd like to know if I'd be a complete idiot if I didn't aid my parents. Update. It's been a crazy week since I last shared my story, and the outpouring of support and encouragement has been astounding. It's encouraging to know that I'm not alone at this moment. I'm happy everyone believes that I shouldn't interact with my parents or even contemplate assisting them after everything they've put me through. I gave them such a requirement since I knew they would be unable to comply. I know they love my brother too much, and even if they've realized by now that it was all his lies, I know they'll never put him through what they did to me. My brother sent me a nasty text message today after my parents tried to call me again and I refused to answer. This is what he wrote. "Hey sis, I haven't seen you in a long time, and I can tell you that every day without you has been wonderful. I heard mom and dad contacted you and you offered them a strange ultimatum. You're aware that they will never go through with it, right? They plainly never loved you and will never hurt me. I admit I lied about you 15 years ago, but it's been a long time. So stop being so self-centered and attempt to move on from the past. You're unmarried and childless, so why not help them out by paying for their home repairs and renovations? Do the right thing and become a better daughter." Seeing the message felt like a stab in the chest. The hubris to reject the difficulties I had encountered and the conditions I had established revealed his lack of empathy. The attempt to guilt-trip me by emphasizing my single and childless situation added an extra degree of insensitivity. His idea that I should prioritize their needs over my own was not only disrespectful, but also demonstrated how little he valued me. Fueled by dissatisfaction and a strong desire for justice, I decided it was time to take matters into my own hands and expose the truth that had been buried for far too long. I sat down to compose an email to my parents and close relatives, detailing the traumatic events of my upbringing and the unfair treatment I had received while growing up in my family home. In the email, I highlighted the tight and restrictive environment I encountered at home, as well as how my parents treated me differently from my twin brother. I also looked into the spiteful and utterly false rumor my brother had circulated about me at school, which had resulted in serious consequences and ruined my image. I wrote about how my parents had kicked me out, and if it hadn't been for my grandmother, I could have died on the streets by now. Toward the conclusion, I requested that everyone read a message my brother had sent me. I've enclosed a screenshot in which he acknowledged lying about me. It was a simple confession, and I hoped it would reveal the lies that had lasted for too long. I sent the email just an hour ago, and I know what will happen when my parents and brother see it. Next, I'll let you know how my family reacts to my email. Update. It's been a month since my previous update, and a lot has happened. As you may guess, my family erupted when they received the email. My parents have faced criticism from relatives who were previously unaware of the extent of their favoritism and emotional abuse. Many family members contacted me, saying they had no idea about everything and apologized for not being there for me. My brother and dad sent me a bombardment of text messages that became increasingly hostile and aggressive. So I contacted a lawyer, who issued them a cease and desist notice. It basically told them not to approach me again, and if they did, they would face severe legal penalties. I guess this spooked them since they stopped calling me. My grandmother believes I did the right thing by telling everyone what occurred, and she fully supports me. She is the only person who is important to me, therefore I'm delighted she has my back. Update. It's been 2 months since my last post, and I'm pleased to say that everything is going well in my life right now. Professionally, my article writing business has thrived. Invitations to speak at seminars and podcasts continue to come in, confirming my status as a renowned expert in my field. I'm as close to my granny as ever. I recently took a 1-week sabbatical from work to spend quality time with her. She is into gardening these days and has taught me a lot about the many flowers and herbs in her yard. My favorite and most cherished memories are of spending time with her, whether we were sharing meals, having profound conversations, or simply enjoying one another's company. My family hasn't contacted me since they received the letter from my lawyer, so I'm glad they're staying away. Personally, I've started attending to therapy in the hopes of working on my own recovery. For the time being, I believe this is the final update. Thank you very much for your support. My parents believed a girl's false accusation and hurt my brother. I escaped a toxic home and fought for custody to live with my brother. I, 14M, have wanted to tell this story for a long time. Please be patient as this is a long narrative. I understand it sounds like a lie, but believe me, I want it to be. This has damaged my family, and I am not permitted to discuss it since my parents want to forget what they did. So, just to be safe, I'm sharing this from my friend's brother's Reddit account. My parents had both lost spouses before meeting. My father split from my older sister Lucy's mother, now 25 years old, and my mother lost her ex-husband in a vehicle accident, forcing her to care for my brother, currently 23 years old. They were both single parents with custody of their children. They met on the beach, exchanged numbers, began dating and were married 2 years later. Let's get into the story. It all began when I was 8 years old and my brothers were 17 and 19. My brother Kirby was in his 3rd year of high school and my sister worked at a grocery store near our home. My parents and sister worked, so I stayed with Kirby. It may seem strange, but the best times of my life occurred when Kirby was with me. I understand that many older brothers do not get along with their younger siblings, but this was not the case for us. I loved Kirby with all my heart, and I know he loved me as well. He always looked after me, played with me, studied with me, and occasionally took the blame for me. One day after school, I waited for Kirby in front of my school. He often came to pick me up because our schools were close. But this time was different. He did not arrive. I waited until 4 p.m., when my sister arrived to pick me up. I asked about my brother, but she didn't respond. She simply dodged the conversation. When we got home, I was stunned by the sound of things breaking in the house and my parents' terrified shouts. When we entered the house, the situation could not have been worse. Kirby was on the floor while my father kicked and threw dishes at him, and my mother screamed horrific words at him. I was so terrified that I refused to leave my sister's side. She escorted me upstairs and instructed me not to leave the room till further notice. I remained there, listening and crying. I had never seen my family like that before, and I am still terrified of them, no matter how old I am. Suddenly, I heard sirens. When I peeked out the window, I noticed 2 vehicles and numerous police officers exiting and entering the residence. A short while later, I heard more shouts and the voice of an officer proclaiming an arrest. I witnessed my father and mother being forced into a police van. My parents screamed and cursed at my brother. At 2:04, my parents screamed nasty things at my brother, calling him a disgusting worm who deserved to die. My mother has always agreed. I went downstairs after they were put in the car at 2:10 p.m., and it was terrifying. Lucy was crying on the floor as Kirby held her in his arms. He was thoroughly bloodied and bruised. After that scene, everything was a blur. I only recall being inside an ambulance in the hospital. It was more like a dream, but my sister disagrees, claiming it was a nightmare and the worst day of her life. About 3 days later, my parents were still in jail for assault and attempted murder. So my sister took a few days off to care for me. Finally, I mustered the confidence to ask my sister what had transpired. Lucy, the first person to ever treat me as an adult, told me the truth. Our brother Kirby was accused of rape by a girl in high school. The girl went to the principal, crying and battered, and accused Kirby of abusing her. Our parents and the girl's parents were summoned to school, and the police were also engaged. Kirby explained to our parents that he did not do that, but they refused to listen and instead supported the girl. So when the police stated they would investigate and do tests, Kirby and the daughter were free to return home. Then something happened. My brother is now in the hospital and he is at risk of developing serious physical difficulties as a result of the abuse. The next day, the police summoned my sister to the police station, where she was required to accompany me. But what they told us was alarming, to say the least. Karen appears to be the girl who filed the report. Karen, if you see this, please know that you are the most horrible person I know. I hope you burn in hell, bastard. You have devastated our life. You filed a bogus report since she and Kirby despised each other at school. And after another fight between the two, she injured herself and planned to claim he hit her. However, the plot evolved to a rape in the hopes that she might expel my brother from school. However, she made a mistake and told her pals about it on a video call, causing them to chuckle. What she didn't expect was for everyone to turn against her, with the exception of her best friend, who had been sexually abused as a child and was never believed until lately. Karen's former closest friend went to the police station, told them everything, and managed to videotape some of the conversation. After the piranha confessed, the cops questioned Karen. And for fear of being arrested, she spoke the truth. My sister was pissed off. She wanted to kill Karen at the time, but the police talked her down, telling her that Karen's parents would have to pay a fee for the false charge and defamation. My sister thought it was fine, but not sufficient. When we returned home, our parents were present. And as soon as my sister spotted them, she exploded, shouting about everything that had transpired at the police station. They listened in silence, becoming more startled with each sentence. My mother was already in tears by the time my sister finished, and my body remained paralyzed. Then he did the worst thing. He said, "Are you sure about this?" That was the worst use of words I've ever heard. Lucy delivered a lengthy lecture on how they were awful parents for believing in that circumstance without any proof. And my father tried to rationalize that the girl's words were really valuable. But my sister did not contest it, claiming that without evidence, words were meaningless. I understand that many raped persons are labeled as liars when their allegations are unproven, but this instance is different. Karen lied and fooled everyone for petty reasons. I hope you can understand. My father was defeated and the home was silent for several days. It was not the same without Kirby. He was the soul of the house. He was kind and friendly to practically everyone. He always provided us joy. I still don't understand how my folks were so easily seduced by Karen. I despise them for that, and I will never forgive them for their actions. Kirby awoke after a long time, only to find himself in horrible health. To give you an idea, his jaw was fractured, he lost 60% vision in one eye, his arm and wrist were broken, his ribs were severely wounded, and he narrowly avoided puncturing his lung. His leg was so severely wounded that he would never be able to walk normally again without assistance. It also caused him to experience post-traumatic stress disorder, sadness, and anxiety. My brother was never the same. He is still in serious pain and requires a lot of controlled medicine. He didn't talk for weeks, and when he took out the gadget that held his jaw in place, it didn't change much. He only responded when we asked a question. When he was hungry, he didn't say anything and he frequently burst into tears. I believe it was due to the trauma. I wanted to hug him, but his injuries were so terrible that it was dangerous. My parents tried to visit my brother several times. My mother begged and my father tried to push us to accept them. But my sister prohibited them since she knew my brother didn't want to see our parents. And she told them that, but it wasn't sufficient. My mother was unable to visit him one day due to work, but my parents viewed this as a chance to pay my brother a secret visit. I believe their thoughts would be something like this. Let's go see our son, apologize, he accepts, we'll be fine, and we'll be one big happy family again. What a big mistake. As soon as they entered the room, my brother let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard from him. Soon, physicians and nurses entered the room to try to calm my brother down. He commanded, "Get them out of here. They're murderers. They have come to kill me. Please take them out of here," Kirby yelled out, and then fainted out from tension. Of course, following that, my parents were banned and barred from visiting Kirby. Only my sister and I were allowed to see him. My mother sobbed all night and my father blamed our brother, claiming he was exaggerating. Kirby was released from the hospital after months of physical and mental recuperation. My parents had the guts to invite him home. However, Kirby replied, "I would not return to this house even if it were the last location on earth. I am now motherless. I hope you both pay for what you've done to me." Kirby moved to live with his paternal grandparents, who had no idea of the circumstances before then. They took preventive precautions against our parents. He welcomed my sister and me to visit him at any time, and we did. In fact, I spent more time with him than my parents at home. The final straw came during a family party, when we discovered that my father had lied to our entire family. He informed them that Kirby had dropped out of school to live in a drug-infested environment and had fled home, taking his belongings and the money they were saving for my college. But my parents didn't earn that money. Kirby and Lucy were the ones who raised it for my tuition. Kirby had done several odd jobs and was now saving because he believed I deserved a better future. My sister and I were furious. We informed our family the whole truth and they were startled and unhappy with our parents. My paternal grandparents were the only ones who supported my parents, saying, "It's human to err," and that they had done nothing wrong. They claimed my parents were simply ashamed of their deeds. But no one else agreed. The rest of the family left my parents and proceeded to apologize to Kirby. Fun fact, the next day, Kirby contacted me, perplexed. He wondered why folks he hadn't spoken with in months suddenly came to apologize to him. Karen's parents arrived at our home a year after the incident occurred. They inquired whether Kirby was home, and when we responded no, they apologized for what had transpired before leaving. Later I learned that they had come to offer Kirby compensation, giving him all of the money intended for Karen's college and automobile. My brother thanked them but stated, "I haven't forgiven Karen and never will. If she ever appears in front of me, I'll tell her some unpleasant realities." Karen's parents accepted his statement and departed. My older brother is doing much better right now, although he is still not completely cured. He still has nightmares about that day, which regularly trigger anxiety attacks. Someone should go to him and calm him down. I want to be there for him, help him, and get away from the toxic world we live in. That is why I have opted to move in with Kirby initially. I spoke with my brother. He was hesitant at first, but eventually accepted the idea and told his grandparents, who consented. I also chatted with Lucy, who felt it was an excellent idea. However, when I spoke with my parents, the tale was completely different. My mother burst into tears, and my father got hysterical, claiming that everyone had already abandoned them and that his youngest son would do the same. I became upset and informed him that I had already abandoned him that fateful afternoon and that he would never accept me back. My father, a guy in his 50s who had always said that sobbing was for sissies, began wailing like a baby. He explained that he had already lost everything and did not want to lose me as well. I couldn't bear the situation, so I left the house and went to a friend's house to vent. My friend admonished me, telling me that I shouldn't forsake my parents like that. His older brother, Steve, the creator of this Reddit account, interfered and begged him to quiet up, claiming he knew nothing. Steve informed me his brother had a poor mind and pushed me to seek further viewpoints. He introduced me to Reddit and suggested that I post my question here. So gentlemen, what should I do? Update 1. Well, a lot has happened since my initial post here. I had a question, but I'd like to thank everyone for helping me make up my mind. Thank you so much for your encouraging words, and thank you to Steve, the owner of this account, for his support as well. Let's get started. I ended up fleeing my home since my parents banned me from leaving. I waited until they went together to go shopping, something they frequently did without me because they treated me like a child and assumed I'd just beg them to purchase stuff. However, This time, they pushed me to join them, which threw off my plans. I opted to pack the essentials in a backpack, along with some snacks to keep me going. As soon as we were to the market, I wanted to use the restroom. Fortunately, my parents were so preoccupied with how the price of food had risen that my father simply instructed me to leave and return shortly. Plot twist, I did not come back. I dashed out of the market and boarded the bus closest to Kirby's grandparents' home. When I arrived, Kirby's grandma welcomed me and encouraged me to relax while I waited for Kirby and his grandfather to return home. When they arrived, I informed them what had transpired, including what I had posted on Reddit. My brother's reaction was not what I was expecting. He stated it was highly irresponsible of me to flee, that it was risky, and that something terrible could have happened. It may sound strange, but I enjoy it when he scolds me. Unlike our parents, he genuinely cares about me. I could be gone for 3 days and they would not notice. In truth, it had happened previously. They simply became enraged when they discovered this. I took the scolding well and asked if I could stay. My sibling commented, "You will come back here even if I send you back to their house, so you better stay." I was overjoyed and hugged him. His grandparents were likewise thrilled with my brother's decision, but my elation faded when he said that I would have to contact my parents. I resisted, knowing they would come for me, but my brother insisted, saying, "They are responsible for you, and if you don't tell them they can call the police and claim that I kidnapped you and am holding you hostage." I hesitantly called my mother. She barely responded before she began yelling at me and asked where I was. When I told her, they became even angrier, ranting in such a harsh alien tone that everyone around me could hear. I could have stood there and listened to them yell, but I hung up when I noticed Kirby was becoming uncomfortable. Following the aggression, he developed a sensitivity to yelling. He cursed his parents for what they had done to him. I became enraged and threatened to take me by force, but my brother responded, "They are aggressive but not idiots. They are aware that I have a protective order against them. If they approach, we'll call the cops." How mistaken he was. An hour and a half later, they were knocking on the front door, yelling and screaming at my brother for future generations. Kirby's grandparents urged them to leave or they'd contact the cops. This simply made them angry, so they returned to hammering on the door. I wanted to walk down and tell them to go, but Kirby needed me. I had to pull him back because he wanted to confront them and express his fury in person. He harbors a lot of resentment towards them. He even stated once that he intended to kill them slowly and horribly. I agree with the sentiment, but I do not believe he should get his hands filthy with them. Then they burst down the door and began wrecking the house in search of me. At that point, I decided to go downstairs and dismiss them. I was trying to calm my brother down by asking him to stay in the room while I handled the problem. My mother let out the greatest scream I'd ever heard, and my father went silent. After persuading my brother to remain in the room, I went downstairs, and the situation could not have been more gloomy. My father was sprawled on the floor, shivering, while my mother stood over him, screaming and calling out to him in vain. I noticed that Kirby's grandfather was clutching a taser. I believe we all know what occurred, right? When my mother saw me, she screamed, "Look what they did to your father, call the police. They should be arrested." I replied that if I called the police, she and my father would be arrested for violating the protective order. She ignored me and kept screaming, insisting that we call an ambulance for my father. We disregarded her, suggesting that once my father healed they should leave and never return. When my father finally returned to his senses, he was unusually silent, defeated and beaten. My brother quickly appeared downstairs. My mother instantly assaulted him verbally, resulting in a heated argument. She began blaming him for everything, claiming he was the reason all of our family had abandoned her and that her children had turned their backs on her. She blamed herself, claiming that she was an innocent woman who went to church every Sunday and did not deserve to go through this. I'm not sure what she meant by it. Nobody would feel sorry for her simply because of that. Kirby remained mute throughout her screaming crises, but she eventually crossed the line. She stated that he was meant to apologize to them for destroying their lives and inform everyone in the family that he had forgiven them. That was the limit. Kirby, furious, slapped her so hard that she tumbled on the ground. My mother began screaming again, but Kirby told her to stop or he would crush her teeth with the base of the cane. He screamed, letting out everything he'd been holding in for years, how unhappy they were, how they dug their own graves, and how they didn't deserve anyone around them. He further stated that when they died, he would make a point of peeing on their coffins. My mother became enraged and attempted to punch Kirby, but I shoved her against the wall. She began ranting at me as well, claiming I would go to hell for abandoning her and referring to me as a dirty lesbian who would also go to hell. For perspective, I am bisexual, and I made the mistake of informing my parents. Surprisingly, my father was fine with it, but my mother was furious, claiming I was destined and even forbidding me to be bisexual. She introduced me to her church friends' daughters, which made them uneasy. The strange thing is, when I told my brother, he just remarked, "So, you give me a nephew? Let's stay cool." My brother then began demanding them to leave and pay for the damage they had done to the house, or we would file a complaint. My mother laughed, stating that I wouldn't have the bravery to report my own mother. I replied, "What I have most is courage, and I would have the satisfaction of seeing you arrested again." She made excuses, claiming we didn't have proof, but my brother shut her down, pointing out that we had fingerprints, video evidence, and even footage from security cameras. It took her a long time to accept defeat, but they eventually left. But my brother wanted to add one more jab. As my mother entered the car, Kirby exclaimed, "Hey, I wish you could have died in my father's place." In response, she flashed him the middle finger and screamed as she climbed into the car, making my brother laugh, a triumph laugh, as if he had just won a long round of his favorite video game. Soon later, our sister called to say our mother had informed her she had been assaulted by Kirby and needed to bring me home to fix me. My sister, on the other hand, expressed her pride in me for standing up to them and joked that Kirby should have broken the cane over their heads. Now I'm living with my brother, as I've always desired, and it's been amazing. He's determined to acquire custody of me and has threatened our parents to give it to him in any manner. My mother is resolute, stating that she will not leave me with an abuser. She presumably thinks I am bisexual because my brother molested me. How crazy is that? I believe it is only a matter of waiting for her to succumb. For the time being, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. I had a passionate talk with my brother before he fell asleep. He was thinking about what life might be like if his father was still living. I informed him that his life could have been a little better. But he said, maybe. Maybe not. If he hadn't died, I might not have experienced the aggression, but I wouldn't have my two angels in my life. Then he kissed my forehead. I must confess, that was very lovely. I hugged him. I adore him, and I am confident that we will always defend each other. Thank you to everyone who has supported me. I hope nobody has to go through what we did. For those who feel our narrative is untrue, I wish it were. I wanted us to be a good family that accepts and protects one another regardless of the circumstances. However, this can only occur in my dreams. See you folks, maybe I'll update with the outcome of the procedure, so see you then. Update 2. Hello everyone, thank you very much for your support. Believe me, I am fine, and my brother is better, but fine is insufficient for him. He wants my custody at any means and is pursuing my parents with everything he has. Well, I wouldn't be here just to say we're fine, so let's get to the point. We were enjoying a peaceful afternoon when there was a knock on the door, which had already been repaired by a friend of Kirby's grandfather. I went to answer it, but was astonished to see my father present. I immediately sent him away, but he said that he simply wanted to communicate and didn't want to make a fuss. I told him to **** off and that we would only communicate in court. However, my father insisted and Kirby's grandparents threatened to contact the police. To our amazement, Kirby said to let him in. We questioned him, but Kirby simply stated that my father was a pushy moron who would not go easily, so it was best to allow him in and get it over with. So we let him in, but we were prepared in case he became aggressive. Kirby sat at the kitchen table and we all remained in the kitchen for protection. Kirby's grandmother was recording the conversation to provide additional evidence that my father was violating the provisional measure. The conversation went as follows. Kirby responded, "Very brave of you to come back here after all you've done. My dad. I'm sorry, I swear I'll pay for all the damage." Kirby. Pay? Of course you believe you can solve anything with money, correct? But I am not talking about tangible stuff, which are replaceable. What you accomplished for me was priceless. Father, I know, I apologize, I promise I will give my life to travel back in time. I'd do everything differently. Kirby. Yeah, but you can't travel back in time. The damage is already done. You devastated me. You destroyed your family. Father, but there was an accident. If you had told us from the start, things may have been different. Kirby says, more lies. You did not want to listen to me. Do you understand what you did to me? You made me feel unworthy of living. You've made me want to die. Do you have any concept of how that feels? No, Because you are the aggressor, and the aggressor will never feel the victim's terror. Son of a B**********. Kirby began to cry at that point, but it was a cry of wrath and bitterness that he had suppressed for many years. My father continued to apologize in vain, but my brother claimed that his sole motivation was to feel better about himself, not to sincerely regret what he had done. However, my father continued to apologize. To the point where my brother issued his ultimatum, despite the fact that he was on the verge of another anxiety attack. Kirby asks, "Do you want forgiveness? Here's what we plan to do. You are going to grant me custody of my brother. You'll pay his child support, and you'll never try to get close to me, him, or anybody else again. Or else I will make your days a miserable hell." My father agreed immediately. I'll tell you, I don't feel sorry for him, but I've never seen him so defeated as he was at that point. I believe the shock of his deeds finally hit him hard, but I feel no sympathy for him. He deserves it. He deserves to feel the pain he has caused our family. He left shortly after, stating he was going to try to persuade my mother to relinquish custody of me. He too appealed for forgiveness, but I simply ignored him. My brother burst into tears the moment he went out the door. I believe his courage had gone at that point. He began crying and collapsed to his knees on the floor, hyperventilating and sweating cold. We escorted him into his room so he could lie down. We offered him anxiety medication, but it didn't seem to help. I contacted my sister and explained all that had transpired. She arrived instantly, and we all remained in the room, attempting to calm him down. My sister repeatedly told my brother that he was one of the bravest persons she knew. Despite his anxiety, he was brave enough to remain in the same room with our father, his abuser, and, as he called it, his murderer. After several hours, my brother finally calmed down and fell asleep. Lucy and I slept in his room just in case he had nightmares afterwards. But of course, nothing can end like that. My mother called us many hours later, inquiring what that demon Kirby had done to her husband. She accused my brother of having captivated her sweet hubby, and claimed he now wanted to give everything to Kirby. My sister simply ordered her to off, noting that at least one of them had come to their senses. So I hope everything works out and my mother finally comes to her senses and does the right thing. Thank you so much for everyone's support, especially Steve, who owns this account and has always been there for me since I first told my tale. While I'm gone, I'll give updates if anything changes. See you later. If you're asking why I use phony identities, it's to preserve my brother's privacy. I do not want their life to be invaded. Update 3. Hello everyone, it's been a while. You deserve the most recent update and I can say I'm overjoyed that it's finally finished. It's truly over, I'm free of that place and those people. In my last report, I said that my mother did not want to give up custody of me. My father threatened her in every way imaginable, but she did not care. She stated that she would never abandon me and would go to any length to reclaim my trust. So since she wouldn't give in, we turned to psychological pressure. We told everyone in our family what had transpired and how my brother wanted custody of me. The relatives knew, and they attacked my mother directly, claiming that it was the least she and my father could do to make amends for the past. However, my mother barred all of our relatives, claiming that my brother had charmed them. Typical. A week after I moved in with Kirby, she called. Karen stated, "I'll give you two options. You're going to come home without complaining and we'll forget all this, or you're going to stay there and suffer the consequences." I refused to succumb to her demands. I informed her that even if my brother died, he would not return to that house. So she hung up with me. I called to inform Kirby because I was concerned that she would do something damaging to him. He assured me not to worry, and that if anything happened he'd notify me. Then it occurred. The police knocked on our neighbor's door, an older lady who is quite nice. The police were summoned in response to an alleged accusation of child abuse at our residence. However, when they learned they were in the incorrect residence, they hurriedly left. I pulled things together. My mother had phoned the cops. But she's gone so far that she misplaced our address, directing the police to the wrong residence. Hours later, my mother called to suggest she could withdraw the complaint provided I went home without a fuss. Of course, I told her to go to hell and hung up. My brother apologized to the neighbor for what transpired. Then he decided that since my mother wanted to play dirty, we should play dirty too. We utilized our final weapon, our maternal grandma, the person my mother despises more than my brother. It was tough to get her contact information since, sadly, our grandma despises me and my sister for reasons we cannot control. It was tough to get her contact information since sadly, our grandma despises me and my sister just because we are our father's children. Yes, she is the traditional grandma who has a favorite grandson, in our case Kirby, which provided us an unfair advantage. We eventually discovered her after searching for her phone number or address. So my brother called her and told her about everything, from the assault to our current situation. When asked if she could help my brother, Grandma's sole response was that she would be here as quickly as possible. And believe me, she arrived in our city an hour and 30 minutes later, which was okay because my brother had simply asked her to call my mother. And she agreed to the bargain and went straight to my parents' place for a surprise visit, which my mother absolutely despises. She called me and Lucy and asked if my brother had anything to do with it, which we disregarded. Her reaction was even enjoyable. Our grandma was purposefully driving our parents insane, and they couldn't fight back because, as I know, my mother is greedy, and my grandmother owns a large plot of property that, if sold, could provide for someone for a long time. That's true. My parents are not only fools and psychopaths, but also greedy. I believe my brother must have married into the wrong family since it is simply inconceivable. And after 2 weeks of misery for our parents, my mother finally asks when she'll leave. She stated that she would only go if my mother relinquished custody of me, with which my mother disagreed. She wanted our grandmother to depart, so she played the final card. Either my mother would relinquish custody of me, or she was entirely out of will, son and money. Guess which one won? So we went to court, and if looks could kill, my parents would have already been buried. The judge became agitated as he recounted the events of the past, wondering how my parents escaped justice so easily. Unfortunately, in today's world, money is more valuable than a person's sins. My father even hid his face, but my mother was there, unconcerned, convinced that she had done nothing wrong. I believe the most stressful moment was when Kirby and my mother confronted each other. Believe me, if you were there and seen the stares they gave each other, it was scary. I sometimes forget that these two once lived together. My mother may appear regular and friendly, but she is deceptive and manipulative. If you do or say something she disagrees with, you are perceived as a threat and heavily reprimanded for it. My brother, on the other hand, is so open-minded that it nearly scares me. He can make friends with just about anyone. If you see a young man with a cane and smiling and waving, it's probably my brother. So why can't I grasp how these two contradicting beings share the same body? Returning to the process, it was both complicated and speedy. After all, my parents were unwilling to fight for me, so our lawyer reached an agreement in which I would live with my brother and my parents would be required to pay a very significant alimony. My mother questioned why they had to pay child support since I was now my brother's responsibility, but my father and grandmother advised her to shut up and accept the deal. We eventually obtained it after a long and stressful process. Now I can live with my brother and they will have no control over me. I erased my parents' contact information exactly 30 minutes after receiving the results. I don't need it anymore. They will now become a part of the past that I would like to forget. But wait. There's more. Our granny had an epiphany before she went. My mother had never been mentioned in the will. Our grandmother took her away soon after she married my father. It was even funnier. She essentially swapped it for something she'll never have. My brother is the only person mentioned in her will, which is fantastic in my opinion. Our brother Kirby got all he wanted and deserved. I'm not sure if I call it divine justice or whatever, but he deserved it, and we couldn't be happier about it. I'd like to thank everyone on Reddit and the owner of this account. I'm glad you helped and guided me during this difficult time in my life. And now there's a happy ending. Even more personally, I hope I won't have to return here until absolutely necessary.